Hi friends, myself Durga. I'm working as a Java trainer for the last 16 years in Durga Soft. I worked more than 5 years in IBM as a software engineer, sir. Sir, now I want to introduce the most valuable, very important course for your day-to-day coding, Java exception handling for certification under interviews. Observe that, for certification under interviews. Sir, do you know, total Java, the most valuable concept, compulsory, day to day we are going to use exception handling concept. You can't expect a Java code without a try and a catch blocks. I hope you people may be aware. Okay, so even for interview room also, what is the difference between finally, finalize? What is the difference between checked exception, unchecked exception? Most commonly asked questions in every Java interview. That's why exception handling, very important for our day-to-day coding, very important for our interviews, even for certification also. Whether you are planning for OCJA or OCJP, either first level or second level, in both the certifications, this topic is one very important topic. That's why you people should have very clear ideas, sir. Moreover, this exception handling concept is my favorite topic, sir. You people can expect much subject with full confidence from me, yes, especially related to exception handling. So yeah, the part of exception handling, what the things we are going to discuss. Have a look once. Here, the first we'll discuss introduction concept. What is exception? Why exception handling is required? What is the meaning of exception handling? All these things I will discuss, right? Sir, next, runtime stack mechanism. A small theoretical concept, right? Whenever you are calling Java method, internally stack frame will be created. How the stack frames will be created and so on. Runtime stack mechanism we will discuss. Next, default exception handling in Java. So if you are not writing any try catch, by default, what will happen? What will happen in Java if an exception raised? Compulsory you people should have clear clarity. Next, exception hierarchy. Do you know the most important concept for the interview room, sir? Do you know which class acts as root for all Java exceptions? Throwable class. Sir, throwable class contain two child classes are there. Exception, error. What is the difference between exception and error? Next, what is checked exception, unchecked exception? These are things we are going to discuss very clearly in this part, sir. Next, after that, customize exception handling by using try catch. If you want to handle exceptions explicitly, then how you can use a try and a catch. Next, control flow in try catch. So inside try block, if an exception rises, what will happen? Inside catch block, if an exception rises, what will happen? What is the flow of execution inside the try catch we have to discuss. Next, methods to print exception information. Sir, I want to print exception information. Which methods are there? Sometimes get message method, sometimes print stack trace method, sometimes toString method. What is the difference? When exactly we require to use these methods, like we have to discuss, right? Next, try with multiple catch blocks. Sir, maybe a chance, a single try may contain multiple catch blocks. What is the need? If multiple catch blocks are there, in which order, sir, JVM is going to give the precedence? Do you have any rules are there? All those things we have to discuss about try with multiple catch blocks. Next, finally block. Sir, what is the purpose of finally block? What is the specialty of finally block? When the finally block will be executed, what rules are there related to finally? We have to discuss, right? Sir, next, after that, the most important question for the interview room. What is the difference between finally and finalize? Sir, most important question. Crores of times asked question in the interview room. What is the difference between finally and finalize? Sir, final is a keyword. Finally is a block. Finalize is a method. What is the difference, right? Sir, we will discuss in detail. Next, various possible combinations of try catch finally. Sir, try catch finally, in how many possibilities you can take? So try without catch, possible or not? Catch without a try, possible or not? Two finalize blocks, possible or not? Like almost around 25 combinations we are going to discuss, right? So that you people can get much clarity about this one, sir. Next, control flow in try catch finally. Sir, in try catch finally, if an exception rises anywhere inside try block, if an exception rises, what will happen? Inside catch block, if an exception rises, what will happen? Inside finally block, if an exception rises, what will happen? How the flow of execution compulsory we should aware. Next, control flow in nested try catch finally. Sir, sometime inside a try block you can take try catch finally, inside catch block you can take try catch finally. So if a nested try catch finally is there, sir, how the control flow? Suppose inside outer try block exception riser, or inside inner try block exception riser, what will happen? What will happen? In which order the things are going to be executed? Compulsory we should aware. Clear for all, right? Sir, this is next, and after that the next important concept for the interview room we should go for throw keyword. Are you getting what is the next one? Throw keyword. Throws keyword, what is the difference between throw and throws? Like in detail we have to discuss. Next, exception handling keywords summary. Exception handling keywords summary. Sir, try, except, try, catch, finally. Next, do you know throws for which purpose? So like I will give a small summary, sir. Next, various possible comparative methods in exception handling. Various possible comparative methods in exception handling. Sir, why I'm listing out all possible comparative methods? Because every comparative method itself is an important conclusion. So for the interview room or for our day-to-day coding, that's why let me list out all possible comparative methods, then all those conclusions we should aware. Next, customized or user-defined exceptions. Sometimes based on our programming requirement we have to define our own exception, not Java inbuilt exception. We have to define our own exception. Such type of exceptions are called customized or user defined exceptions. How you can define, how you can use, this part we have to discuss. Next, top 10 exceptions. Just oddly most commonly occurred 10 exceptions we are going to discuss with the examples. Sometimes in the interview room, boss, in your previous project, what are the most commonly raised exceptions? Whatever commonly exceptions what you faced, like immediately we should be in a position to answer. Are you getting right? Next, 1.7 version enhancements. Sir, try with resources. Try with resources. Second one, multi-catch block. A single catch block that can handle multiple exceptions also. Okay, make sure these are 20 topics we are going to discuss, so that if any person is asking, do you know exception handling, give left and right. You will become king after completing these things, I'm sure, sir. Next, and after that, even I will touch in the 1.9 version related to try with resources, there is some enhancement came. Of course, it is not required as of now for our certification, but still, just I will spend some time so that you will get much clarity. Clear for all of you, right? So at the part of this course, what things you are going to cover, what things you are going to learn at the part of exception handling, this is the agenda. Clear, right? Be ready to give left and right. Hi friends, yeah, the part of exception handling. The first topic what I have to talk, introduction to exception handling. Here I want to talk 3 important points. What is exception? What is the purpose of exception handling? What is the meaning of exception handling? These are 3 points we are going to discuss. Sir, can you please tell what is an exception? Ayo, respond. What is an exception? Runtime exception, abnormal termination. What is an exception? If the interview person is asking, can you please define an exception? What answer you are going to tell? Yes, friends? Yes? Best example. I don't want to go for technical terminology. Let me talk our day-to-day normal general life terminology, right? Suppose you are viewing this video Okay, you are viewing this exception learning video. So by mistake, net connectivity disconnected, or there is a problem with your system. Array, last half an hour onwards, you are listening properly. Suddenly, something goes wrong. The power problem, or net is not working, or otherwise your system problem, something. So immediately you are not in a position to continue listening this video. Are you getting right? Okay, something goes wrong. An unwanted, unexpected event. Sir, I don't want this event. Unexpected event that disturbs normal flow of program. Are you getting right? An unwanted, unexpected event that disturbs normal flow of program. Maybe power failure, system problem, or maybe internet connectivity problem. Something goes wrong, okay, which disturbs our normal flow of the program is called exception. Next, another best example, sir. Suppose you are attending this class offline. Assume that in the regular classroom you are attending, sir. Early morning, yet 6 o'clock is the class. Assume that. So you are staying a bit very far, almost around 40 kilometers. Around 40 kilometers distance you require to travel to attend this session. Assume that, sir. Maybe in Hyderabad, Vanasthalipuram. Almost around 40 kilometers, outskirts of Hyderabad, right? Sir, you have to come from Vanasthalipuram by traveling 40 kilometers to attend the session at 6 a.m. Assume that to come at 6 a.m. to the class, compulsory you have to start at 5 a.m. Okay? To start at 5 a.m., compulsory you have to wake up at around 4:30. Okay? To wake up at 4:30, compulsory you have to keep alarm minimum at 2 o'clock. Are you getting? 2 o'clock alarm is going to ring, snoozing to 2:30, snoozing and so on. So at last at 4:30 you are going to wake up. Next 4:30 to 5 you are going to get ready, and 5 o'clock you catch the bus. At 6 o'clock you came to the class. Sir, everything is happening according to the flow. Assume that, sir. Now you are there in the class, faculty started the class. Now what is the next flow? Whatever faculty is covering, you have to listen very carefully. You require to listen very carefully. You require to grasp this subject, and you require to use this subject somewhere in the company, or otherwise in the interview, or otherwise in the certification exam. Somewhere you have to use this subject. Sir, class started. Happily, the faculty is continuing, sir. Whenever faculty is teaching, so suddenly after 5 or 10 minutes, sir, you are getting sleeping. Are you getting? You are getting sleeping. So single point also not entering into your mind. Remember this. So an unwanted, unexpected event that disturbs normal flow of the program. Are you getting right? Which disturbs normal flow of the program. Sir, because of your sleeping, you are not in a position to listen the class properly. You are not going to get anything. Are you getting right? So main objective, main flow got disturbed because of your sleeping. So such type of unwanted, unexpected event that disturbs the normal flow of the program is called exception. Are you getting right? So in this scenario, which exception got raised, sir? Sleeping exception. Are you getting? Which exception got raised, sir? Sleeping exception. Okay? Sir, observe carefully, right? Are you getting? So, something goes wrong, which disturbs our regular flow, which is nothing but exception. Clear? Sir, let me go for one more example so that you people can feel more comfortable, right? Assume that you have to go to the office by two-wheeler, maybe by bike or scooter. You require to travel by two-wheeler. You are going to the office, right? At 8 a.m. you started. So at 9 you have to reach the office. You require to reach the office. At 9 o'clock in the office, there is one important meeting is there. You require to attend that meeting. Assume that, sir. So at 8 by your two-wheeler, you started, sir. You started. almost you reached almost half of the distance. Suddenly bike tire got punctured. Are you getting? Early morning at 8:30, bike tire got punctured. You are not in a position to continue the office. So no repairing shops also, because at morning 8:30, who is going to open? No one is going to open, right? Then you have to go back by walk. Maybe after repairing, you may reach the office at 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock. Your team leader, project manager is going to get left and right. Are you getting right? Something goes wrong which disturbs your regular flow. An unwanted, unexpected event that disturbs the normal flow of the program is by default considered as exception. In this case, which exception got raised, sir? Tire punctured exception. Are you getting what is this exception? Tire punctured exception. Sir, it is got raised. Don't ask, sir, in which Java package tire punctured exception is available, or in which Java package slipping exception is available. Don't ask. Just for easy understanding purpose, I am creating these examples, right? Are you getting? Sir, now I hope you are in a position to define what is an exception. Exception, an unwanted, unexpected event that disturbs the normal flow of the program is called exception. Okay, well, sir, now let me go for a small technical example so that you can get much clarity about this one, sir. Sir, what that a technical example? Very, very simple, sir. Assume being a programmer, of course, in my programming requirement is I have to read the data from London. Are you getting? Read the data from remote file, read data from remote file, locating at London, read the data from remote file, locating at London, like this, right? Sir, now the program started. So programming requirement is we have to read the data from the remote file locating at London. But at runtime, London file is not available. So if the file is not available, then our program not in a position to continue our execution. Are you getting right? So in this scenario, something goes wrong. The raised problem, the raised exception is a file not found exception. Are you getting right? What is this one, sir? File not found exception. Remember this. So in our program, if something goes wrong which disturbs our normal flow of the program, which is nothing but what? Exception. An unwanted, unexpected event that disturbs normal flow of the program is called exceptions. Or something goes wrong which disturbs our normal flow of the program, which is nothing but what? Exception. Can you please give an example for exception? File not found exception, tire punctured exception, and slipping exception. Is the point very clear, right? Can you define an exception? Can you give an example for exception? Clear? Now the first point related to exception handling is very clear. What is exception? Now, what is the purpose of exception handling? Sir, it is highly recommended to handle exceptions. Okay, what the need? What is the purpose, right? So, best example, if something goes wrong, yes, obviously, everything is going to be happen as per our expectations. No such type of thing. So in our life it is not going to be happen. In our programs also not going to be happen. Sir, if everything goes fine as per our wish, you never going to listen this video. I never going to teach this video, sir, because my assumptions are a bit higher. Are you getting? Your assumptions may be a bit higher. You may not. So if something goes wrong, are you getting? Something goes wrong, we should be in a position to handle the situation. So it is highly recommended to handle exceptions, right? Exception handling must be required. Now my question is, what is the purpose of exception handling? Sir, very easy example. Let me bring one layman example, right? Sir, everyone, the person who is viewing, who is seeing this video, everyone can have at least one time in your life this type of experience, right? Sir, being a student or being an employee, this type of experience is there. Sir, assume that in the college, I have to give the demo, or otherwise you have to give a seminar. You require to submit your seminar report, project report or seminar report in the college at morning 9 a.m. Assume that, sir. So at early morning 4 o'clock onwards, you are full busy with preparing that report. Assume that 4 a.m. onwards you are full busy to prepare that project report or seminar report. Sir, you are writing some data, you are draw some images and so on. Almost your plan is at 8 you have to complete that. You have to complete, and by 9 you have to reach the college and you have to submit to your HOD or principal. This is about your job. Almost you are ready to complete, sir. Suddenly at 7:45, almost ready to complete. Suddenly at 7:45, power gone. Backup facility is not there. You are getting power gone. Backup facility is not there. Power backup is not there. You didn't save that work. You didn't use control yes. Have you observed? Then, sir, after just 2 minutes power gone. After 2 minutes power came again, but your work gone. Are you getting whatever you typed early morning 4 o'clock onwards? Okay, but it was gone. So, if something goes wrong, because of that, you are missing something. Regarding you are losing something. So, we should not miss anything. We should not lose anything. I want a graceful termination. Are you getting that? Can you please repeat the word? Which termination you want? Graceful termination we want. If you want a graceful termination, better to go for what? Exception handling. So, if something goes wrong, we should not miss anything. We should not miss anything. We should not lose anything. Such a type of graceful termination I want. That is the main purpose of exception handling. Theoretically, are you feeling comfortable, right? So what is the purpose of exception handling, sir? Graceful termination of the program. Sir, let me go for a small programming example. Here, see this one. Suppose I have some program is there. In my program, the flow is open DB connection. Assume that carefully, sir. I am trying to open database connection. Now read the data. Read the data from the database. Read the data. Next, after reading the data, close the database connection. Close the DB connection. Okay, this is my programming requirement. Of course, in our programs, this type of requirements are very common. Now, assume that this is my database, right? Okay, I have to open DB connection. I have to read the data. I have to close this DB connection. Assume that. Sir, now DB connection I opened successfully. DB connection I opened, sir. Next, while reading data from the database, suddenly I got the SQL exception. Are you getting? Suddenly I got the SQL exception. While reading the data, I got SQL exception. I didn't handle that exception. Of course, I don't exception handling. I didn't handle that exception. Then what will happen? The program will be terminated here only abnormally. Are you getting? The program will be terminated here only because you didn't handle. If the program terminated here, then who is going to close the database connection? No one is going to close. One database connection is open, but no one is using, but no one is closing. Are you able to understand? Unnecessary. One DB connection is going to be wasted. Sir, now if for 10 times 10 programs are terminated like that, 10 times 10 programs are terminated like that, then automatically 10 connections are going to be wasted. Sir, 11th person is coming to communicate with the database. Okay, but my database server can provide support max 10 connections only. Suppose 11th connection is required. Sorry, database server is not in a position to provide support. Total application is going to be crashed. Total application is going to be down because of this problem. Are you able to get right? So we are missing something. We are blocking our resources because of exceptions. So we should not do that. I want a graceful termination. For that, we require to go for what? Exception handling. Are you getting right? Now, the second word related to exception handling is the very clear, sir. What is that second word? What is the purpose of exception handling? The main purpose of exception handling is graceful termination of the program. If something goes wrong, we should not miss anything. We should not lose any resources. We should not block any resources. Graceful termination I require. Then we should go for exception handling. Clear for all of you, right? Up to this, any doubt? Sir, up to this, it is very clear for you. What is an exception? What is the purpose of exception handling? So, an unwanted, unexpected event that disturbs the normal flow of the program is called exception. Next, what is the purpose of exception handling? Graceful termination of the program. Sir, now the third one, what I have to discuss, what is the meaning of exception handling? Sir, we have to handle exceptions. Highly recommended to handle. What is the meaning? What is the meaning of exception handling? In what way you are going to handle exceptions, right? Very simple terminology, sir. Suppose assume that most of the people are going to feel exception handling means you are going to repair that exception. No. We are not in a position to repair sometimes. That's why. So what it means? Just a small example, layman example I will cover. Sir, I told already, you are preparing your seminar or project report. So almost 3 hours you worked, you didn't save, power gone, you are missing something. Are you getting? How you can handle this one? Can you please tell? Yes, friends, it is our normal day-to-day life. How you can handle this one? Yes, very simple. You will go for power backup. Power backup, you are arrange power backup at least for 5 minutes. If the power gone, still the system is on because of your backup power. So you will save all the things and then stop the program. Are you getting? Shut down your system. Once power came, then you can start your system and again you are going to work. Are you getting right? So something like you are arranging backup facility to continue your work as usual. Are you getting? So defining alternative way to continue rest of the program normally is nothing but exception handling. So every day, in our every minute of life, so we are always using exception handling, but unknowingly we don't know that is called exception handling. If you go to the hotel, you are asking, boss, can you please give 1 plate idli, something like tiffin, 1 plate idli like. Suddenly hotel person is telling, sorry, idli is not available. Then what you are going to do? Arey, can you please give the puri? Are you getting? You are asking about alternative and you are continue your program. Suppose if you go to the cinema right, you are trying to get the tickets for movie 1. But for movie 1 tickets are not available, then immediately, please check for alternative movie tickets, like you are going to do that. Or you require to travel to your native place. Sir, you are trying by bus. If the bus ticket is not available, no problem. You will try for the train ticket and you have to travel. Regarding you can travel. So means defining alternative way to continue rest of the program normally is nothing but exception handling. Sir, observe. Okay, I will go for a small technical terminology. Have a look once, sir. Approach one. Read data from a remote file locating at London and use that data. Sir, have you observed? This is one program. Assume that of course the corresponding code I will write. This is one program. This program, there is no guarantee, sir, for complete execution, for successful execution every time. Because at runtime, if a London file is not available, then immediately what will happen? File not found exception will come and this program will be terminated abnormally. Correct, right? But the same program in different style I want to write. Observe that. Read the data from a remote file. Read the data from remote file locating at London. London, sir. So at the runtime, if a London file is not available, if a file not found exception is coming, no problem at all. Happily, you can read the data from the local file, save side, backup purpose, I arrange a local file, read the data from local file and continue the program. Are you getting? Here, if a London file is not available, if the London file is not available, then use a local file. Next, use that data. Observe. Sir, have you observed? Both programs are going to read the data from the London file. But here have you observed, right? There is no guarantee for successful termination of this program. But this one, there is a maximum chance for successful termination, because I arranged alternatives also simultaneously, right? If London file is not available, no problem at all. Use a local file and continue rest of the program normally. So defining alternative way to continue rest of the program normally is nothing but exception handling. Everyone can able to understand? Can you please tell what is the meaning of exception handling, sir? We have to define alternative ways at the beginning only. If something goes wrong at runtime, by using that alternative, happily we can continue our rest of the program normally, which is nothing but what? Exception handling. Okay, best, sir, the same thing theoretically, I mean technically syntax wise, I will write like this. Observe carefully, sir. Here, try block I'm taking. Sir, read the data from London file, from remote file locating at London. Okay. Now catch, okay, file not found exception. File not found exception. If the file not found exception is coming, no problem. Don't worry, sir. Use local file. Local file and continue rest of the program normally. Use local file and continue rest of the program normally. Observe that. So I hope you are seeing the thing. So even London file is not available, no problem. Use local file, continue rest of the program normally. This is what is the meaning of exception handling. Main flow we have to take inside the try block. If in the try block, in the main flow, if something goes wrong, no problem. Alternative flow is available inside catch block, handling code. So alternative flow is available in the catch block. With alternative flow, sir, happily you can continue rest of the program. This is nothing but what? Exception handling. Are you in the position to understand, right? So yeah, the part of exception handling introduction, we covered three things. What is exception? What is the purpose of exception handling? What is the meaning of exception handling? What is an exception? Can you please repeat? An unwanted, unexpected event that disturbs our normal flow of the program is called exception. What is the main purpose of exception handling? Graceful termination of the program. Are you getting? What is the main purpose of exception handling, sir? Graceful termination of the program. What is the meaning of exception handling? The meaning of exception handling is defining alternative way to continue rest of the program normally. Clear? Introduction? Okay? Sir, in the last video, we covered very clearly what is exception, what is the purpose of exception handling, and what is the meaning of exception handling. Sir, now the next topic as the part of exception handling, we have to discuss a runtime stack mechanism. What is this one, sir? Can you please spell out? A runtime stack mechanism. Sir, actually, if you have idea about these stacks, in the future, exception handling concepts you can understand very easily. Of course, this one not talks about direct exception handling, but having this knowledge is a highly recommended. The remaining exception handling terminology you can able to understand, right? Okay, well, so now for every, I have one program is there. Assume that I have one Java program is there. In that Java program, there may be a chance of multiple multiple threads are there, but every Java program contain at least one thread. What is that thread? Main thread. I hope you people may have idea. Main thread. Every Java program contain at least one thread. That thread is main thread. Now, for every thread, JVM will create one runtime stack. Remember this one. For every thread, JVM will create one runtime stack. Assume that this is the runtime stack of this T1. This T1 or main thread or some. For every thread, JVM will create one runtime stack. Every method call performed by thread. Every method call, because this T1 may execute M1, this T1 may execute M2 or main method, like each and every method call performed by this T1, performed by T1, one entry will be saved inside the corresponding stack. Regarding for every method call, one entry will be stored inside a stack. This entry is called stack frame. This entry is called stack frame or activation record. Regarding this entry is called one stack frame or activation record. Okay, like, sir, once assume that T1 calls M1. Oh, T1 calls M1, compulsory one entry will be stored in the stack. Once M1 completed, now the corresponding entry from the stack will be removed. Remember this one. Once that method call will be completed, now the corresponding entry from the stack will be removed. Are you able to understand? After completing all method calls, now this thread is going to terminate. Before terminating this thread, the corresponding empty stack will be destroyed by Java virtual machine. JVM is the responsible to destroy this empty stack. JVM is the responsible to create empty stack at the beginning. JVM will destroy this empty stack, right? Sir, observe. Are you able to understand? Just let me use the terminology. Of course, once I explain with an example, then you can able to understand, right? So now, for every thread, JVM will create one stack. Every method call performed by that thread, one entry will be stored in the stack. Once that method call execution completes, automatically that entry by default will be removed from the stack. Once the stack is empty, all method calls completed, now this empty stack will be destroyed by JVM. Any doubt? All the people are in a position to understand, right? Sir, let me go for a small chota example, then you can get much clarity, right? Observe very carefully, sir. Assume I have one class test, sir. I have class test is there. Assume this class test contain public static void, main method, string array args. Public static void, main method, string array args. Now this main method is calling do stuff method. Main method is calling which method, sir? Do stuff method. Now public static void do stuff. Public static void do stuff. This do stuff internally calls do more stuff. This do stuff internally calls do more stuff. Okay, well, now public static void do more stuff. Public static void do more stuff. Okay, inside do more stuff, system.out.println hello like I took, sir. A simple program. Here, how many methods are there? Main method, do stuff, do more stuff. Main method internally calls do stuff. Do stuff internally calls do more stuff. Do more stuff just a print SOP of hello. Okay, well, now my question is, take very special case, sir. In this program, How many threads are there? You respond, friends. How many threads are there in this program? Only one thread, main thread. That's all, because I didn't create any child threads and so on. Every Java program by default contain one thread. What is that threads are? Main thread. Now, for main thread, for every thread, JVM will create one empty stack. For every thread, JVM will create one stack, one runtime stack. Sir, this is the runtime stack of main thread. Remember this. Sir, who creates this one? JVM is the responsible to create this runtime stack. Now, can you please tell main thread, which method will be called by the main thread? First. Which method? What is the first method which is executed by main thread? Main thread is always responsible to call main method. Remember this one, sir. Which thread is going to execute main method? Main thread, sir. So, for every method call performed by main thread, one entry will be stored. Remember. Now, main method will be called by main thread. That's why for this method call, one entry will be stored in the corresponding stack. Okay, one entry will be stored in the stack. Now, yata part of main method, sir, it is calling do stuff. Again, do stuff. Again, do stuff will be executed by main thread only, because only one thread. Every method call will be executed by main. Now, yada part of main method, sir, do stuff method it is calling. That's why for this do stuff method, one entry will be stored in the corresponding stack. Are you getting? Do stuff also stored in the corresponding stack. Okay. Now the control came to do stuff, sir. But at the part of do stuff, now it is calling do more stuff. Are you getting? At the part of do stuff, now it is calling what? Do more stuff. Okay, remember. Now, sir, it is also a method call. For this method call also, one entry will be stored inside a stack. Do more stuff. Are you getting? One entry will be stored inside a stack. This entry is called do more stuff. Now the control came to do more stuff. Observe very carefully, sir. Sir, inside do more stuff, just the SOP of hello is there. Are you getting SOP of hello? That's why what output by default we are going to get, hello is the answer. Okay, well. Sir, after printing SOP of hello, is this do more stuff completed or not? Please confirm. This do more stuff completed or not? Yes. Once, if any method call execution completed, now the corresponding entry will be removed from the stack. Now, which is the corresponding entries are? Do more stuff will be removed from the stack. Okay, removed from the stack. Now, once this one completed, now the control will goes to do stuff, because do more stuff method call completed. Now, no other thing is there to continue. That's why do stuff is also completed. Once do stuff completed, remove the corresponding entry from the stack. Okay, JVM will remove the corresponding entry from the stack, sir. Now, sir, control goes to main. Inside main, other than do stuff call, nothing is there. That's why main method is also completed. If the main method completed, now the corresponding entry will be removed from the stack. Have you observed, right? Now, can you please guide? Sir, now the stack will become empty. My main method is also completed. Nothing there to execute. That's why just before terminating main thread, JVM will destroy this empty stack. Are you getting? This empty stack will be destroyed by JVM. Are you getting? So this is what you people should be aware, which is nothing but runtime stack mechanism. Clear for all of it? What is the meaning of runtime stack mechanism? Okay. So for every thread, JVM will create a separate stack. every method call performed by the thread, one entry will be stored in the corresponding stack. Once that method execution completed, the corresponding entry will be removed, sir. After completing all method calls, now the stack will become empty. Before terminating the thread, JVM will destroy the corresponding stack. This mechanism is nothing but what? Runtime stack mechanism. Next, each entry in the stack is called activation record. Activation record or stack frame. Regarding activation record or stack frame, each entry is called activation record or stack frame. Is it clear? Any explanation is required about runtime stack mechanism? Of course, you may ask, sir, why you are covering the part of exception handling? Because if you can understand this one, the remaining concepts of exception handling, you can easily understand, sir, because it is the base for remaining topics of exception handling. Clear? Hi friends, in the last video we covered what is a runtime stack mechanism. Sir, now the next topic what we have to discuss, what is default exception handling in Java. Sir, if something goes wrong, if an exception rises, we are not having any exception handling code. By default, what will happen? Sir, what is default exception handling in Java? This is what I have to discuss. It's a very simple terminology, sir. Okay, but acts as a base for the remaining topics. That's why take a bit very special care. Let me explain with a small example, then you can get much clarity. Here, have a look once. Sir, observe, I have class test, public static void main method, string array args. Public static void main, string array args. Main method is there. This main method is calling, assume that it is calling do stuff method. Main method is calling do stuff method. Sir, now public static void do stuff, public static void do stuff internally calls do more stuff. Assume internally calls do more stuff. Next, public static void do more stuff. Public static void do more stuff. Now here I am taking system.out.println hello like this I am taking, sir. Listen very carefully about this code, sir. Hello like this. I hope you people may already aware this terminology, sir. Sir, do you know? So in this, how many threads are available? I covered already in the last video, runtime stack mechanism. How many threads are available? Only one thread, main thread. For every thread, JVM is going to create one runtime stack. Okay? Well, this runtime stack created. Right? Assume that. Now, what is the first method call performed by main thread? Main method. Main method will be called by main thread. That's why first main. So main internally calls do stuff. Regarding main internally calls what? Do stuff. Now for that do stuff also one entry added. Next, sir, inside do stuff, now the control came to do stuff. Inside do stuff, do more stuff. It is calling do more stuff, sir. Sir, do more stuff is another method call. For every method call, JVM will add one entry. That's why here do more stuff. Okay. Now the control do more stuff. Now the control came. Sir, inside do more stuff, yes, for P of hello. That's why output we are going to get hello is the output, sir. Output once hello completed, do more stuff completed. That's why do more stuff will be removed, and now the control go back to do stuff. Inside do stuff, no other extra things I have to do. Do stuff also completed. Now remove the do stuff also. Now the control go back to main method. After do stuff call, nothing is there. No extra code is there. That's why remove. Sir, main method also completed. Remove the entry. And JVM will terminate this thread and the corresponding stack will be destroyed. Okay, it is if everything goes fine, no problem, hello is the answer, hello is the answer, the program will be stopped. But something goes wrong. Regarding something goes wrong, then what will happen? That's what our cinema sir. Sir, now observe carefully. Instead of SOP of hello, SOP of hello, I'm taking SOP of 10 by 0. Are you getting? SOP of 10 by 0. 10 by 0, something goes wrong. Arithmetic exception came, sir. Now what is the flow? How the things are going to be happen? Because I never used any try or catch block. By default, what will happen? This knowledge must be compulsory. You should have. Okay, well. Sir, now here let me make my stack is empty. Sir, in this, how many threads are there? Just now I explained. How many threads are there? Only one thread. Only one thread. What is that? Main thread. Main thread, right? Now, main thread first calls main method. Main thread first calls main method. Main method calls do stuff. Now the control will comes to do stuff. Now, sir, main thread calls do stuff. Do stuff. Now, the part of do stuff, sir, this do more stuff will be called. That's why the control comes to do more stuff. One entry added. Now, observe very carefully, sir. Do more stuff. Do more stuff. Now, the control comes to do more stuff. Sir, currently, control is inside which method? Do more stuff. Have you observed top of the stack is do more stuff only. Now, here something goes wrong. Observe very carefully, sir. Here something goes wrong. Inside a method, if an exception rises, inside a method, if an exception rises, the method in which it is raised is the responsible to create exception object. Remember this one, sir. The method in which this exception rises, that method is the responsible to create exception object, of course with the help of JVM only. Exception object created. In this object, what information added? Name of the exception. Can you please spell out what is the name of the exception? Sir, what is the name? Name of exception. Sir, arithmetic exception. Arithmetic exception. What is the description of the exception? What is the description? Description of the exception. Description of the exception is division by 0. Is that description, sir? Division by 0. Next, what is stack trace? Sir, where the problem? Where the problem? Stack trace or location. At which location the problem came? At which location the problem came? Stack trace or location, sir. Now, in which location, sir? Inside do more stuff. Do more stuff is called by do stuff. Do stuff is called by main. Have you observed? Location is do more stuff. Do more stuff, which is called by do stuff, which is called by main. This is the complete stack trace. Remember, with this information, exception object will be created. Sir, let me repeat up to this. So, inside a method, if an exception rises, the method in which it is raised is responsible to create exception object. Remember, this is the responsible to create exception object. Okay, well, exception object created by the method with the help of JVM internally, right? Sir, immediately this exception object hand over to exception object hand over to JVM. Remember, sir, in our day-to-day also, somewhere on the road, if accident happen, something goes wrong, accident happen, then immediately we have to intimate to the police, ambulance, like here also, if something goes wrong, with that complete information, we have to create exception object, hand over this object to JVM. Okay, here who is the policeman, who is the ambulance person, is the JVM, right? Now JVM will ask, in which method this problem came? In which method this problem came, sir? Who is asking? JVM. Do more stuff. Now immediately JVM will ask, hey, do more stuff. In your area something goes wrong, some exception rises. Do you have handling code? Do you have handling code? Like this, JVM will ask, do more stuff. What the answer do more stuff is going to tell? No, I'm not having any handling code. If you are not having handling code, immediately JVM is going to terminate this method abnormally. Remember this one, immediately JVM will terminate this method abnormally without executing remaining code, sir. Without executing remaining code, JVM terminates this method abnormally and remove the corresponding entry from the stack. Observe, because something goes wrong, he is not in a position to handle, then how I can keep this person, man, block this person or terminate this method. Okay, like terminate this method and remove the corresponding entry from the stack. Okay, do more stuff method terminated abnormally. Now what the JVM will do? Array, do more stuff is just a method. Someone called this method. Who is the caller of do more stuff? Respond. Who is the caller? Who calls do more stuff? Do more stuff called by do stuff. Immediately JVM will approach. Hey, do stuff. You are calling do more stuff. You called do more stuff. But inside do more stuff area, something goes wrong. Arithmetic exception raised. You are responsible to handle that exception. Where is the handling code? Where is the handling code? Can you please show? Like JVM will ask do stuff, sir. Then immediately what the do stuff is going to tell? Boss, I'm not having any handling code. Array, if you are not having any handling code, you can't continue. Immediately JVM will terminate that caller method also and removes the corresponding entry from the stack. Okay, well, now, sir, immediately JVM will ask, array, who is the caller of do stuff? Who is the caller of do stuff? Now the caller of do stuff is main. Immediately JVM will ask main method. Hey main, you are calling do stuff. Do stuff calls do more stuff. Do more stuff raises some exception. Sir, do more stuff and do stuff both not handle. As a caller, you are responsible to handle. Where is the handling code? Like JVM will ask main method, right? Then immediately main method is going to tell, no, I'm not having any handling code. If you are not having handling code, then I will terminate you also. I will terminate you also, like JVM is going to convey. Then simply main method is going to tell, array, I'm your friend. Okay, how you can terminate? So what? You are not in a position to handle exception. That's why you can't continue your execution. Main method also terminated abnormally and removes the corresponding entry. Now observe very interesting story. Who called the main method? Can you please confirm? Who is calling main method? Main method is called by JVM only. Now who is the responsible to handle this one? Finally JVM is the responsible to handle. To handle such type of things, JVM will maintain one assistant. Who is that assistant? Is default exception handler. Who is that assistant, sir? Can you please spell out? Default exception handler is the assistant, right? Now immediately JVM is going to hand over exception object to the default exception handler to handle. Default exception handler won't do anything, just print exception information to the console and terminate the program abnormally. Okay, in which format it is going to print, sir? Exception in thread main. In which thread the problem came? Exception in thread main. What is that exception, sir? Arithmetic exception. What is the description? Division by 0. So exception in thread main, name of the exception and the description of the exception. Next yet. What is the stack trace? Yet test dot do more stuff. Yet test dot do more stuff. This do more stuff is called by yet test dot do stuff. Yet test dot do stuff. Do stuff is called by yet test dot main. Are you getting? Do stuff is called by main. So observe, exception in thread main, arithmetic exception, name of the exception, division by 0, description, and this one is a stack trace. In this format, exception information will be printed by the default exception handler and terminates the program abnormally. Remember this one, sir? So by default, if for exception something goes wrong, what will happen, sir? What is the default exception handling in Java? This is what you people should aware. So just very briefly, I'm going to repeat so that you will get much clarity. Observe that, sir. Sir, here main calls do stuff calls do more stuff, inside do more stuff, arithmetic exception raised. So inside a method, if an exception raised, the method in which it is raised is the responsible to create exception object by including the following information: name of the exception, description of the exception, and the stack trace. With this information, so exception object will be created by do more stuff, of course with the help of JVM only. Sir, after creating this exception object, sir, it will be handed over to the JVM. Sir, now JVM will ask, do more stuff. You raised some problem. Do you have handling code or not? If you are not having handling code, I will terminate this method abnormally. JVM will terminate this method abnormally, removes the corresponding entry from the stack. Remember that. Sir, now after terminating this method abnormally and removes the corresponding entry from the stack, now JVM will identify who is the caller. Who is the caller method? Who is the caller method? Do stuff. Again, it will do the same process for the do stuff. Oh, do stuff. You are calling do more stuff. Do more stuff, raise some issue, raise some arithmetic exception. You are responsible to handle that. Where is the handling code? Where is the handling code? Like JVM is going to ask do stuff also. So JVM unable to identify any handling code, then JVM will terminate this do stuff abnormally, removes the corresponding entry from the stack. So this process will be continued until main method. If the main method also does not contain handling code, JVM terminates main method and removes the corresponding entry from the stack. Sir, now no one to handle such type of requirements, JVM maintain default exception handler. JVM hand over the object to the default exception handler. Default exception handler just print exception information in this format and terminates the program abnormally. Sir, here how many methods are there? 3 methods. All 3 methods are terminated abnormally, right? The program termination is abnormal termination. It is not a graceful termination. Is it clear for all of you? Execute this code. Is it going to be happened or not? Observe carefully, sir. Here, have a look once. Same example I'm taking. Observe carefully. Here class test, first method main internally calls do stuff internally calls do more stuff is trying to print SOP of 10/0 like this, right? Now let me execute this code, sir. First compile. Yes, happily the code compiles fine, no problem at all. Now at runtime, have you observed? Exception in thread main java.lang.arithmetic exception division by 0 yet tester dot do more stuff yet tester dot do stuff like this. Sir, if you observe that, sir, here just observe. This is name of the exception, java.lang.arithmetic exception name. This is description of the exception and this one is stack trace. Okay, remember this one itself is stack trace. Okay, sir, who is the responsible to print this total information? Regarding who is the responsible to print this total information, sir? Default exception handler. Can you please tell, is it normal termination or abnormal termination? I respond, is it normal termination or abnormal? Abnormal. Something goes wrong. It's not normal termination. Abnormal termination never be recommended. Clear, right? So if something goes wrong, by default, how the things are going to be happen? What is the default exception handling in Java? This is the story, sir. Now, sir, make sure total how many methods are there? 3 methods, sir. How many methods are terminated abnormally? Every method terminated abnormally. That's why, sir, it is abnormal termination. Clear? Now I will explain second example related to default exception handling so that you people can get much clarity. Observe that here class test public static void main string array args. Sir, main method calls do stuff method. Do stuff method calls do more stuff. Sir, same as previous example only, but where is the difference, right? Do more stuff. Sir, now inside do more stuff, SOP of hello I printed. Now, sir, after completing do more stuff method call, sir, just I'm trying to print what? SOP of 10/0 inside do stuff. Now, what is the flow? Sir, what is the exact output we are going to get to the console? You should aware. Now observe, sir, now in this program how many threads are there? Only one thread. What is that thread, sir? Main thread. Main thread, sir, JVM is going to create runtime stack for the main thread. Okay, well. Now, here observe, first method which is going to be called by the JVM, sir, main. Okay, main thread. Main thread is the responsible to call main method. Yeah, the part of main method, it is calling which method? Do stuff method. Now, yeah, the part of that, it is calling do stuff method. Now, sir, do you know, yeah, the part of do stuff, now it is calling do more stuff. Are you getting? Now it is calling which method, sir? Do more stuff. Now, do more stuff. Okay, like, now do more stuff will be called, okay, like, can you please observe, whenever you are calling do more stuff, now the control entered into do more stuff. Inside do more stuff, what is the line is there? SOP of hello. That's why just the print output will become hello. That's all. Observe, output will become hello. Sir, now after SOP, any other statement I have to execute? Nothing. That's why do more stuff completed normally. Sir, if a method completes normally, sir, removes the corresponding entry from the stack. Now do more stuff, this method execution, is it normal termination or abnormal termination? It is what? The normal termination. Correct, right? Normally completed. Now the control goes to do more stuff. Yes, it is already completed. Now, what is the method? SOP of 10/0. Sir, SOP of 10/0, here arithmetic exception raised. Remember this one. So inside which method arithmetic exception raised? Okay, inside do stuff. Do more stuff already completed. No more do more stuff. Do more stuff already completed, sir. Only inside do stuff, SOP of 10/0. Sir, now there is no handling code. That's why JVM is going to terminate this do stuff abnormally and removes corresponding entry. Okay, sir, have you remembered? So inside do stuff, if an exception raised, sir, an exception object will be created by do stuff. Correct or not? Now this sir, exception object hand over to the JVM. JVM will check whether this do stuff having any handling code or not. No handling code. That's why JVM terminate this method abnormally, removes the corresponding stack. Sir, now JVM will identify who is the caller method. Which is the caller method? Can you please spell out? Main method also doesn't contain handling code. JVM terminate this main method also abnormally and removes the corresponding entry from the stack. Now, who is the caller of main method? JVM is the caller. Now JVM is the responsible to handle this exception. Sir, what the JVM is going to do is, JVM delegate this responsibility to default exception handler. Default exception handler just print exception information to the console and terminate the program abnormally. Sir, in which format default exception handler will print exception information? Can you please tell, sir? What is that? Exception in thread, exception in thread main. Exception in thread main. What is the name of the exception? Please confirm. Java.lang. Arithmetic exception division by 0. This is the description. Division by 0. Yet. Very important. Sir, whenever exception raised, in which method it is raised? Do stuff method. Do stuff method called by which one? Main method. That's why yet test dot do stuff, yet test dot do stuff. Now this do stuff is called by test dot main. Sir, please make sure this is the information is going to print to the console and the program will be terminated abnormally. Everyone can able to understand, right? Sir, that's all this is. Sir, total how many methods are there? Can you please confirm? Total how many methods? 3 methods. Sir. Main, do stuff, do more stuff. But do more stuff, normal completion, normal termination, but the remaining 2 methods, abnormal termination. Remember, if at least one method terminates abnormally, the program termination is always abnormal termination. Sir, even though do more stuff completed normally, but still this program abnormal termination only. Clear for all of you, right? Just let me execute this code, sir. Observe carefully. Have a look once. Have a look once. Here, class test, public static void main. Sir, observe very carefully. Here, do stuff, sir. Do stuff internally calls do more stuff. Do more stuff, just print hello. Sir, after completing do more stuff, SOP of 10 by 0 is there. Regarding SOP of 10 by 0 is there. Okay, like now have a look once. What output by default you are going to get, sir? The code compiles fine. The code compiles fine. What is that output? Hello. Hello will be printed, and then exception in thread main java.lang.arithmetic exception division by 0. I hope everyone in the position to understand very clearly, right? Okay, arithmetic exception hello followed by arithmetic exception. This is the stack trace, right? Clear, friends? I hope you are in the position to understand clearly, right? Now the last example related to default exception handling. Observe carefully, sir. Here class test, public static void main method calling do stuff, and after completing this do stuff method call, it is printing SOP of 10 by 0. Oh, exception will be raised inside main method. Remember, main calling do stuff. Okay, now inside do stuff we are calling do more stuff. After completing do more stuff, SOP of high is also there. Okay, now next inside do more stuff, SOP of hello. That's all right. Now observe the flow. What will happen? Sir, runtime stack will be created. Runtime stack created. Sir, first main method will be called by main thread. Okay, main. Next, within the main, it is calling which method? Do stuff. For every method call, one entry will be added. Now do stuff. Now do stuff. Observe carefully. Sir, if we are calling do stuff means now the control entered into do stuff method. Inside do stuff method, two activities are there. Calling do more stuff. After completing do more stuff execution, SOP of high. Now calling do more stuff. Now it is a method call. Compulsory one entry will be added. One entry will be added, right? Calling do more stuff, one entry will be added. Sir, inside do more stuff, now SOP of hello, that's all. Sir, now just print hello. What is the output we are going to get, sir? Hello will be printed, or otherwise output hello will be printed. Next, do more stuff. After printing hello, any other activities I have to do? Nothing. Do more stuff completed normally. Now removes the corresponding entry from the stack. It is a normal completion of this method. Now the control go back to caller. Caller is the do stuff. Sir, inside after completing do more stuff method call, SOP of high is there. Now print that high. Now, sir, after completing high, SOP of high, can you please tell, is this do stuff completed or not? Completed. Is it normal completion or abnormal? Normal completion. Once a method completed, now removes the corresponding entry from the stack. Are you getting? Now the control goes back to caller like main method. Sir, now take a bit very special care. At this point, do stuff and do more stuff methods completed normally, and removes from the stack also. Okay. Now, sir, after completing this do stuff method call, SOP of 10 by 0. Oh, exception got raised. Arithmetic exception got raised, sir. Now, sir, immediately exception object created, hand over to JVM. Regarding hand over to the JVM. JVM will check whether this method contain any handling code or not. So this method, main method, doesn't contain handling code, then JVM terminate this method abnormally and removes the corresponding entry from the stack. Regarding terminate this method abnormally, remove the corresponding entry from the stack. Okay. So now who is the responsible to handle? Who is the caller of main method? JVM. JVM is the responsible means to handle such a type of situation. JVM hand over this responsibility to default exception handler. Default exception handler just print exception information to the console. Do you know? Exception in thread main. Exception in thread main. What is the name of the exception? Java.lang. Arithmetic exception division by 0. Description java.lang arithmetic exception division by 0. Yet can you please tell inside which methods are? Yet test dot main. Are you getting? Yet test dot main. That's all. So do stuff, do more stuff completed normally. That's why they won't be included in the stack trace. Okay, that's all. This is what you people should aware. Let me execute this code. Have a look once, sir. Observe carefully. The same program, right? Do stuff, main method calling do stuff. Sir, after calling do stuff method call 10 by 0. Next, do stuff is calling do more stuff high. Next, SOP of hello, like this, right? Now, have a look once what is the output we are going to get, sir. Sir, observe, the code compiles fine. Same program, sir. What output by default we are going to get? Hello, hi, followed by exception in thread main. Java.lang arithmetic exception division by 0. Yet, have you observed? In the stack trace, we are not going to see do stuff and do more stuff, because do stuff and do more stuff methods completed normally. Okay. Now I have one wonderful point, sir. Can you please tell, is this program termination normal termination or abnormal termination? Can you please confirm? Is it normal termination or abnormal termination? Yes? Is it normal or abnormal termination? Abnormal termination. At least one method terminates abnormally. The total program termination is abnormal termination. If all methods completed normally, then only termination is normal termination. Remember this one. This is the abnormal termination because at least one method terminates abnormally. Everyone can able to understand, right? So, if an exception raised, if you are not having any handling code, by default, what will happen? Okay? This is what the default exception handling. Clear? Hi friends, in the last video we covered default exception handling in Java. If you are not writing any try catch, how the flow of execution? Sir, it's very clear. I covered 3 examples, right? Sir, now I will explain the most valuable, very important concept for the entire room, exception hierarchy. Remember that. What is the topic? Exception hierarchy. Sir, in Java, there are several exceptions are there, errors are there. File not found exception, out of memory error, like multiple exceptions, multiple errors are there. For all these exceptions and errors, which class acts as parent class? Anyone, can you please tell? Which class acts as a root for exception hierarchy? Sir, for all Java classes, which class is the root? Object class. But for all exceptions and errors, which class acts as a root, sir? Throwable acts as a root. What is that, sir? Can you please confirm? Throwable class acts as root for Java exception hierarchy. Sir, have you observed? Is it a class or is it interface? Throwable, something like runnable, serializable, clonable. Are you getting? So runnable, serializable, clonable, all these are interfaces. What about throwable? Seems to be it is the name reflects interface name, but it's not interface, it is a class only. Remember that throwable is a class but not interface. All exceptions and errors in Java are child class of throwable, sir. That's why throwable acts as root class for Java exception hierarchy. Next, sir, do you know throwable class contain two child classes are there. Observe a bit very carefully, sir. Two child classes are there. What is the first one, sir? Exception. Throwable class contain two child classes. First child class is what? Exception. Now the second child class is error. Error, right? Sir, how many child classes are there for the throwable? Two child classes. What is the first one, sir? Exception. Second one, error. Now, what is the difference between exception and error? Again, very important question for the entire room. What the difference? What the difference between exception and error? Okay, very simple, sir. Most of the times, exceptions are caused by our program. Because of our program only, exceptions will be raised, sir. So, who is the responsible? Sir, who is the reason for exception? Our program only. Sir, my program reading data from your file. At runtime, if file is not available, file not found exception. So, because you are reading the data from that file, that's why the problem is coming. If you are not going to read, the problem may not come. Are you getting? So, most of the times, exceptions are caused by our program only. Okay? Next, exceptions are recoverable or non-recoverable. Exceptions are recoverable. Then immediately we ask, sir, what is the meaning of recoverable? Recoverable, sir. Sir, now observe, read data from remote file. Read data from remote file. Locating at London, sir. Assume that. So this is my program. This is my programming requirement, right? By mistake, at runtime, if a London file is not available, then file not found exception is going to come. So you are trying to read the data from the London file. So that's why file not found exception is coming. Our program only reason for file not found exception, right? But what is the meaning of recoverable? Assume if a file not found exception is coming, I am in a position to handle use local file and continue rest of the program normally. Sir, very simple. Try and catch block. Sir, what is that exception? File not found exception. File not found exception. Exception A, use local file. Use local file and continue rest of the program normally. Use a local file and continue rest of the program normally. Are you getting? So, who is the reason for exception? Our program. Next, if exception raised, am I in a position to handle or not? Yes, we can handle. Happily, rest of the code will be continued normally. This type of thing is called recoverable. Exceptions are recoverable or not? Yes. Who is the responsible to recover? Programmer is the responsible, or programmer's catch block is the responsible to recover that exception. Clear, right? So, what is an exception? I mean, what is the difference between exception and error? Sir, most of the times exceptions are caused by our program and exceptions are recoverable. Clear, right? Sir, now what about errors? What about error? Very simple, sir. Most of the times errors are not caused by our program. Errors are not caused by our program. Our program code is not responsible to raise error. Okay, most of the times errors are not caused by our program. Errors are non-recoverable. Observe, errors are non-recoverable. Sir, assume, sir, what is the meaning of non-recoverable? I wrote a program, sir. My program execution started. Suddenly, some virus attacked, JVM crashed, sir. Are you getting? Virus got attacked, my system got attacked with the virus, JVM itself got crashed. So, if the JVM got crashed, being a programmer, what I can do? I can't. Then we have to install again Java or again JVM, and then we have to run our program. Are you able to understand, right? Sir, same way. If my program is executing, if out of memory error is coming, sir, out of memory error, sufficient memory is not there. If out of memory error is coming, being a programmer, what you can do? You can't do anything. System admin, server admin, he is responsible to increase heap memory. Out of memory error is coming. What programmer is going to do? Programmer simply seeing, that's all. Okay? Because being a programmer, we can't do anything if error occurs. That's why errors are non-recoverable. Errors are not caused by our program. Errors are caused due to lack of system resources. Are you getting? Just due to lack of system resources. Observe a bit very carefully, sir. Due to lack of system resources, errors got caused. Okay, so maybe sufficient heap memory is not available. Maybe my system attacked with virus. That's why virtual machine got crashed. These type of things are by default considered as errors which are non-recoverable. Clear for all of you, right? Sir, can you please tell which class acts as root for exception hierarchy? Respond, man. Which class acts as root for exception hierarchy? Throwable class. Throwable class contain how many child classes are there? 2 child classes are there. What is the first child classes are? Exception. Second one, error. What is the difference between exception and error? Exceptions are caused by our program. Exceptions are recoverable. Even exception occurs, no problem. I can write catch block to handle that exception. Rest of the code will be continued normally. What about the errors, sir? Errors are caused by, okay, not our program, due to lack of system resources. Maybe memory problem, hardware problem, virus attack. These type of things are by default considered as errors. Errors are non-recoverable. If out of memory error came, if virtual machine error occurs, being a programmer, we can't do anything. We have to see, that's all. Our program will be terminated abnormally, which is nothing but what? Error. Sir, very important question for the interview room. What is the difference between exception and error? You people should have clarity. Clear, right? Sir, now it's very clear what is the difference between exception and error. Sir, throwable class contain 2 child classes. Exception, second child class is what? Error. Clear, right? Now, under exception, again, there are several child classes are there. Sir, runtime exception. Runtime exception. Under exception, there are several child classes are there. Runtime exception. Next, do you know IO exception? IO exception. Next, interrupted exception. Very important, sir. In the multi-threading, you will get interrupted exception. Interrupted exception. Next, do you know IO exception? Interrupted exception. Next, remote exception. Remote exception, like there are several child classes are there, like servlet exception, SQL exception, like multiple child classes are available, right? Sir, observe, under exception, there are several child classes. Runtime exception, IO exception, interrupted exception, remote exception, like there are multiple child classes are there. Next, under runtime exception, again several child classes are there, sir. Do you know? Sir, arithmetic exception. Sir, we saw multiple times in our last example. Arithmetic exception, division by 0. Next, null pointer exception. Next, class cast exception. CCE, class cast exception. Okay. Next, do you know? Here, index out of bounds exception. Index out of bounds exception. Index out of bounds exception, index out of bounds exception. For the child classes are, do you know, sir, array index out of bounds exception. Array index out of bounds exception is the child class of index out of bounds exception. String index out of bounds exception, which is the child class of index out of bounds exception. Remember this one, sir. Sir, like, so runtime exception. For that, multiple child classes are there. Arithmetic exception, null pointer exception, class cast exception, index out of bounds exception, array index out of bounds exception, string index out of bounds exception. Similarly, illegal argument exception. Illegal argument exception. Illegal argument exception under the number format exception. Number format exception is the child class, right? Like, are you getting? So these are under runtime exception, right? Same way, under IO exception also, there are multiple child classes are there, sir. Okay, something like EOF exception, something like EOF exception. What is the meaning of EOF, sir? End of file. End of file while reading we can use, but original name is EOF exception only. EOF exception, file not found exception. File not found exception. Okay, like this. Are you getting EOF exception? File not found exception, like that. Multiple interrupted exception, remote exception, like, sir, all these things are related to exception. Clear, right? Similarly, for error also, there are several child classes are available. Okay, virtual here VM error. Can you please spell out what is the meaning of VM error? Virtual machine error. Under the stack overflow error. Stack overflow error. Next, out of memory error. Out of memory error. Out of memory error. Stack overflow error. Out of memory error. Similarly, here, do you know, linkage error is there. Linkage error. Further, child class is verify error. Further, child class is verify error. Next, sir, do you know assertion error? Next, exception in initializer error. Exception in initializer error, like multiple child classes are available. I hope everyone got a basic idea, sir. Minimum commonly occurred exception compulsory you people should be aware, sir. So which class acts as a root for exception hierarchy? Throwable acts as the root. Next, throwable class contain how many child classes are there? 2 child classes. What is the first one? Exception. Second one, error. Next, under exception, how many child classes? Runtime exception, IO exception, interrupted exception, remote exception, servlet exception, SQL exception, like multiple. Under runtime exception, arithmetic exception, null pointer exception, class cast exception, index out of bounds exception, array index out of bounds exception, string index out of bounds exception, illegal argument exception, number format exception. Okay, like, next, under IO, EOF exception, file not found exception. Next, interrupted exception, which is the child class of exception. Interrupted exception, which is the child class of exception, like this, right? Similarly, under error also, multiple child classes are there, like virtual machine error, stack overflow error, out of memory error, linkage error, verify error, assertion error, exception in initializer error. Is it clear for all of you, right? So please make sure basic idea you people should have clear clarity about exception hierarchy. Clear? Hi friends, in the last videos we covered very clearly, sir, what is exception hierarchy, which class acts as a root for all exceptions, what is the difference between exception and error. Now the next most valuable question for the interview room. If you go for any Java interview, this question is compulsory question from exception handling, sir. Such type of beautiful concept we are going to discuss. Please take a bit very special care. Okay, sir, what that concept? What is the difference between checked versus unchecked exceptions? What is the difference between checked versus unchecked exceptions? You people should have clear clarity about this one, sir. Sir, next, moreover, if you understand this concept, now the next remaining topics of exception handling will become very easy, especially throws keyword. Throws keyword always associated with checked exceptions. First you should aware what is checked exception, then you can easily understand throws keyword. Next, how to define our own customized exceptions. It is also associated with unchecked exceptions. That's why if you want to understand, okay, next things very easily, compulsory you people should require to take very much care here. Next, moreover, it's very important for the interview room. Without asking this question in the Java interview, there is no chance of interview, right? That's why almost crores of times asked question in the interview room. What is the difference between checked exception and unchecked exception? Remember, sir, now can you please tell what is checked exception? You respond. What is checked exception? What is unchecked exception? Sir, somewhere at my childhood, somewhere I may heard from my students saying the exceptions which occurs at compile time are called checked exceptions. The exceptions which occurs at runtime are called unchecked exceptions, right? Sir, let me repeat again. The exceptions which occurs at compile time are called checked exceptions. The exceptions which occurs at runtime are called unchecked exception. Sir, this type of answers most of the people are going to tell. Even in your mind also, this definition may be there. Okay? This statement, 100% pakka wrong statement. Remember this one, sir. Whether exception is checked exception or unchecked exception, compulsory every exception should occur at runtime only. There is no chance of occurring any exception at a compile time. Then immediately we ask, sir, at compile time we are getting some errors. Those things are syntactical errors, but not the runtime exceptions. Remember this one, sir. Whether it is a checked exception, whether it is unchecked exception, always occurs at runtime only. Okay? At compile time there is no chance of occurring any exception. Okay? Compile time, what we are going to get? Syntactical errors. We have to correct those things. That is not exception. It is not part of exception handling. Clear for all of you, right? Okay, well. Then, sir, if this is not the definition, then what is checked exception or what is unchecked exception? Okay, very simple. I want to tell with a small analogy, you people can able to understand very easily, right? Sir, do you know, I hope you people remember your 10th class days. In our life, first time, do you know, we have public exams. Everyone is a bit panic about 10th class exams, okay, because they are, which is going to decide our life, our future. The 10th class exams, right? Everyone, including parents, also a bit panic. Assume that first day you are ready to start for the first exam. Do you know, I hope you people just remember your 10th class days. So you are ready to go for first day exam. Then at the house, n number of formalities are there. Do you know, special puja with the god. They're getting special puja. If I'm going to get 500 marks or 10 out of 10, then automatically I will come to directly Tirumala. I will hand over special agreement with the god. Special puja we are going to do that. Your all ticket, your pen, everything is going to take nearby god, and special puja we are going to do that. Next, you are ready to start for the exam. Assume that. Then automatically your mother or your sister is coming. Okay, sentiments are there, like all those. Do you know, just ready to start. Then immediately your mother is going to ask, "Arey, can you please cross check? Have you took all ticket or not?" Okay, usually whenever we are ready to go for the exam, most of the times our mother or father they will alert, "Arey, can you please cross check whether you took a hall ticket or not?" Okay, like now I have one small doubt, sir. If I'm not taking hall ticket, the problem at a runtime, invigilator is not examiner, is not allowed into exam hall. Okay, but there is no problem at the house. Are you getting? At the beginning, no problem. At runtime, there is a problem. If my mother is going to ask, "Arey, can you please cross check whether you took hall ticket or not?" If the mother is going to ask that, if we are checking whether I took hall ticket or not, then there is no chance of hall ticket missing. Are you getting that? There is no chance of hall ticket missing. Happily at runtime, my execution will become very smooth. Are you getting right? So hall ticket missing exception is a very common exception. If someone is going to alert about this hall ticket missing exception, then at runtime my execution of the program will be very smooth. Now my question is whether you took hall ticket or not. Who is checking? Who is checking here? Your mother is checking or your father is checking. The same way compiler will check. Compiler will check whether you are handling this particular exception or not. Boss, at runtime, maybe a chance of a particular exception is there. There is a possibility, man. Whether you are handling or not, compiler will check. If you are not handling, immediately compiler will get left and right. Remember that. The exceptions which are checked by compiler for smooth execution of the program at runtime, these exceptions are by default considered as what? Checked exceptions, right? So checked exceptions should be handled by programmer. How the programmer is going to handle? Try, catch, throws, that part we are going to discuss. The exceptions which are checked by compiler for smooth execution of the program at a runtime, whether programmer handling or not, these things are going to be checked by compiler. Such a type of exceptions are by default considered as checked exceptions. All the people are in a position to understand, right? Who is going to check? Checked exception. Checked exception. Who is going to check? Compiler will check whether the programmer handling this exception or not. Such a type of exceptions are by default considered as what? Checked exceptions, right? Clear? Not required to keep any explanation. That's why. So first exception, hall ticket missing exception. Are you getting? Hall ticket missing exception. This is the checked exception, right? Okay, mother can check, compiler is checking. Forget about compiler, mother is always going to check because it's a very common exception for the exam student. The people who are going for the exam, minimum in a center 10 to 20 members are always going to miss hall ticket, right? If the mother is going to alert, then there is no such type of problem. So the exceptions which are checked by mother, which are checked by compiler, whether the programmer handling or not, for smooth execution of the program at runtime, these exceptions are by default considered as what? Checked exceptions, right? Yes, friends, all the things are very clear. Let me go for one more example just to get the clarity, right? Sir, suppose, best example, this is also one example related to the exam only. Mother, first question she is asking, Arey, can you please cross check? Can you please cross check whether you took hall ticket or not? Okay, first case completed. You showed immediately, mother, I took already hall ticket. Don't worry, like you are telling, sir, you gave the bharosa. Okay, well, now the next thing, immediately mother will check. Arey, while writing exam, pen may not work. Are you getting? Pen may not work. It's a very common thing. In our regular class only, sometimes pen may not work. Okay, in the exam, it's also very common. Arey, while writing exam, pen may not work. So pen not working exception is a very common exception for the exam student. Correct or not? Pen not working exception. Arey, maybe a chance, man, your pen may not work. Are you taking extra pen or not? Mother asked, sir. Are you getting? So mother just asked her, are you taking extra pen or not? So now I have one doubt. If my pen is not working in the exam, then the problem is at runtime. But why the mother is asking at the beginning, Arey, have you took extra pen or not? Why the mother is going to ask? If the mother alert me about this situation, At runtime, yes, even pen is not working, I have alternative pens also, so that happily my program execution will become very smooth. Are you getting right? The exception which are checked by compiler whether programmer handling or not for smooth execution of the program at runtime, these exceptions are by default considered as what? Checked exceptions. I hope everyone in the position to understand, right? So whenever mother asked, Arey, if the pen not working, exception occurs, how you can handle? Then immediately I showed, mother, so I have 3 extra pens are there. By using these 3 extra pens, I can able to handle. Don't worry, like you told. So mother satisfied with all the answers, whatever answers you provided, then you are ready to start for the exam. Are you getting right? So same way here in our programming, compiler is going to check whether you are handling most commonly raised exceptions or not. So for if compiler is going to check if you are already prepared to handle at runtime, if really that exception is going to come, no problem at all. We are in a position to handle. Smooth execution of the program is guaranteed. Such type of exceptions which are checked by compiler are called checked exceptions. Clear for all of right? So pen not working exception, pen not working exception, okay, these things are checked exceptions, right? So theoretically, okay sir, can you please show with a small program so that we are in a position to understand clearly, right? You people may ask. Very simple sir, have a look once, observe a bit carefully sir. I'm taking a small program, class tester. I'm taking a small program, class tester. Public static void main method, public static void main method, string array args, public static void main string array args. Now print writer pw, print writer pw is equal to new print writer pw is equal to new print writer of abc.txt. Observe carefully. Print writer pw is equal to new print writer of abc.txt. pw dot print ln of hello, like this I took sir. pw dot print of hello, print ln of hello, like this I'm taking. Now print writer present inside java.io package. Are you getting right? That's why import java.io.star also I'm taking. Observe carefully sir. A small program I wrote. Now take a bit very special care. Sir, who is the responsible to check exception? Who is the responsible to check? Compiler will check whether the programmer handling or not. If the programmer not handling, compiler won't accept the code to compile. Immediately compile time error you are going to get. Observe that. Now I will ask, Arey, what activity I am doing? Just simply I am writing hello to abc.txt. That's all I am doing. Hello to abc.txt. This is what I am doing, right? Now I will ask the compiler. Hey, compiler, can you please compile this code? Are you getting? Compiler, can you please compile this code? Like this I'm asking the compiler. Then immediately compiler is going to tell, Durga, sorry, I can't compile. Hurry, I can't compile. Then I will ask what is the reason. Durga, you are trying to write hello to abc.txt. If abc.txt file is not available, then there may be a chance of file not found exception. Correct or not? In your program, there is a possibility of file not found exception where you didn't take care about this one. That's why, sorry, I don't want to handle. I'm not going to compile this code. I won't compile this code like compiler is going to tell. Are you getting? So compiler checking whether you are handling file not found exception or not. Okay, remember. So what compile time errors are? Exact compile time error. Observe. Unreported exception, java.io.file not found exception, java.io.file not found exception must be caught or declared to be, must be caught or declared to be thrown. Are you getting? Must be caught or declared to be thrown. This is the comparative error we are going to get. I hope you are in the position to understand, right? So simply compiler is asking, hey Durga, you didn't report about file not found exception. Okay, there is a possibility of file not found exception. So must be caught or declared to be thrown. This is the exact comparative error you are going to get. Sir, now I will ask one question. Is it the file not found exception occurs? No, it is not exception in thread main file not found exception. Compiler is telling Durga, there is a possibility of file not found exception. You didn't report about this exception. That's why I can't compile this code. This is like this compiler is going to ask. So means that file not found exception, whether you are handling or not handling, compiler is checking, right? That's why this file not found exception is considered checked exception, sir. File not found exception is the best example to understand what is the checked exception, right? Let me execute this code. Let me show this comparative error. Have a look once, sir. Very simple terminology here. Legend this. Sir, what is the code? Can you please guide? I forgot. Array print writer pw is equal to new print writer of abc dot txt. Print writer pw is equal to new print writer of abc dot txt. pw dot print ln or print anything you can take, no problem at all. Sir, hello, like this, right? And sir, print writer is available inside IO package import java.io.start. Okay, that's all. This is the program what we have. Now let me compile this code. Now let me compile this code, sir. Java C tester.java. Observe that very carefully. Durga, there is a possibility of file not found exception. You didn't report about this exception. How I can compile this code? Like this comparative error by default you are going to get, sir. Okay, remember that. Now have a look once. Observe carefully, sir. What is the exception we are getting? Unreported exception. File not found exception. Must be caught or declared to be thrown. Are you getting? Must be caught or declared to be thrown, sir. Means that file not found exception not occurs. Compiler is telling Durga, there is a possibility of file not found exception. Compulsory, you have to report either by using try catch or by using throws keyword. Like this compiler is going to search check. These type of exceptions are by default considered checked exceptions. All the people are in the position to understand, right? The most valuable important concept for the interview rooms are which is a checked exception. The exceptions which are checked by compiler for smooth execution of the program at a runtime, whether the programmer handling or not. Such type of checking is going to be done by compiler. Such type of thing is by default considered as checked exception. Can you please give an example for checked exceptions, sir? File not found exception. Next, hall ticket missing exception, pen not working exception. These things are examples for checked exceptions, right? Are you feeling comfortable? Respond, man. Are you feeling comfortable? Clear, right? Can I go for one more example so that our next exception handling life will become very easy? Just observe. Let me go for another small example, right? Here observe, I'm taking class test. Observe a bit very carefully, sir. Second example, class test. Public static void main method string array args. Public static void main string array args. Okay, now the next thing what I'm trying to take, system.out.println, I want to sleep very happily. I want to sleep very happily. Okay, like this, right? Sometimes we may not have that much happy sleep. Even just we are sleeping, that's all. So we may not. I want to sleep very happily. Okay. How much times thread dot sleep of 1000 milliseconds. Are you getting? Thread dot sleep of 1000 milliseconds. Now, in this program, of course, it's associated with multi-threading, where exception handling is a very common requirement. That scenario I'm explaining. In this program, how many threads are there? How many threads are there? Even in the last videos also I told. Okay, every Java program compulsory contain one thread. What is that thread, sir? Main thread. Regarding every Java program compulsory contains one thread. What is that thread? Main thread, right? Now, sir, do you know main thread want to sleep for some time. Main thread want to sleep for some time. How much time? 1000 milliseconds means 1 second main thread want to sleep, sir. This is the code what I wrote. After 1 second sleeping, the program will be stopped because no other code is there, sir. Now my question is, I will ask, Array compiler, can you please compile this code? Compiler, can you please compile this code? Like this I will ask. Simply, compiler is going to tell, Durga, I can't compile. Durga, I can't compile. Array, what is the problem? Simply compiler is going to ask, Durga, you are calling thread.sleep method. Main thread will entered into sleeping state. Are you getting? Main thread will entered into sleeping state. If the main thread entered into sleeping state, then there may be a chance other threads may interrupt this sleeping main thread. Yes, suppose you are in sleeping, man. In the room you are in sleeping. Your friend, Array, please wake up. Shall we go for movie? Or shall we go for chai? Or shall we go for class? Maybe a chance. Yeah, someone is going to interrupt. You are sleeping. So, some other thread may be a chance of interrupting this sleeping person. Sir, if a sleeping person got interrupted, immediately interrupted exception we are going to get. What is that exception? Interrupted exception we are going to get. Now the compiler will ask only one scenario, only one question. Durga, in your example, there may be a chance of interrupted exception. You didn't report about this exception. How I can compile this code? Are you getting, Durga? Whenever you are using sleep method, there is a possibility of interrupted exception. You didn't report about this exception. How I can compile this code? Compiler will always be left and right. What exact errors are? Observe that compile time error. Unreported exception. Which exceptions are? Interrupted exception. Unreported exception, interrupted exception must be caught or declared to be thrown. Regarding must be caught or declared to be thrown. This is the compile time error we are going to get. Sir, observe very carefully. Unreported exception, interrupted exception must be caught or declared to be thrown. It doesn't mean interrupted exception occurs. Are you getting it? It doesn't mean interrupted exception occurs. Just compiler simply telling that there is a possibility of interrupted exception. You didn't report about this exception. That's why. So I can't accept this code to compile. Like compile time error we are going to get. Are you getting right? The exceptions which are checked by compiler, whether programmer handling or not, for smooth execution of the program at runtime, such type of exceptions are called checked exceptions, right? Interrupted exception is another example for checked exception. Okay, sir, now let me execute this code. Have a look once. Sir, here have a look. Sir, class test public static void main. I want to sleep very happily. Thread.say. The danger line is about this one, sir. This is the most dangerous. Danger line. Now have a look once, sir, about this one. Now I'm trying to compile. What is the compile time error? Sir, unreported exception. which exceptions are java.lang.interrupted exception must be called or declared to be thrown. This is the compiler method you are going to get. So interrupted exception is another example for checked exceptions, right? Up to this is the clear. What is a checked exception? The exceptions which are checked by compiler for smooth execution of the program at runtime, whether programmer handling or not. Such type of exceptions are called checked exception. Can you give an example for checked exception? Okay, file not found exception, interrupted exception, hall ticket missing exception, pen not working exception. These things are checked exceptions. Everyone got the clarity? What is checked exception? By mistake, if interview person is asking what is checked exception, go left and right. Clear, right? Sir, in the last video, we covered very clearly what is checked exception with multiple examples, right? Now, we have to perform postmortem on unchecked exceptions so that you people can feel more comfortable. Sir, what is unchecked? Unchecked. Checked means compiler will check. Unchecked means compiler won't check. So let me go for a small normal analogy and then I will go for technical example. So do you know, your mother will check whether you are handling hall ticket missing exception or not, pen not working exception or not, like mother can check. Because missing hall ticket, pen not working, these things are the most commonly raised exceptions in the exam hall. Correct, right? That's why mother is always going to check. Now I have another small doubt. Mother can ask, whether you took hall ticket or not, whether you took extra pen or not. These things every mother or every father before going for the exam, every parents are always going to ask. Now I have one small doubt. Assume that if you are going, if you entered in the exam hall, of course you are writing the exam. So while writing the exam, just beside, suddenly there's a big bomb blast is going to be happen. Are you getting? There's a big bomb blast is going to be happen. How you can handle the situation? Is your mother can ask like this? Durga, while writing the exam, just beside, there's a bomb blast is going to be happen. How you can handle this situation? If the mother can ask, if you forgot all ticket, how you can handle? If the pen is not working, how you can handle? Mother can ask, there's a big bomb blast is happening just beside you. So how you can handle? If the mother can ask, never. By mistake, if the mother is asking such a type of question, I don't want to go for the exam. Even by mistake, if I'm going for the exam hall, my concentration is not on the exam paper, my concentration is on beside any bomb is there or not. That's why, so no mother will ask such a type of questions. Okay, but is it possible for bomb blast exception in the exam hall or not? Yes, man, yes. But very rare. Out of 1 crore times, maybe one time. But in India, as of now, bomb blast not reported in the exam hall. Remember, don't worry about that. Okay, that is very rare. That's why mother will ask commonly occurred problems only. Okay, very rarely occurred things my mother is not going to ask. Are you able to understand? Same way, there are some exceptions which are not checked by compiler. Okay, compiler won't check. Such type of exceptions are by default considered as unchecked exception. Can you please give an example? Best example, bomb blast exception. Are you getting? Best example, bomb blast exception is the example of unchecked exception, right? Okay, well, now my question, take very special care, sir. Can you please give an example for technically, can you please give an example so that we can able to understand easily, sir? Observe carefully, right? Here I'm taking class test. Okay, public static void main method, public static void main string array args. Just my target is system.out.println 10/0 I'm taking, sir. System.out.println 10/0. Just I'm taking like this, right? Now I will ask the compiler, can you please compile my code? Compiler, can you please compile my code? Like Simply compiler, what is going to tell? Durga, no problem, happily I can compile, like the code is going to be compiled. Then immediately you may get the shock. Array, there is a possibility of arithmetic exception, but still compiler is the silent because arithmetic exception, whether you are handling or not, my compiler is not going to check. Are you getting? Compiler never going to check whether you are handling arithmetic exception or not. That's why arithmetic exception is not checked by compiler, okay, which is unchecked exceptions, right? Okay, the exceptions which are unchecked, which are not checked by compiler, whether the programmer handling or not, such type of exceptions are by default considered as unchecked exceptions. Okay, best example, arithmetic exception, no compile time error but at runtime, exception in thread main, exception in thread main java.lang. arithmetic exception division by 0. So this is not a compile time problem, this is the problem at runtime. It is the runtime exception, right? That's why arithmetic exception is not a checked exception, it is unchecked exception. Clear, right? Okay, so just take a bit very special care. Let me execute this code, sir. Have a look once here. Class test I'm taking, class test 10 by 0. Have a look once, class test public static void main 10 by 0, like this I'm taking, sir. Now I will ask the compiler, can you please compile my code? Compiler, can you please compile my code? Java C test.java. Happily the code compiles fine, no problem at all. Happily the code compiles fine, no problem at all. Now Java test. Are you getting? Java test. If I can ask like this, at runtime I'm getting exception in thread main java.lang. arithmetic exception division by 0. So even arithmetic exception is coming at runtime, but my compiler never going to object about this one because compiler never worry about arithmetic exception because it is unchecked exception, right? Are you getting? The most commonly raised exception, sir, compiler is always going to check. Rarely occurred exception, compiler won't check. Such type of exceptions are by default considered as unchecked exceptions. Is it clear for all of you, right? So can you please give an example for unchecked exception? Bomb blast exception, arithmetic exception. These things are examples for unchecked exception. Can you please give an example for checked exception? The exceptions which are checked by compiler, whether programmer handling or not, such type of exceptions are called checked exception. Hall ticket missing exception, pen not working exception, file not found exception, interrupted exception. These examples are checked exception, but these arithmetic exception, bomb blast exception, these are examples for unchecked exceptions. Up to this is the clear for all of you, right? If you feel comfortable, then I will go for which are checked exceptions, which are unchecked exceptions, right? Sir, let me go for another small example to get much clarity on checked exception so that you people can feel more comfortable. Do you know, have you ever heard about Safari? Okay, Safari team, South Africa team is called Safari team. Safari. What it means, Safari? Safari means you can go into the forest to see wild animals. Do you know that tour name is called Safari, right? Here, assume you took the ticket for Safari. There is a special vehicles will be there. Okay, even animals are going to attack, protection by default will be there. Like you have to take 600 rupees or something, like you have to take the ticket. And you have to enter into that vehicle, right? Now 10 kilometers or 15 kilometers through inside deep forest, they will bring so that you can see wild animals live directly, naturally, right? That is called Safari. Do you know, one time I went somewhere in Bandipur, near Karnataka, Mysore, Bandipur. Just I went for the Safari, sir. I took the ticket, just I approached, I came nearer to the vehicle. Then there are some security people are there. Security people just objected me, sir, you are not allowed for Safari, like. Then immediately I asked, why I not allowed? I have the ticket, like. Sir, you are not allowed for the Safari, like. Then I asked, what the reason, like. Sir, you used a very dark color shirt, okay, very dark blazing color shirt. If this type of shirt is there, if a blazing color, okay, what shirt if you are using, maybe animals there is a maximum chance to attack. Are you getting? Wild animals maybe a chance to attack. That's why. So you can't use this dark color shirt. Compulsory you require to change your shirt. Then only we are allowed for the safari, like they told. Hurry, it doesn't mean animals came and attacked me. No. The security people are alerting me, sir. You didn't, you are using so very blazing color or dark color shirt, which are going to be so attracted or feared by animals. There is a maximum chance to attack. That's why, sorry, with this dress we are not allowed. Then immediately, so my luggage is very far. Then immediately nearby one cloth showroom is there. Then I took the new shirt, I changed my shirt. Then they are allowed me. Observe a bit very carefully, right? So have you observed, right? So why security people object me? Because at runtime there may be a chance of problem. Okay, to prevent that, these people are going to alert me. Such a type of exceptions are by default considered as checked exceptions, right? Are you getting right? Animal attack exception. There is a possibility. Animal attack exception, which is the checked exception, man. Compiler will check whether you are in the position to handle or not. Clear, right? Okay. Come back. In the last session, I covered about exception handling hierarchy. Which class acts as root for exception? Total Java exceptions and errors are throwable class acts as a root, right? Now this throwable contain two child classes. One is exception, the second one is error. Are you getting? One is exception, second one is error. Under exception, runtime exception, arithmetic exception, null pointer exception, class cast exception, index out of bounds exception, array index out of bounds, string index out of bounds, like multiple things are there under runtime. Similarly, under exception, IO exception is there. Under IO, EOF exception, file not found exception. Next, interrupted exception, servlet exception, SQL exception, remote exception, like multiple things are available. Similarly, error also. Error, virtual machine error, stack overflow error, out of memory error, like. So now my question is, among all these things, which are checked, which are unchecked? Are you getting? Which are checked, which are unchecked? So which things compiler will check whether you are handling or not? Which things compiler ignore? It is not going to check whether programmer handling or not. Which are checked, which are unchecked? Compulsory you people should have clear clarity about this terminology, right? Okay? Listen carefully. What about errors, right? Errors. Sir, simple. In the last somewhere I covered, errors are non-recoverable. Okay? If an error occurs, being a programmer, you can't do anything. Just we have to see, that's all. The program will be terminated abnormally. Because errors are not caused by our program. Errors are caused by due to lack of system resources. Okay. So here, if out of memory error is coming, being a programmer, what you can do? Nothing. I can't do anything because errors are non-recoverable. Program will be terminated abnormally. Exception handling concept not applicable for these bloody things, right? Now the question is, take very special care. Error, is there any chance compiler will ask the programmer, compiler will ask, Durga, there is a possibility of out of memory error. How you can handle? Durga, how you can handle? Is there any such type of possibility the compiler is going to ask me? By mistake, if the compiler will ask this question, okay, then I will give left and right to the compiler. Bloody compiler, errors I can't handle. That is not my job. Why you are asking this question to me? That's why. So errors are non-recoverable. We are not responsible to handle. We can't handle also. Out of memory error is coming. What I can do? System admin or server admin is responsible to increase the memory. So program will be terminated abnormally. They are responsible to increase, not by the programmer, right? That's why errors, compiler never going to ask the programmer whether you are handling or not. That's why all errors are, all errors are unchecked. Remember this one, sir, all errors are unchecked. Observe that a bit very carefully, sir. Every error by default unchecked. Similarly, here say this one. What about runtime exception? Runtime exceptions because of our runtime values. Okay, so runtime exception and its child classes. Observe very carefully. Runtime exception and its child classes. Error and its child classes are unchecked. Are you getting? Just observe very carefully, sir. Runtime exception and its child classes. Next, error and its child classes are unchecked, sir. So it is also unchecked. It's also unchecked, sir. So this corner, runtime exception and its child classes, error and its child classes are unchecked. Except these two groups, all the remaining are checked exceptions only, except this runtime exception and child classes, error and child classes. Every remaining thing is by default checked one only. Throwable checked, sir. Next, exception checked. IO exception checked. EOF exception, file not found exception, interrupted exception, servlet exception, remote exception. All these things are checked exceptions only. So which are checked, which are unchecked? You people should have clear clarity. Runtime exception and its child classes, error and its child classes are unchecked, except that all the remaining things in our exception hierarchy are checked exceptions. Compiler is always going to check whether you are handling or not. Yes, this part, sir. But unchecked area, compiler never going to check. Everyone in the position to understand what is checked, what is unchecked exceptions, right? Sir, up to this checked and unchecked exceptions, it's very clear. Now the next cinema, very important, sir. What is fully checked exception, partially checked exception? Of course, in the checked exceptions, again two categories are there. What is fully checked exception, partially checked exception? Very simple, sir. Do you know, when we say that a checked exception is said to be fully checked, and when we say that a checked exception is said to be partially checked, sir, checked versus unchecked only we are getting the problem to understand. Then why this fully checked and partially checked? Somewhere in the next sessions this concept may be helpful. That's why compulsory you people should aware, sir. Okay, well, sir, now just very simple. If you go to shopping mall, okay, with your kid, do you have the kids? Do you have the kids? Yes or no? Don't tell no. Even you are not having the kids, just tell soon, we will bless, sir. Just soon, we will get the kid. Okay, so like you have to tell soon. Okay, anyway, you went to the shopping mall with your kid. In the shopping malls, security these days is very common, right? Now, in the shopping mall, they are going to check only parent. So metal detector is there. They are going to check only parents, but small kid, they never going to check. Ignore. This type of checking is called partial checking. Are you getting? Partially checked. So parent should be checked, but kid not required to check. Kid need not be checked. Such a type of checking is called partial checking. Just observe general word. Full checking means if you go to the airport to travel to some other place with your kid. In the airport, whether you are parent or kid, everyone should be checked properly. Are you getting? Parent should be checked, kid also should be checked. Are you getting? Parent should be checked, kid also should be checked. This type of checking is called full checking. Are you getting right? Fully checked. So partially checked, fully checked, what it means? So parent compulsory checked, child need not be checked. This type of thing is called partially checked. Okay, parent compulsory checked, but parent and child both compulsory should be checked. Such a type of checking is called full checking. Observe a bit very carefully, sir. Best example. IO exception. Have you observed? IO exception. This IO exception is checked. It is a checked, sir, because it is not under runtime, it is not under error. It is not under runtime exception error, it is a checked. It is a checked. It's a child also checked, sir. The child is also checked. That's why. So IO exception is said to be fully checked exception because, sir, it is already checked. All its child classes also checked, fully checked. Sir, interrupted exception fully checked. Servlet exception fully checked. Remote exception fully checked, sir. All these are fully checked. Sir, now what about exception? Exception is checked because it is not under runtime exception. It is a checked, sir. So exception is checked, but some of its child classes are unchecked. Are you getting? Some are checked, some are unchecked. That's why exception is partially checked. Exception is partially checked. Observe carefully, sir. Exception itself is what? Partially checked. Next, what about throwable? Throwable is also checked, sir. Checked. Basically, it is the checked. Next, because it is not under runtime exception, it is not under error, it is checked. So, for this, some child classes are unchecked, some child classes are checked. That's why it is also partially checked. It is also partially checked. Remember this one. So, if the parent is checked, but the child need not be checked, such a type of thing is called partially checked. If the parent is checked and the child is also checked, such a type of thing is by default considered fully checked. Remember this one. So, it is what? Fully checked, but these things are partially checked. Sir, now, can you please tell any three partially checked exceptions in our exception hierarchy? Any three partially checked exceptions in our exception hierarchy? Please confirm. Already two things already there. Throwable and partial and exception. These two are partially checked. Sir, just this total is unchecked. In the case of unchecked, partially fully checked, no. It is unchecked. Next, fully checked. So, the only possible partially checked exceptions in Java, the only possible partially checked exceptions in Java are only two things. One is throwable, second one is exception. Only these two are partially checked exceptions. Except these, all the remaining are fully checked only. Remember that. I mean, fully checked exceptions only. But, sir, except that unchecked. Unchecked already you people aware. Clear, right? So, very important question for the interview room. What is partially checked? What is fully checked? Or what is checked? What is unchecked? Can you explain with an example? Then you should be in a position to answer. Clear, right? Okay, I will give some small things. Okay, you have to identify whether these are fully checked or partially checked, right? Okay? Sir, up to this it's very clear what is checked, unchecked, partially checked, fully checked, right? Sir, now I have some exceptions are there. You have to tell which are checked or unchecked or partially checked or fully checked, sir. Can you please observe? First one, IO exception. Is it a checked or unchecked? Can you please confirm? Is it a checked or unchecked? It is checked because it is not under runtime exception. It is not under error. IO exception is checked, sir. Next, IO exception is checked and all its child classes also checked. That's why this one is fully checked. Remember this one. So, the first one, if you observe, it is checked. It is checked. Of course, it is fully checked. Are you getting? It is a fully checked exception, right? Okay. So, it's very clear about first one. First one, IO exception, checked, fully checked. Next, what is a runtime exception? Just now I told runtime exception and all its child classes. Runtime exception and all its child classes are unchecked. That's why. So simply it is unchecked, sir. Simply this one is unchecked. Unchecked. Okay. Sir, now what about interrupted exception? What about interrupted exception, right? interrupted exception, okay, is not under runtime exception, is not under error. That's why it is a checked, and it is not having the child. If any child is there, it is also checked. That's why it is a fully checked. Interrupted exception is what? Fully checked exception. Okay, let me take, sir, here it is interrupted exception is also fully checked, sir. Okay, like it is the checked at the same time fully. Sir, what about error? What about error? Error, sir. Error and its child classes are unchecked. I told right, error and its child classes are unchecked, right? So runtime exception and its child classes, error and its child classes are unchecked. That's why error is unchecked. Okay, now let me take, it is unchecked, sir. Okay, sir, what about throwable? Have you remembered, right? Throwable is not a child class of runtime exception, is not a child class of error. That's why obviously this one is checked exception, sir. But for throwable, some child classes are unchecked, like runtime exception, error, these are unchecked. That's why throwable is checked but partially checked. Observe that carefully, sir. Throwable is checked but partially checked. Regarding it is partially checked, not fully checked, right? Okay, well, now what about arithmetic exception? Arithmetic exception is the child class of runtime exception. Runtime exception and all its child classes are unchecked exceptions, right? That's why runtime exception, I mean arithmetic exception is unchecked. Null pointer exception is also unchecked, because arithmetic exception, null pointer exception, these are child classes of runtime exception. That's why these two things are unchecked. Observe carefully, sir. Here just arithmetic exception is unchecked. Next null pointer exception is also unchecked, because both are child classes of runtime exception, right? Next, what about exception? Sir, exception is not under runtime exception, is not under error. That's why it is a checked exception, right? But some of child classes of exception, like runtime exception, is unchecked. That's why, so it is partially checked. It is partially checked exception, sir. Have a look once here. Here this is, sir, checked only, but it is partially checked, sir. It is the checked only, but it is partially checked. Okay, like next, what is file not found exception? What is the file not found exception? File not found exception is a child class of IO which is not under runtime, which is not under error. Obviously it is the checked, sir. So no child class is there for file not found exception. Obviously it is fully checked exception. File not found exception is what? Fully checked exception. Okay, have a look once, sir. So it is checked, but this one is fully checked exception. Any doubt about this one, sir? So just my intention of covering all these things, so your concept will get much clarity. At the same time, yeah, if you are having any doubts, automatically will be clarified. That's all, sir. This is about what is checked and unchecked exceptions. Most valuable, important concept for the interview room, even to learn the next topics in exception handling. Take a bit very special care about this concept. Clear? Hi friends, in the last videos we covered very clearly what is the difference between checked exception, unchecked exception, exception hierarchy, default exception handling in Java, next runtime stack mechanism, next general introduction to exception handling. Up to this we covered all these things, right? So now whatever we covered, just the theoretical things. So you may feel bored, you may not get that much interest, like, but the next things what I'm going to discuss are very interesting things, because programmatic exception handling we are going to start. So now I have to talk about what is a try, what is the catch block, what is the purpose of finally block. So next throw keyword, throws keyword, like all the things, very interesting things we are going to discuss. So it's a good news for you, right? right. Okay, well, next, what is the next topic we have to discuss? Sir, customized exception handling by using try catch. Customized exception handling by using try catch, right? What is the, how you can use a try? Which code we have to take inside try block? Which code we have to take inside catch block? All these things you people should get very clearly, right? So now let me go for a small example. Without a try catch, what problem we are facing? So to overcome this problem, how you can use a try catch? Just have a look once. I don't know, sir, try catch. Without try catch, sir. Sir, very simple example I'm taking. Class test, public static void main method I'm taking. String array args, public static void main string array args. Now system.out.println SOP here just I'm taking system.out.println statement 1 I'm taking, sir. Statement 1. Next system.out.println 10 by 0 system.out.println statement 3 I'm taking, sir. Statement 3, that's all. So I don't know exception handling, I don't know try catch, that's why I didn't use like this, right? I didn't use. Can you please tell what is the output we are going to get? What is the output we are going to get if I execute this code? Is it normal termination or is it abnormal termination? Very simple. So if I execute this code, statement 1 will be printed normally. But while executing this line, SOP of 10 by 0, arithmetic exception will be raised. But there is no handling code. You are not having any handling code. Immediately, the program will be terminated here only. Are you getting? The program will be terminated here only. Runtime exception, arithmetic exception, division by 0, like this, right? Sir, this is abnormal termination. The program stopped in the middle only. That's why I can use the word, this one is abnormal termination, right? Sir, abnormal termination never recommended. It is highly recommended to handle exceptions, right? Sir, why it is not recommended? Very simple. Because of abnormal termination, we may miss something, we may lose something, we may block our resources. That's why abnormal termination is a non-graceful termination, which is never be recommended. In the last videos, I explained very clearly, sir. Of course, here observe. Suppose assume that, sir, this code is first line open DB connection. Assume the first line open DB connection. Second line SOP of 10 by 0. Of course, here second line read the data from DB. Third one, sir, okay, close DB connection. Connection like this, right? Observe carefully. So what is the first line? Assume open database connection. Next, the second line, sir, read the data from database. Third one, close DB connection, right? Sir, I open database connection successfully, but while reading data from the database, assume that I got SQL exception. Assume that I got SQL exception. While reading data from the database, I'm getting SQL exception, but you didn't handle, the program will be terminated here only. If the program terminated here, who is going to close the DB connection? No one is going to close the DB connection. That's why, okay? So one database connection will be wasted in this abnormal termination. So because of abnormal termination, we may block some resources, we may miss something, we may lose something. That's why never recommended abnormal termination. Highly recommended, compulsory we should handle exceptions, right? Is it clear for all of you, right? So is it a normal termination or abnormal termination? Abnormal termination. Is it graceful termination? Non-graceful termination. Non-graceful, because we are missing something. Non-graceful termination, right? Okay, same example with exception handling I want to discuss so that you people can feel more comfortable, right? Okay, here with the exception handling means with the try catch. Are you getting? With the try catch. Observe carefully, sir. With the try catch. Now, do you know in this total code, which code may raise an exception? At line number 1 or line number 2 or line number 3? Can you please confirm? Which code may raise an exception? May raise an exception? Sir, line number 1, I mean statement 1 or this one or this one. So, this line, okay, this line may raise the problem. The code which may raise an exception, that code is called risky code. Are you getting? The code which may raise an exception, that code is called what? Risky code. That risky code we have to take inside the try block. Are you getting that? That risky code where we have to take, sir? Inside the try block we have to take risky code. Observe a bit very carefully about this one, sir. Here try block I am taking. Here just I am taking try block. Within the try block, here risky code I am taking, sir. What is the code I am taking? Risky code I am taking inside a try block. Is it clear for all of you, right? So the code which may raise an exception, that code is by default considered as risky code. That risky code we have to take inside a try block. Clear for all of you? Next, in this risky code, if any exception raised, where we have to take corresponding handling code inside catch block. Are you getting? Where we require to take corresponding handling code inside catch block. Here some catch exception. Here we have to write handling code. Here we require to write which code, sir? Handling code. Observe very carefully, sir. So the code which may raise an exception, that code is called risky code, but not whiskey code. Whiskey is also risky only, right? Okay, risky code. Inside the risky code, if an exception raised, then immediately corresponding catch block is going to handle, and once I handle, remaining code will be continued normally. Remember this one, sir. So how to use a try block, how to use a catch block, you people should be aware. So inside try block, which code we are going to take? Risky code. The code which may raise an exception, risky code we have to take inside try block. The corresponding handling code we have to take inside catch block, right? Okay, same program with the try catch, sir, exception handling code, what I have to take? Observe carefully. Here I am taking class test, public static void main method, public static void main method, string array args. Okay, string array args. Now SOP of statement 1, it is not risky code. SOP of statement 1, it is not risky code. That's why take normally. System.out.println statement 1 take normally. But SOP 10/0 is the risky code. Maybe a chance to raise arithmetic exception. That's why here try block I am taking. Inside a try block, risky code I am taking. System.out.println 10/0. Try block SOP of 10/0. Now, sir, catch block. Here I am taking catch block, catch. Sir, if arithmetic exception raised, because here in this risky code, which exception there is a possibility? Arithmetic exception. Because being a programmer, you know, this code, what type of problems may be a chance to rise, what type of exceptions may be a chance to rise, you should aware. Catch arithmetic exception. Catch arithmetic exception is. So while executing this code, if any exception is coming, if any problem is coming, can you please execute this alternative code? Alternative code handling code is nothing but SOP of 10/2. Regarding is nothing but SOP of 10/2. Try catch block. After that, here, now the remaining SOP of statement 3 we have to take. SOP of statement 3 we require to take, sir. Now observe the flow. Sir, is it normal termination or abnormal termination? Have a look once. Sir, statement 1. So, what is the output we are going to get? Statement 1, sir. 1. Sir, now, while executing this one, arithmetic exception riser, immediately the control will comes to catch block. Regarding immediately, the control will comes to catch block, right? Sir, now, SOP of 10 by 2 means 5, sir. 10 by 2 means 5. After that, sir, exception riser, handle, now remaining code will be continued normally. That's why SOP of, sir, statement 3 will be printed. Can you please tell, is it normal termination or abnormal termination? Normal termination. Even though something goes wrong, we handled that by using catch block. It is a normal termination. Normal termination. It is the graceful termination. I can use the word, it is a graceful termination. We are not going to miss anything, sir. This is the way how you can handle exceptions by using try catch. Is it very clear for all of you? So inside try block, which code we have to take? Risky code. The code which may raise an exception, that code we have to take inside a try block. The corresponding handling code where we have to take inside catch block, sir. Okay. So once I handle, then rest of the code will be continued normally. This is the way how to use try catch. The first two keywords in Java exception handling is sir, this what you people should aware, sir. Sir, now let me execute this total scenario. Have a look once, sir. I'm taking a simple example. Here a simple example I'm taking, sir. Observe carefully, right? Yeah. A simple example. Here I'm taking just observe statement 1. Here this is the statement 1 I'm taking, sir. Next here this is the statement 2. Statement 3 I'm taking like this. Can you please tell, is it normal termination or abnormal termination? Obviously this one is abnormal termination. What is the reason for that? Because you didn't write any try catch blocks yet this line arithmetic exception will be raised, terminated abnormally without executing third line. Okay, have a look once. Have a look. What is the answer? By default we are going to get here is, sir, observe carefully. Java C test.java Java test. Observe statement 1 executed and then abnormal termination. Are you getting? Where is the statement 3? Statement 1 executed and then abnormal termination. Arithmetic exception division by 0. So it is a non-graceful termination, never be recommended. We should handle. That's why what I have to take is, sir, in this total code, total code, which code is the risky code, sir? In this total 3 lines, sir, this code is the risky code. What is the reason for that? This code may raise an exception. That's why it is called a risky code, right? Okay. Now Java's here this risky code we have to take inside a try block, sir. Just observe a bit very carefully, sir. We are taking inside try block. Next handling code where we have to take, sir, inside catch block. Okay. Now arithmetic exception. If arithmetic exception is going to come, now instead of this line, can you please perform? Can you please execute alternative line? Regarding, can you please execute alternative line? Next statement 3 will be executed, right? Sir, observe. So here statement 1 will be executed normally. Sir, while executing this line, if arithmetic exception raised, immediately the control will comes to catch block. Sir, after completing catch block, remaining code will be executed normally. That's why it is a normal termination, graceful termination. We are not going to miss anything. Let me execute this code. Observe carefully, sir. Here the code compiles fine. And then if I'm trying to execute statement 1, statement 5, statement 3, no exception, no abnormal termination. That's all. So everyone can able to understand how to use customized exception handling, how you can implement customized exception handling by using try catch. Inside try, which code we have to take? Please respond. Inside the try, which code we have to take? Sir, risky code we have to take. The code which may raise an exception, risky code we have to take. Inside catch block, which code we require to take, sir? Inside catch block, corresponding handling code we have to take. Inside try, if an exception rises, immediately catch block is going to get in the chance. So after completing catch block, remaining code will be executed normally. It is the normal termination. Clear, friends? Hi friends, in the last video we covered very clearly how to handle exceptions by using try catch. Sir, within the try, risky code, inside catch block, we have to write handling code. It's very clear. Now my next thing, very important, very interesting, sir. What is control flow in try catch block? Observe this one, control flow inside try catch. Okay, here observe, try block is there. In that statement 1, statement 2, statement 3. Total how many statements are there inside try block, sir? 3 statements are there. Catch block, x, it can be any exception. Sir, statement 4. Sir, after completing catch block, statement 5 is there, sir. Okay, like total 5 statements are there where I use a try catch also. Now my question is, if an exception rises at statement 1, what will happen? Statement 2, what will happen? Statement 3, what will happen? 4, what will happen? 5. Like each and every statement, if an exception rises, what is the flow we have to aware? So most of your doubts also will be clarified from this basic flow. Just take a bit special care to understand, sir. Sir, first case, multiple cases I will discuss. First case, if there is no exception, sir, exception not raised at runtime, can you please tell which statements will be executed, sir? 1, 2, 3 will be executed normally. 1, 2, 3. Catch block won't be executed. Regarding catch block won't be executed because there is no exception. If there is no exception, catch is not going to execute. Sir, catch. Now statement 5. Statement 5. And then normal termination. Sir, is it normal or abnormal? If there is no exception, obviously normal termination. Take very special care. If there is no exception, so except the catch block, all the remaining statements will be executed normally. This is the case 1. Now case 2, sir. If an exception rises at a statement 2. If an exception rises at a statement 2. And the corresponding catch block matched. If an exception rises at statement 2, here exception rises and the corresponding catch block means matched, corresponding catch block matched. What will happen? Now take very special care. 1 will be executed normally. 1 will be executed normally. But while executing 2, the problem came, some exception rises. Immediately corresponding catch block is there. Now statement 4 executed. Yeah, take very special care. After statement 4, either statement 3, remaining part of try block, will be executed or not. Ayo, respond. Very important. For most of the students here, there is a doubt. Compulsory, you should have clear clarity. Sir, now statement 2, there is a problem. Catch block executed. After executing catch block, now statement 3 will be executed or not. Okay, remember a bit very carefully. Inside the try block, we have to write the main flow. Main flow. Of course, the risky code main flow. If there is any problem is coming, then immediately catch block contain alternative flow. Alternative flow will be executed, right? Now, in the main flow, if you are facing the problem, then immediately alternative flow executed. After executing alternative flow, what the need of going back to the try? Are you getting? Suppose if the bus ticket is not available, then I will try for the train ticket. Once you got the train ticket, are you going to try for the bus ticket again? No. That's why. So within the try block, if an exception rises, control came to catch block. After executing catch block, the control never go back to try block, sir. Remaining code will be executed normally. So inside the try block, if at any statement an exception rises, even though you handle that exception, rest of the try block is not going to be executed. Take very special care, sir. That's why, do you know, statement 1 executed, now to the problem corresponding catch block matched. If the corresponding catch block matched, immediately statement 4 will be executed. After that, regular remaining statements will execute. 5 followed by normal termination. 1 next while to the problem 4 and then 5 normal termination. That's what you should aware. Sir, very very important conclusion. Inside a try block, if an exception rises, sir, even you handle that exception, rest of the try block never going to be executed. That's why inside the try block we have to take only risky code but not the normal code. Remember that. Sir, most of the people, do you know, most of the people are having worst kind of programming approach they followed, sir. What that is, assume I have one program, class test is there, sir. Public static void main method is there, string array args. Do you know, almost around 10,000 lines of the code is there, sir. How many lines of the code inside main method? 10,000 lines of the code is there. 10,000 lines of the code is there, sir. Now, if anywhere the problem is coming, most of the people what they are going to do is, sir, we will take try block here. And at last catch block they will write at last, sir. Catch some exception here like end of the main line. So total 10,000 lines of the code they will keep inside a try block, inside a single try, and then catch block right. It is a very worst kind of programming practice. What the reason for that is, suppose unfortunately at line number 1 only exception rises, sir. At line number 1 exception rises, immediately the control will comes to catch block. Sir, with the rest of the try block is not going to be executed. Without executing 9,999 lines of the code, sir, without executing these many lines of the code, what is the use of executing catch block? That's why inside the try block we have to take only risky code but not normal code. Length of the try block should be as less as possible. Very very important, sir. Then immediately we may have, sir, multiple risky areas are there inside my main method. Okay, like here this is my code. Here one risky area, here also one risky area, here also one risky area is there. Multiple risky areas are there. Don't take a total thing inside a single try. What you have to take? Better to take try and then catch block here. Try catch block. Next try and then catch block here. Try catch block. Next try and then catch block. So for every risky area you can take separate try block, separate try catch, separate try catch. This type of thing is recommended, but don't include normal code inside the try block. The length of the try block should be as less as possible. Remember this good programming practices, right? But anyway, as per our requirement, okay, inside the try block, if anywhere an exception rises, rest of the try block won't be executed even though we handle that exception. Are you clear for all of you, right, up to this? So that's all. This is the case exception is arithmetic exception, but this catch block for null pointer exception. So the problem rises is a heart problem, but doctor is available, eye specialist is available. Are you getting right? So riser problem, arithmetic exception, but here catch block is available for null pointer exception. The corresponding catch block not matched. If the corresponding catch block not matched, it is always abnormal termination. Remember this one, sir. It's always abnormal termination. That's why 1 followed by abnormal termination. Remaining code never going to execute. Sir, after 1 at statement 2 only, the problem will be stopped. The program will be stopped by raising that exception. Are you in the position to understand up to this, right? Next, fourth one, sir. If an exception raised yet a statement 4 or statement 5, take very special care. Sir, now statement 4 is available inside catch block. Are you getting? Statement 4 is available inside catch block. Catch block, sir. Sir, first thing what you should aware, don't feel exceptions will be raised only in the try block. Exceptions may be a chance of rising inside catch block, inside finally blocks also. Exception, don't feel it's always going to be raised only in the try block. Inside catch also contains Java code only, finally also contains Java code only. So anywhere there is a possibility to raise an exception. Next, one more very important thing, sir. Suppose I have try block is there. Now there are some statements are there, sir. Okay, there are some statements are there. Now catch block is there. Assume that catch block is there. Like here, if there is a problem among these lines anywhere, so if there is a problem among these lines anywhere, immediately the corresponding catch block will execute. So this catch block acts as guard to these try statements, right? Suppose here there is a problem at statement 1 outside of try. Can you please confirm? Is this catch block is responsible for that? No. This catch block responsible to handle exceptions which are raised because of try block statements only. So catch is always associated with the try, but not for the remaining statements. Okay? If there is a problem at a statement 1, there is a problem at a statement 1, do you know this catch block is not responsible to handle? It is always abnormal termination. Best example, sir. For your house, you kept one security person. If there is any problem is coming in your house, maybe some robbery or maybe some robbers are coming, like your security person can handle, sir. Suppose there is a problem in the neighbor's house, your security person is not responsible. Are you getting right? This catch block responsible only for this statement. Okay, only for the try block statements, not for the remaining statements. So the conclusion is, if any statement which raises an exception, exception outside of try block, then catch blocks are not responsible. It is always abnormal termination. Remember that, sir. Okay. Now, sir, here this statement, is it inside the try block or outside try block? Outside try block. So these are the only things inside a try. Are you getting? These statements are inside try, but this catch block statement outside a try. Are you getting? If any statement raises an exception which is not inside a try block, then it is always abnormal termination. So if any statement raises exception inside catch block, believe me, it is always abnormal termination. Then, sir, you may ask how you can handle. Simple. Inside catch block, you can take again try catch. Possible, sir. By using this one, if you want, you can handle. Okay, like now, have you come back to our scenario? Sir, inside catch block, if there is an exception raised, it is not a part of try statement. That's why it is always abnormal termination. Are you getting right? So, because it is not there inside the try, abnormal termination. Can you please tell, if there is an exception raised at statement 5, if an exception raised at statement 5, is it normal termination or abnormal termination? Please confirm. Is it normal or abnormal termination? Abnormal, because it is not part of statement, it is not part of try block. Okay? If any statement raising an exception, not a part of try block, it is always abnormal termination. That's why if an exception raised at a statement 4 or statement 5, it is always abnormal termination. You should aware. Even in the next classes also, I will use this concept. So that's why you have to aware clearly, right? So at 1 or 2 or 3, anywhere problem is coming, then if the catch block matched, it will execute. If the catch block not matched, abnormal termination. Inside catch block, if an exception rises, abnormal termination. Sir, outside the catch block, if an exception rises here, abnormal termination. Next, the length of try block should be as less as possible. Okay, normal code don't try to include inside try block, because inside try block, if anywhere an exception rises, then the rest of the try block is not going to be executed even though you handle that exception. That's why try block length should be as less as possible. Clear, right? So all these things are included in our material. Happily just go through so that you people can feel more comfortable, right? Clear for all of you, right? Sir, in the last videos we covered very clearly, so how to handle exceptions by using try catch, what is the control flow in try catch, right? Sir, now sometimes it's a common requirement to print exception information. Sir, I want to print exception information to the console. Which methods are there? Okay, just there are 3 methods are available. What is the first one, sir? Okay, print stack trace. What are the methods, sir? Can you please spell out? Print e dot print stack trace. Print stack trace. So this is one method which is available, right? Sir, sometimes we may go for e dot toString method also, or simply print SOP of e. Are you getting? SOP of e. Whenever we are trying to print any object reference, internally toString method will be called. So SOP of e or SOP of e dot toString. E dot toString. Both the things are always the same, sir. E or e dot toString. Sir, sometimes the people are going to follow this approach, or some people may follow sir system dot out dot println e dot get a message. Are you getting? E dot get message also. Okay, these are 3 ways to print exception information to the console. Can you please tell what is the first one? Simply you can call print stack trace. Second one, sir, your toString method, e dot toString. Third one, sir, e dot get message. Sir, what is the difference between these things? In which class these methods are available? These methods you can apply on any exception object, on any error object. That's why these methods are available inside throwable class. Parent class, right? If the parent class contain, then automatically these methods are available for all child classes. That's why throwable class contain 3 methods to print exception information to the console. What is the first one? Print stack trace. Second one, toString. Third one, get message method, right? Sir, what is the difference between these? I will explain with a small example. Don't worry about that. Sir, observe, just I'm taking class test. Here, public static void main method string array args. Public static void main string array args. Sir, now let me take a try block. Within the try block, I am taking system.out.println 10/0. I know arithmetic exception will be raised. I want to print that arithmetic exception information to the console. Now have a look once, sir. Catch arithmetic exception. Sir, what is the first way, okay, to print exception information to the console? Can you please tell what is the first way, sir? E dot print stack trace. Are you getting? E dot print stack trace. This is the first way, sir. If you are using print stack trace method, how the output, how the display is going to be there? Very simple, sir. Name of exception, name of exception, and the description of exception, followed by stack trace. Are you getting? Followed by stack trace. Okay, if you use print stack trace method. How the output will come, sir? Name of the exception, colon description of exception, followed by stack trace. Stack trace means in which method this exception riser, that method called by which method, complete stack trace by default you are going to get. Sir, now let me check up to this terminology, right? Have a look once, sir. Very simple, very simple. I don't want all these things. Let me comment all. Sir, same example, SOP of 10 by 0, SOP of 10 by 0, E dot print stack trace I'm taking. Observe, same example, the code compiles fine. The code compiles fine. What is the answer we are going to get, sir? Do you know? Java.lang.arithmetic exception, division by 0, yet a tester dot main. Okay, Java.lang.arithmetic exception, division by 0, yet a tester dot main line. Sir, if you observe that this is name of the exception, Java.lang.arithmetic exception, colon description of the exception, division by 0, yet tester.main, this is the stack trace. 3 parts are there. So if you want complete information about exception, then highly recommended you should go for what? Print stack trace method. Clear for all of you, right? First one. Son, I don't want complete information. I want only name of the exception and the description. I want only name of the exception and the description, sir. Sir, name of exception and the description I want. If you want only name and the description, then better to go for which concept, sir? Better to go for two-string method. Regarding which method we require to go for? Two-string method, right? Let me comment this line. Let me comment this one. Now system.out.println is, sir. Okay. Whenever we are trying to print any object reference, internally two-string method will be called automatically. Now have a look once, sir. Name of the exception, java.lang.arithmetic exception, colon description, division by 0. That's all. Stack trace won't be there. Remember. Now, sir, instead of this one, if you want, you can call e dot toString method also explicitly. If I call to e or e dot toString, both the things are always same. In this style, the output is going to come, sir. Clear for all of you, right? Let me cross check this behavior, sir. Observe carefully. If I can take SOP of E, sir. SOP of E. Just let me comment earlier line. I have only SOP of E. That's all. Only SOP of E. What is the output, sir? Here the code compiles fine. Yes. What is the answer we are getting? Are you here just only name of the exception, description? Are you seeing the difference between earlier and now? This is earlier and this one is just now. So the difference is stack trace won't be there in the toString method. Observe that stack trace won't be there in the toString method. Now have a look, sir. Instead of E, if you can ask E dot toString also. So whenever we are trying to print object reference, internally toString method will be called. So either this one or this one produces same output. You are going to see the same output 2 times. Observe carefully, right? Here, what answer we are going to get? What the answer we are going to get is java.lang.arithmetic exception, division by 0, like this. Any explanation is required? Friends, any explanation is required? All the things are very clear for you about the toString method, right? Now, the next method, what is the third method we have is a get message method. Do you know what is the difference between get message and toString? Very simple, boss. I want only message. Description. I don't want a name of the exception. I don't want a stack trace. Just only description. Sir, I want only description. If you want only description, better to go for get a message method. Observe carefully, sir. Here, system.out.println e dot get message. Get message directly only description we are going to get, division by 0. That's what, sir, you should aware. Let me check this functionality also. Sir, I don't want all the remaining things, only last one I want. System.out.println e dot get message. Are you getting? E dot get message. Like this I'm taking, sir. Observe that. What the answer we are going to get? Only division by 0. Are you getting? Only division by 0. This is the description we are going to get. That's all. So total, how many methods are there to print exception information to the console? 3 methods are available. What the first one, sir? Print stack trace. Second one, toString method. Third one, get message method. Sir, which method will provide more information? Print stack trace method. That's why default exception handler always going to use print stack trace method to print exception information to the console. Whenever, if you are not handling any exception, by default output you are going to get exception information will be printed to the console by default exception handler. Default exception handler always follows this approach, means print stack trace. Any doubt? Friends, everyone got clearly right? Everyone got clearly about this concept? Okay, but here one small thing you have to aware, sir. It's a very common doubt from my classroom students. Sir, here you are using SOP statement, but here you are using e dot print stack trace without SOP. Sir, SOP statements internally this print stack trace method contain. That's why don't worry. But toString method, get message method returns a string. That string we are responsible to print by using SOP statements. Are you getting? But print stack trace method, sir, internally contain print statements to print the messages to the console. Okay, these are various methods to print exception information to the console. Can you please tell all these methods present inside which class? Respond, man. All these methods present inside which class? Throwable class. If the throwable contain this method, automatically these methods by default available for all exception classes, error classes. That's why happily you can call this method on any exception object. It may be arithmetic, it may be null pointer, it may be class cast exception. On any exception object or error, happily you can call all these things. No syntactical mistake. Clear? Hi friends, in the last videos we covered very clearly how to handle exceptions by using try catch blocks, and then what is the control flow inside a try catch. In the try block, if an exception rises, what will happen? In the catch block, if an exception rises, what will happen? Complete control flow I explained, right? Next and after that, even we discussed about what are various methods are there to print exception information. That's all up to that, right? Now the next topic, very important topic, what we have to discuss, right? Try with the multiple catch blocks. Try with the multiple catch blocks. Okay, this part we have to discuss, right? Sir, what is the need of this concept? Just let me explain a small analogy so that you people can get very easily, right? So the point is, suppose assume that sometimes my students may ask, okay, sir, what is your name? Observe this example so that you can understand very easily. Try with multiple catch blocks. Sir, the student is coming. Sir, what is your name? He asked, sir. Then I told, Hare, my name is Durga. Hare, my name is Durga. Like I told the correct answer, relevant answer, right? Now he asked, sir, what is your qualification? This is the question he asked. Then my answer is, my name is Durga. Are getting? My name is Durga, like I told. Then student immediately, sir, he didn't listen my question. That's why he's telling the same answer. Like he asked again, sir, what is your qualification? Then I told, my name is Durga. Okay, like. So maybe sir is not interested to tell his qualification, like he thought that. Then immediately asked, sir, which subjects you are handling? Sir, can you please tell Java, Python, which subjects you are handling? Like the student asked. Then my answer is, my name is Durga. Are you getting? So if the student is asking any question, for any question, I'm telling the same answer. then automatically after asking 3 or 4 questions, the student is going to fail. Arey Durga sir pagal ho gaya, mental, he got maybe mental, like definitely he is going to get the feeling. Are you getting right? So same, why don't you, if you are using single catch block, okay, for the try, so the person who is going to see the code definitely is going to get the same feeling. The reason for that is, sir, observe that most of the times we are going to write this type of syntax. Try, sir. Next catch block, next catch block of exception I'm taking, catch block of exception like this I'm taking. Now, array in the try block, arithmetic exception is coming. Which catch block is the responsible? Array this catch block is the responsible for arithmetic exception. Array file not found exception is coming. Okay, arithmetic exception is coming, this catch block. So instead of arithmetic, file not found exception is coming, then the same catch block. Are you getting? Next SQL exception is coming. SQL exception is coming, then the same catch block. So observe that the way of handling an exception is varied from exception to exception. The same, the answer is varied from question to question. If arithmetic exception is coming, one type of handling we have to tell. So if a file not found exception is coming, another type of handling we require. Sir, if I can take a single catch block, sir, with exception, there it can handle any type of exception. For all types, this is the same handling code, is nothing but worst kind of programming practice. Remember, the way of handling an exception is varied from exception to exception. That's why for every exception type, separate catch block must be required. Are you getting? So taking a single catch block means for any type of question, telling the same answer, which never be recommended, right? Sir, in your academic exams, do you know, in the academic exams, so out of 8 to 5 questions we require to answer, assume that. So there are some people are there, of course, you may be, I may be, or your friends, they never going to see the question paper, sir. Any question, same answer they are going to write. In the academics, it is going to work out, but in the programming, it is not going to work. Take a bit very special care, sir. For every exception, the way of handling is the different. That's why for every exception type, we have to write separate catch block. Try with the multiple catch blocks is possible, recommended to use. Sir, observe that. Sir, this approach, is it recommended or not recommended? Not recommended. What is the reason? For all exceptions, same handling code. That's why I can use the word, it is not recommended. Are you getting? This approach is not recommended. Then which approach is the recommended, sir? Sir, observe carefully, sir. Here, try block is there. Okay, risky code, try block is there. Now, sir, if arithmetic exception is coming, sir, now perform alternative arithmetic operations. Perform alternative arithmetic operations. So this code will be executed within the try block if arithmetic exception is going to come. Sir, similarly, catch, okay, file not found exception is coming, sir. File not found exception is coming. If a file not found exception came, then use a local file instead of remote file. Like I will show some alternative file. From that you have to read and continue rest of the program normally. Here use a local file. Instead of remote file. Use a local file instead of remote file, right? Sir, same, if SQL exception is coming, assume that if SQL exception came, if SQL exception is coming, use Oracle database instead of MySQL DB. Sir, use Oracle database instead of MySQL DB. Okay, like. Sir, now these are most commonly occurred exceptions with respect to this risky code, sir. Other than this, if any other exception is coming, then automatically, sir, catch exception. This is default handling code. Default handling code like this I have to take, sir. Now take very special care. For every exception, the corresponding, for separate catch block I'm going to maintain. If arithmetic exception is coming, this is the handling code. If a file not found exception is coming, this is the handling code. If a SQL exception is coming, this is the handling code. So, for every exception, separate handling code is there. That's why, so I'm maintaining multiple catch blocks, right? So, if other than this, if any other exception is coming, this catch block is there. This catch block by default is going to take care. Clear for all of you, right? So try with multiple catch blocks, possible or not. Possible, recommended or not, highly recommended to use this approach. Everyone can aware, sir? So try with multiple catch blocks, possible or not? Yes, possible, because the way of handling an exception is varied from exception to exception. That's why try with multiple catch blocks we have to take, and highly recommended to use. So this is the recommended approach, but very unfortunate, most of the people are following this approach, which will never be recommended. Clear for all of you, right? So if try with the multiple catch blocks are there is one very important loophole is there. Let me talk about that. Observe carefully, sir. Listen. Here I am taking try block, try system.out.println 10/0. Of course, arithmetic exception will be raised. Now, here I am taking catch exception. I am taking catch exception. I'm just taking here system.out.println exception. SOP of exception like I took, sir. Next, catch arithmetic exception. Observe very carefully about this one, sir. Catch arithmetic exception. I'm taking arithmetic exception. System.out.println. Okay, arithmetic exception like this I took, sir. Now try with how many catch blocks are there? Please respond. How many catch blocks are there? 2 catch blocks. This is the first catch block. This is the second catch block, right? Same way, here let me take, sir, same example with a small change in the code. Observe carefully, sir. Try. Very important conclusion I'm ready to explain. That's why more concentration must be required from your side. Okay, try. Here, catch block. Arithmetic exception I'm taking, sir. Of course, full form arithmetic exception only. System.out.println arithmetic exception like this I took, sir. Catch arithmetic exception. Now, sir, catch block I'm taking. Now exception I'm taking, sir. Exception E. System.out.println exception like. Sir, now my question is, among these two, which is valid, which is invalid? Ayo, respond. Which is valid, which is invalid among these two? First one is valid or not? Or, sir, first one is invalid, second one is valid, or first one is valid, second one is invalid, or both are valid, both are invalid? Can you please tell what is your option? Yes, friends, a bit dangerous combination. Please confirm. Okay? So take very special care. If a try with the multiple catch blocks are there, then JVM is always going to consider the catch blocks from top to bottom. Are you getting catch blocks from top to bottom? Next, catch block parent exception can handle child exceptions also. I hope you may aware in the last sessions, right? Now observe carefully. Here, SOP of 10/0. Which exception will be raised, sir? Arithmetic exception will be raised. Correct or not? Which exception will be raised? Arithmetic exception will be raised. Sir, now my question is, if arithmetic exception came, immediately JVM will ask first catch block. JVM will ask first catch block. catch block, can you please handle arithmetic exception or not? Yes. So this person, exception means this catch block can handle either exception or it's a child classes. Arithmetic exception is the child class of exception. That's why this catch block can handle. Regarding this catch block can handle right. Now, so this catch block can handle arithmetic exception also. Then this catch block never going to get in the chance, because this catch block arithmetic exception which can be handled by this catch block, then when this person will get the chance, never going to get in the chance. That's why immediately if you have such a type of syntaxes, compiler will give left and right. What is the reason for that is, arithmetic exception has already been caught, here only catched, why you are taking again, like this comparative error you are going to get. So the important conclusion is, in try with the multiple catch blocks, the order of catch blocks is very important. Are you getting right? The order of catch blocks is very important. Compulsory we have to take child to parent, but not parent to child. Are you getting? First parent and then child. Immediately error we are going to get, sir. Okay, so what that error? Exception java.lang.arithmetic exception java.lang.arithmetic exception has already been caught. This is the exception java.lang.arithmetic exception has already been caught. This is the comparative error by default you are going to get. Remember this one, sir. So are you getting? So if try with the multiple catch blocks are there, is the order of catch blocks is important or not? Yes. Compulsory we have to take from child to parent, but not from parent to child. First parent and then child catch block, not possible, right? By mistake if you are taking, immediately error we are going to get. But what about this one? Before going second half, let me execute this code, sir. Have a look once. Here I have try block is there, SOP of 10 by 0, catch block and the catch block arithmetic exceptions. Sir, same story, not required to keep much explanation, right? Now here, let me compile this code. Compile this code. Observe the code once. Same code only. Let me compile this code. Java C test.java. Compiler will give left and right. Comparative error we are going to get. Can you please observe? Exception, arithmetic exception has already been caught. So at line number 13. Means objecting about this catch block, because this exception has already been caught here only. First catch block already handled arithmetic exception. Why you are writing again second catch block? This is the problem we are going to get, sir. Are you in the position to understand, right? Most valuable important point. If try with the multiple catch blocks are there, order is very important. So first child and then parent. By mistake if you are taking parent and then child, a comparative error, right? Sir, what about second half? Observe. First I to catch arithmetic exception. Okay, now catch arithmetic exception. Right? Now first I took child and then parent. First I took child exception and then parent exception. Now arithmetic exception came, sir. Sir, now JVM is always going to ask this catch block, first catch block. Hey, catch block, can you handle arithmetic exception or not? Yes, I can handle. No problem. Perfectly, this one is going to get in the chance. If arithmetic exception is coming, then this catch block can take care. If other than arithmetic exception, any exception is coming, then this catch block is going to take care. So both are reachable at certain point. It may execute or it may execute. That's why this syntax is always valid, no problem at all. Are you able to understand? So first catch block meant for what? Arithmetic exception. Second catch block meant for what? If any exception other than arithmetic exception, this catch block is going to take care. Clear division of responsibilities. But here, have you observed? Everything is going to handle here only, including arithmetic exception also, when this person will get the chance. So no chance at all. That's why error by default we are going to get. Clear, right? Let me show this example, sir. Sir, now I want to change order of catch blocks. Here, see this one. first arithmetic exception, and then catch, and then exception I'm taking, sir. If I can take like this, arithmetic exception coming, JVM will ask, array first catch block, can you handle or not? Yes, I can handle, no problem at all. For arithmetic exception, this person is going to take care. For any non-arithmetic exception, this one is going to take care. So both possibilities are there at certain point to execute. That's why. Here, have a look once. Happily, the code compiles fine. No syntactical error. If I can take Java test, sir, what is the output by default? We will get, sir, arithmetic exception. Perfectly, this one is going to get the chance. So, the important conclusion, what you people should aware, if try with the multiple catch blocks are there, then order of catch blocks is important. Compulsory we have to take child to parent. By mistake, first parent and then child, immediately error we are going to get. Compile time error, syntactical mistake. Clear, right? Next, same kind of same error in another option is there, sir. There is another example where we may see the same kind of exception, same kind of compile time error, right? What is that? Is observe. Here I am taking try system.out.println 10 by 0. Try SOP of 10 by 0. Now, sir, catch block, arithmetic exception, E, like this I am taking, sir. Assume this is the catch block for arithmetic exception. Now, again, I am taking arithmetic exception. Again, I am taking arithmetic exception like this, right? Sir, if I can take like immediately compile time error we are going to get. What the reason is? Arithmetic exception already has been caught here. Then why you are taking again catch block? So for the same exception, if you are taking two catch blocks like this, immediately compile time error we will get. Same reason only, right? Arithmetic exception has already been caught. Why you are taking again like this compile time error you are going to get, sir? Sir, let me show. Have a look once. Sir, now assume second one is also arithmetic exception only. Assume second one is also arithmetic exception only, sir. Both are arithmetic exceptions. So we can't take two catch blocks for the same exception. By mistake, if you are taking two catch blocks for the same exception, immediately compile time error you are going to get, sir. Observe that exception, arithmetic exception has already been caught. This is the compile time error we will get. That's all, sir. So these are various important points what you people should be aware about. Try with multiple catch blocks. Try with multiple catch blocks is possible, recommended to use. If try with multiple catch blocks are there, order of catch blocks is very important, compulsory. Child first and then parent next. By mistake, parent you are taking first and then child, immediately compile time error you are going to get. Any doubt? Sir, in the last videos we covered very clearly try with the multiple catch blocks. Now the next cinema, what I have to start? Finally block. What is the concept, sir? Can you please spell out? Finally block. Sir, now I have what is the need of finally block? What is the speciality of finally block? You have to get much clarity right here. Just observe. Do you know? Open DB connection. I open one database connection. Okay, open database connection. Next, read data. Are you getting? Read the data. Open DB connection, read the data. And then close DB connection. Close DB connection. Like assume. Open DB connection, read the data, close DB connection. Do you know? Close DB connection. This activity is called resource deallocation code. We are deallocating the resource. This activity is called what? Resource deallocation code. Are you getting? Resource deallocation code. We are deallocating the resource. Such a type of code is also known as cleanup code. Such a type of code is also known as clean up code, not close up. Close up is also meant for clean up only. Okay, sir, it is a clean up code. Okay, well, first clarity, which is called clean up code. Okay, resource deallocation code, like closing DB connection, closing the file. Okay, like this type of things are by default considered as resource cleanup code. Okay, sir, resource deallocation code, cleanup code, right? Now my question is, observe carefully, sir. Here I am taking try block. Sir, now open DB connection and read the data followed by close DB connection like this. If any exception is coming, now catch exception corresponding handling code is there. Can you please tell, is this approach, is it recommended or not? Ayo, respond. Is this approach either recommended or not? Approach means, so writing cleanup code inside a try block, is it recommended or not? Okay, so it's a never recommended. Okay, write cleanup code inside a try block, never recommended. What is the reason for that is, suppose you open DB connection successfully while reading data. Sir, while reading data, some exception got raised. Here some exception got raised. Immediately the control will go to catch block. So if the control will goes to the catch block, who is going to close a database connection? Regarding who will close my DB connection, it is the problem. Correct or not? Okay, here only the control goes to catch block, then who is going to close my DB connection? It is always a problem. That's why it is never recommended to maintain cleanup code inside a try block, because if there is no guarantee for the execution of every statement inside a try block. Sir, before this, if an exception rises, then this line is not going to be executed. Who is going to close DB connection? So no one is going to close. One database connection will be wasted. Is it clear, right? So try block never meant for cleanup code. Okay, well, so now I'm taking one more approach. Here try block I'm taking. Within the try block, open DB connection, read the data like. Now catch block I'm taking, okay. Inside catch block, let me write close DB connection. Close DB connection like this I'm taking, sir. Can you please tell, writing cleanup code inside catch block, is it recommended or not recommended? Can you please confirm? Writing cleanup code inside catch block, is it recommended or not recommended? Again, not recommended. What is the reason for that is, sir, if there is no exception, then catch block won't execute. If the catch block is not going to execute, then who is going to close DB connection? Are you getting that? That's why, so to close DB connection, compulsory we have to raise the exception, meaningless. That's why this approach is also not at all recommended. Clear for all of you, right? Okay, so we never recommended to write cleanup code inside a try block, because there is no guarantee for every statement execution inside a try block. Before this line, here if an exception is coming, then this line is not going to execute. Okay, next, never recommended to write cleanup code inside catch block. What is the problem? What is the problem here is, what is the problem? If there is no exception, catch block is not going to execute, then who is going to close my DB connection? That's why this approach is also not recommended. Okay, well, sir, we require some place to maintain cleanup code. I want some place to write cleanup code which should be executed always. Which should be executed? Always. Whether exception raised, not raised, handled or not handled. Sir, in any case, my cleanup code should be executed, sir. Do you have such a type of place? That place is nothing but finally block. Remember this one, sir. Finally block, specially designed concept to maintain cleanup code. Okay, observe the approach. Observe the approach here. Try block. Now open db connection, open db connection, and read the data. Okay, now catch block, some handling code, exception e, some handling code, some handling code we can take. Next, finally block. Regarding next one, finally block, inside finally close db connection. Regarding finally block, inside finally close db connection. Like this I'm taking, sir. Sir, now the biggest advantage of this finally block is this finally block will be executed always, whether exception raised, not raised, handled or not handled. Even in abnormal termination also, finally block will be executed. That's why, so the main objective of finally block is to maintain cleanup code. The biggest specialty of finally block is, what is the specialty of finally block, sir? So this block will be executed always, irrespective of whether exception raised, not raised, handled or not handled. Such a type of best place is nothing but finally block. Everyone can able to understand, right? What is the need of finally block? What is the specialty of finally block? Okay, like now observe this one. Inside a try block, which code we can take? Respond. Which code we can take? Risky code. Inside a try block, which code we can take? Risky code. Next, inside catch block, which code we can take? Handling code. Next, inside finally block, which code we can take? This code itself is, what is the code, sir? Which code we can take inside finally block? So risky code, handling code, and then here cleanup code. Okay, very important question for the interview room also. What is the purpose of finally block? To maintain cleanup code, resource deallocation code. Sir, what is the specialty of finally block? The specialty of finally block is, sir, it will be executed always, whether exception raised, not raised, handled or not handled. In any case, my finally block will be executed. That is the biggest specialty, right? Sir, if you feel comfortable, I will explain all these things with respect to an example. Then you can get much clarity on the concept. Clear up to this? Sir, up to this, it is very clear what is the purpose of finally block. Now let me go for programming example so that you will get much clarity. Have a look once. Here, case 1. I want to take case 1. If there is no exception, assume that if there is no exception, finally block will be executed or not. I want to show programmatically, right? Sir, assume try block, system.out.println, try is there. Okay, that's it. Next, catch block, exception e, system.out.println. Okay, sir, catch block like. Next, finally, system.out.println, finally. Observe very carefully, sir. Okay, finally, like. Can you please tell, in this scenario, any exception riser? No, simple SOP statements, that's all, no exception. If there is no exception, okay, what is the flow? Sir, try block will be executed. Immediately, the control will goes to finally block. Because there is no exception, catch block won't be executed. That's why, what is the output by default we will get, sir? try followed by finally. Are you getting what is the output? Output you are going to get try followed by finally. That's all. So first case it is very clear. If there is no exception, finally block will be executed compulsory. Let me check with example. Have a look. Let me execute this code here. Just I'm taking. Observe carefully, sir. It is the try block, catch block, finally block. There is no exception in the try. There is no exception in the try. Now what is the output we are going to get, sir? Have a look once. Try followed by finally. Have you observed? What is the answer we are going to get, sir? Try followed by finally. Okay. If there is no exception, finally will be executed. Okay. Now let me go for case 2, sir. Okay. Case 2. If an exception raised and handled, observe, if an exception raised and handled. So handled means the corresponding catch block is there. Okay, like now try here, observe system.out.println try. I'm taking try block. Now system.out.println 10/0, sir. SOP of 10/0 like. Now catch. Okay. Arithmetic exception E, catch block, arithmetic exception E, system.out.println. Okay, this is the catch block, sir. Catch block, finally. Okay, finally, system.out.println, finally block. Are you getting finally? SOP of finally block. Take very special care about this terminology, right? Sir, try executed. And whenever we are getting arithmetic exception, immediately, sir, the corresponding catch block will execute. Okay, catch. After catch block, yes, finally will be executed anyway. Sir, what is the output we are going to get, sir? Try. Whenever arithmetic exception is coming, catch block, sir, catch. And after catch block, finally will be executed normally. So try catch finally is the output we are going to get, sir. Are you getting? So case 2 is the very clear. Finally will be executed if an exception raised and handled. Clear, right? Let me execute this code. Observe that. Have a look once. Same code, only a small change here is, let me raise arithmetic exception. Okay, here assume that it is the arithmetic exception. Okay, now exception raised, sir. At this line, exception raised, but the corresponding catch block is already available. After catch block, immediately finally will be continued, sir. So now case 2, let me compile. Yes, happily the code compile. Let me execute. Try catch finally. This is the output we are going to get, sir. Perfect. Try catch finally. This is the output we are going to get, sir. So if there is no exception, if an exception raised and handled, happily my finally block executed. Can you please tell what is the next case? Guess, man. What is the next case? If an exception raised but not handled. Exception raised, man, but not handled. Abnormal termination. In this case, finally block will be executed or not. Observe a bit carefully, right? Here, so case 3, sir. If an exception raised, if an exception raised, but not handled, what will happen? Now observe, try block, system.out.println, try, sir, and then system.out.println 10/0. Can you please tell which exception will be raised? Respond. Which exception will be raised, sir? SOP of 10/0. Which exception? Arithmetic exception. But available catch block is null pointer exception. Observe that. Available catch block is null pointer exception. Okay, means that you are having heart problem, but a doctor available, eye specialist is available. What he can do? Are you getting? So here riser exception is arithmetic exception, but available catch block is null pointer exception. So it can't handle arithmetic exception, abnormal termination. Okay, now system.out.println catch block, sir. Catch block, and then I'm taking finally, and then finally system.out.println finally block I'm taking. That's it. Sir, take a bit very special care about this. Sir, this example is the very important when compared with the last two. Sir, flow you should aware. Now observe SOP of try. So what is the output we will get, sir? First try will be printed. Okay, well. Now, whenever we are executing this one, arithmetic exception riser. Whenever arithmetic exception riser, immediately JVM will check, is there any corresponding catch block? No. This catch block for null pointer exception, but not arithmetic exception. That's why. So, is there any corresponding catch block? No catch block. Abnormal termination. But before abnormal termination, JVM is always going to execute finally block. Remember this one. It's always abnormal termination. Hand over to default exception handler. But before hand over to default exception handler, before abnormal termination, compulsory finally block will be executed, sir. Okay. So this specialty is available only for finally block. Suppose after finally block, some more statements are there. These statements won't be executed. Only finally block will be executed. After that abnormal termination. Now observe, try, and then finally, try, and then finally, and then runtime exception, arithmetic exception, division by 0. Remember this one. Sir, it is abnormal termination, but even in abnormal termination, finally block will be executed. Now terminology is very, very clear for you people, right? Okay. Sir, let me execute this one. Have a look once, sir. Sir, now these two is the same. Riser exception, arithmetic exception, but here available catch block is null pointer exception. Null pointer exception. Now have a look. Happily the code compiles fine. No problem at all. Have you observed? Try finally, and then try finally, and then abnormal termination. Okay. Even in the case of abnormal termination, compulsory finally block will be executed. Is it clear for all of you, right? This is the specialty of the finally block. So if there is no exception, if an exception raised and handled, if an exception raised but not handled, finally block will be executed always. That is the biggest specialty of finally block. Everyone can able to understand? 2 points you people should aware, sir. Point number 1. What is the purpose of finally block? To maintain cleanup code, resource deallocation code. Next, what is the specialty of finally block? Finally block specialty is it will be executed always, irrespective of whether exception raised, not raised, handled, not handled. In any case, my finally block will be executed. Clear? Sir, in the last videos, we covered about finally block very clearly. Sir, now finally block versus return statement. Regarding finally block versus return statement, what is the behavior we have to discuss, right? Sir, first inside a method, if there is a return statement is there, okay, inside a method, if there is a return statement is there, then rest of the method won't be executed. Remember this one, sir. Okay, that's all. That method will be terminated. Inside a method, if there is anywhere return statement is there, after return statement, remaining code is not going to be executed. Now my question is, inside a try block or catch block, return statement is there. Now finally block will be executed or not. Are you getting? Inside try block, return statement is there, or inside catch block, return statement is there. Finally block will be executed or not. This is about my doubt. Observe carefully, right? Here I am taking class test. public static void main method string array args. Okay, let me write complete executable code. Now here try system.out.println try sir. Next here catch block, catch exception e I'm taking. Now system.out.println exception, system.out.println exception, catch block exception. Next finally system.out.println finally block. Okay, finally, like this I'm taking, sir. Now my question is, so first try and then finally will execute. It is a normal flow. Try and then finally, because there is no exception. But the problem here is return statement is there, sir, inside a try. So inside a main method, a return statement is there. What it means is rest of the code not required to execute. Can you please confirm? In this case, what is the output we will get? Finally will be executed or not? Yes, man. I told in the last video very clearly, finally block will be executed always, irrespective of whether exception riser or not riser, handle or not handle. That's why, sir, even return statement is there inside a try block or catch block. First finally will be executed, after that return statement will be executed. Are you getting? First finally will be executed, after that return statement will be considered. So whenever return statement came, immediately JVM is going to convey, array return, please wait some time, I have some mandatory work is there, execution of finally block. First I will execute this finally block, after that I will consider this return statement. Like this my JVM is going to consider. So in this case, what is the output we are going to get, sir? Sir, output is try will be executed, return it will wait first finally, only finally, and after that this return statement main method will be written, so the program will be terminated, right? Okay, try followed by finally is the answer. Sir, now the important conclusion is finally block dominates return statement. Are you getting? Finally block is going to dominate return statement. Finally block will get more priority than return statement. Remember this one. Have a look once. Sir, the same example here I have observed that SOP of try return, SOP of null pointer, I mean here some exception, okay, exception, finally right. Same code only, right? So first sir, this SOP will be executed. Whenever return is coming, JVM will ask, array later I will consider, like, so first finally will execute, sir, after that return statement will be considered. Remember that. Okay, here observe carefully what is the answer we are going to get. In this case, the code compiles fine, the output is try followed by finally. Even though return statement is there inside a try block, first finally will be executed, after that only return statement will be considered. That's why finally block dominates return statement. Is it clear for all of you, right? Friends, is it clear for all of you, right? Okay. Sir, there is one more case I want to discuss. Try catch finally. Try block return some value, catch block return some value, finally block also return some value. Array, all the three blocks returning some values, which return statement will be considered? Okay, remember that highest priority finally block return statement will be considered. Observe that carefully, sir. Here I am taking, here just I have one method is there, public static int m1, public static int m1 method is there, sir. Inside m1 method try block is there, try block return 777. Are you getting? Try block return 777. Now catch block is there, catch exception e, okay, return 888. Array catch block return 888. Next finally finally return 999. Observe very carefully, right? Return 999. So try return 777, catch block return 888, finally return 999. Now here system.out.println, sir, M1. I'm calling M1 method. That M1 method will return some value. That return value I want to print, sir. This is about my requirement. How we can do that? Of course, can you please tell, sir, how the flow? First try block having the return statement. Immediately JVM will convey, array, return, please wait some time. I have some mandatory job is there. I have to do that mandatory job, like immediately the control will comes to finally block. Then what the finally block is doing? Finally block, what it is doing? Finally block is also returning. Array, then immediately if the finally block returns some value, only this value will be considered. It is not go back to consider 777. That's why what is the answer we are going to get? 999. Observe that carefully, sir. So finally block return statement will be considered right. Everyone can able to understand, right? So if a return statement present inside a try catch finally, which return statement will be considered, sir? Finally block return statement will be considered. Anyway, finally block will always get highest priority when compared with the remaining stories. Yes, can I execute this code? Have a look once, sir. Here, sir, just observe carefully. Here I'm taking static. Here just system.out.println. Just I'm calling M1 method. That's all. Now let me take public static int M1 method like this, right? Sir, try return 777. Okay, like next catch block return 888. Next finally block return 999 like this, right? Same example, whatever I wrote on the board is the same example only. Try block return 777. Next catch block will return 888. Finally block returns 999. Okay, now have a look once. What the answer we are going to get, sir? The code compiles fine. The answer is 999 itself is the answer. Clear? So finally versus return statement, who is going to get highest priority? Finally block will get more priority than return statement. Finally block dominates return statement. Clear? Sir, in the last videos I covered very clearly what is finally block, what is the speciality of finally block. Next finally versus return statement, everything is the clear. Now my next point here is take very special care. One special scenario I want to tell, sir. Assume that finally block will be executed always irrespective of whether exception raised or not raised, handled or not handled. But now I want to explain one small scenario. Observe a bit carefully, sir. This is my code. Listen, very important scenario it is. Observe try block. Every code is there, sir, inside try block. Next catch block. Here I am taking exception, catch block, exception. Okay, and then finally block. Okay, some cleanup code is there. Try catch finally. Assume now the flow, observe a bit carefully. Now the flow is executing, sir. Executing try block, the control is executing like this. Observe. Now happily try block, the code is executing. Almost we are at the end of the try block. Suddenly power gone. Assume that power gone. Power switched off. Power gone. Now backup is not there. It is not laptop, sir. It is just a desktop system. Once power gone, automatically my system is going to be down. My system is going to be shut down automatically, right? Assume that. Sir, in this case, whenever power gone, if there is no backup facility, can you please tell finally block will be executed or not? Hey, respond, man. Finally, block will be executed. Either JVM is going to convey to the power saying, power, please wait some time. I have some mandatory activity finally block. So until executing finally block, can you please wait? Either JVM is going to convey to the power. No chance at all. So whenever power gone, automatically system will be terminated. Then where is the chance of executing finally block? So there is one situation where finally block won't be executed. Sometimes entry person may stress at this point. Hurray, is there any situation where the finally block won't be executed? Yes, there is one situation or not? Yes, there is one situation. When if the power gone, there is no backup facility, then finally block won't be executed. Array, don't tell this type of thing. Entry person may see from top to bottom. Are you getting? It's never recommended, right? Now, here the same point, a bit technically I want to explain so that you will get much clarity. Observe that. Whenever power gone, what will happen? The system is going to terminate. So, if the system will be terminated means JVM is going to shut down. JVM will shut down, system will shut down. JVM will shut down. If you exit JVM explicitly, if you shut down JVM explicitly, in that situation, finally block won't be executed. Are you getting? So programmatically, is there any way to exit JVM explicitly? Yes, man. There is a way here. System dot exit of 0. Are you getting? System dot exit of 0. Remember this one. Whenever we are using system dot exit of 0, then JVM itself is going to be shut down. JVM itself is going to be shut down. In this particular case, finally block won't be executed. Remember this one. So who is the responsible to execute finally block? JVM. That JVM itself is going to be shut down. Then where is the chance of executing finally block? There is only one situation where the finally block won't be executed. That situation is nothing but final system dot exit of 0. Whenever we are using system dot exit of 0, JVM itself is going to be down, finally block won't be executed. Observe that. So finally block system dot exit of 0. Who is going to dominate here? Respond. Who is going to dominate? System dot exit of 0 dominates finally block because finally is not executing, right? Okay, have a look once, sir. Now I'm taking a small chota example here. See this one. In the last, this is the last example we covered, right? Instead of return statement, now I'm taking system dot exit of 0. System dot exit of 0. Like this I'm taking, sir. Observe. First try block, and then whenever system dot exit of 0 is coming, JVM itself is going to be shut down. If the JVM itself is going to be shut down, where is the question of executing finally block? Now, in this particular case, what is the answer we will get, sir? Only try block. Only try block. Finally block won't be executed. Everyone can able to understand. So there is only one situation where the finally block won't be executed whenever we are using system dot exit of 0. Clear? But here there is one small thing is there, sir. Let me explain a small point. Let me explain, sir, so that you will get much clarity. Assume here there is one, sir, what we call boat is there, sir. Assume that there is a boat is there. Who is going to drive this boat? Sailor. Okay, sailor is there. Okay, just either responsible, sir. Now I want to cross the river. Okay, I want to cross the river, sir. Assume the best example to understand. I want to cross the river. Then immediately ask the sailor, Ray, if something is going to be happen, are you going to save me? Because I don't know swimming. Like I asked the sailor. Then immediately sailor is telling, sir, no problem. I will help you. Don't worry. Happily you can get into the boat. I will help you to cross this river, like he told. Then confidently, sir, I sat in the boat. Now the boat started, sir. Assume that the boat started. Okay, at certain point, in the middle, what happened is something happened to this boat. Then the boat, slowly the boat sinking into the water. Okay, some damage happened because of some problem. Some damage happened. Slowly, it is sinking into the water. Then immediately, so even sailor also can't do anything because here the depth is very high. Maybe he's also not in a position to survive. Now I asked the sailor, "Arey sailor, at the beginning you told that you are going to save me. You told that you are going to save me, but now you are not saving. But now you are not saving me." Then immediately sailor is going to tell, "Sir, if I'm safe, then I will provide support for you. But myself is going to be down. Then where is the question of providing the support? Are you getting? Myself is going to be down. Where is the question of providing support? Sorry, sir. In the next janma, we will meet both the people are going to sink. Are you getting the point, right? Here, the thing is, sir, who is the sailor? JVM is the sailor. Who is the passenger? Passenger is the finally black. Okay? JVM gave the word to the finally black saying, "Arey finally, I will always execute you in any situation." Like JVM is going to convey to the finally black. But now in this scenario, yes, finally black will ask, "Arey JVM, you are not executing me. You are not executing me." Sir, finally black is asking the JVM. Then simply JVM is going to tell, "Arey, myself is going to be down, man. So myself, JVM itself is going to be down. Then how I can execute? If I'm safe, if I'm there, definitely I will provide support. But myself, JVM itself is going to be down. Where is the question of executing finally black?" Are you getting right? So who is the responsible to execute finally black? JVM. If that JVM itself is going to be shut down, that JVM itself is going to be exit, where is the question of executing finally black? That's why, so finally black, system.exit of 0, who is going to dominate, sir? Definitely system.exit of 0 dominates finally black. Clear for all of you, right? Sir, this is one special case you people should be aware for the interview room sake. Okay? Next. Sir, I have one small point. About system.exit of 0, let me talk 2 or 3 points. Whenever we are using system.exit of 0, JVM itself is going to be shut down, then the program will be stopped. Next, this 0, whatever number we are passing, argument represent status code. Argument represent status code, sir. So it can be this status code internally used by JVM. This status code internally used by my processor, internally used. 0 means normal termination. Non-zero means abnormal termination. You can take 10, you can take minus 10. Sir, any number you can take, the program result is always same, but internally, okay? So internally, the status will be saved somewhere. Why this JVM shutdown? Is it normal or abnormal termination? Just for its internal logging purpose, this status code is going to be helpful. So this argument represents status code. 0 means normal termination, non-zero means abnormal termination. Whether it is 0 or non-zero, effect is always the same. Programmatical effect is always the same. There is no difference. But internally, at a logs level, it is going to be used. Logging, right? In the server log or otherwise processor log. Why this JVM shutdown? Because of normal termination or because of abnormal termination, there it will be used. This is status code. Programmatically, programmer wise, whether it is the 0 or non-zero, result is always the same. Now observe this one. I want to take instead of 0, I'm taking minus 10. Any number you can take. Any number. Now observe that. What the answer we are getting? Try only. What the answer we are getting? Try only, right? Sir, if I can take 1,000, if I can take 1,000, 10,000, 1 lakh, the result is always the same. There is no difference at all. Just internally, this number will be used, sir, while reporting why this JVM is going to be terminated. Is it normal termination? Is it abnormal termination? That's all, sir. This is about finally versus system.exit of 0. System.exit of 0 dominates finally black. Clear? Hi friends, in the last videos we covered very clearly What is finally block? What is the speciality of finally block? Next, what is the return statement with the finally block? Finally block with respect to system.exit. We covered all these things, right? Sir, now the next thing what I have to discuss, control flow in try catch finally. Sir, control flow in try catch finally. Sir, earlier we covered in one video control flow in try catch but not finally. But now we know finally block purpose also. Sir, now control flow in try catch finally. A beautiful concept, sir. This control flow. Next, one more control flow. I will explain. From these things, most of your doubts by default will be clarified. In try catch finally, do you know, right? You will get much clarity, sir. Observe very carefully. Here, observe these codes, sir. Try block. Within the try block, statement 1, 2, 3. Total how many statements are there? 3 statements are there. Catch block, statement 4. Catch block, statement 4. Finally, statement 5 and then statement 6. Regarding statement 5 and then statement 6. That's all. So total how many statements are there? These are the statement. Try catch finally. Sir, this statement 6 is outside of finally block. Take very special care, sir. Sir, now can I start our cases? Sir, please keep this story, this code in your mind. Inside a try block, statement 1, 2, 3 is there. Inside catch block, statement 4 is there. Inside finally block, statement 5 is there. And then statement 6. Now, first case, sir. Case 1. If there is no exception. Sir, if there is no exception, which statements will be executed? I hope you can guess very easily, sir. So 1, 2, 3. These 3 will be executed. Catch block won't be executed because there is no exception. If an exception, then only catch block will execute. But there is no exception, catch block won't execute. Finally, and then remaining statements, it is a normal termination. That's why 1, 2, 3, 5, 6 normal termination. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4 won't be executed. 5 statement 5 will execute and statement 6 also will execute under normal termination, because if there is no exception, then obviously it is always a normal termination. Remember that. Sir, now case 2, sir. If an exception raised at a statement 2 and corresponding catch block matched. Now observe carefully. If an exception raised at a statement 2, sir, and corresponding catch block matched, means raised exception is arithmetic exception. Now even catch block also, assume that it is the arithmetic exception, catch block is there. Okay. Now statement 1 will be executed, and while executing 2, the problem is coming. Immediately the corresponding catch block will execute, sir. So corresponding catch block 1, 4. Next, one more point you people should aware, sir. Within the try block, if anywhere an exception raised, rest of the try block won't be executed even though we handled that exception. So inside try block, if anywhere an exception raised, rest of the try block won't be executed even though we handled that exception. That's why statement 3 won't be executed, right? So 2, while executing 2, the problem came. Immediately catch block executed, and then finally statement 6. Regarding finally statement 6, that's why 1, 4, 5, 6, it is a normal termination. So because exception raised and handled, that's why normal termination, right? So if an exception raised at statement 2 and the corresponding catch block matched, what is the flow, sir? How the statements will be executed? Next, if an exception raised at a statement 2, an exception raised at statement 2 and corresponding catch block not matched. Regarding and corresponding catch block not matched. If an exception raised at a statement 2, 2, but corresponding catch block not matched. So arithmetic exception raised, but this catch block may be null pointer exception. What will happen, sir? Now observe very carefully. 1 will be executed normally. While executing 2, the problem came. While executing 2, the problem came. But corresponding catch block not matched, sir. JVM will always search for the catch block not matched. It is always abnormal termination. But before abnormal termination, only finally block will be executed. Remember this one. This special offer is applicable only for finally block. That's why even in the case of abnormal termination, before abnormal termination, finally block will be executed. So 1 5 and then abnormal termination. Remember, statement 6 won't execute. Statement 6 won't execute. It is abnormal termination. Clear for all of you, right? 1 5 and then abnormal termination. You people should be aware. Sir, now if an exception raised, sir, that's all. This is if an exception raised at statement 2, catch block matched, not matched, what will happen? We covered, right? Even the same story is applicable for statement 3 also, right? Okay, well, now my question is, if an exception raised yet a statement 4, observe carefully, sir. If an exception raised yet a statement 4, very simple. So is this statement 4 is the part of try block or outside try block? Outside try block. Have you remembered, right? If any statement which raises an exception which is not inside try block, it is always abnormal termination. Even in the last videos also somewhere I covered very clearly, sir. That's why statement 4, if an exception rises, it is always abnormal termination. But before abnormal termination, finally block will be executed. So it is always abnormal termination, but before that, finally block will be executed. So abnormal termination, but before that, finally block will be executed. Finally block will be executed. That's all. Okay, finally block will be executed. Okay, well, so it's a very clear. If an exception rises at statement 4, what will happen? It's always abnormal termination because statement 4 is not part of try block. If it is not inside try block, then no corresponding catch block. No corresponding catch block means abnormal termination. But before abnormal termination, finally block will be executed. Okay, well, now if an exception rises yet statement 5. If an exception raised yet statement 5, what will happen? That is our next case. If an exception raised yet statement 5, what will happen? Can you please tell? Is it part of try block or outside of try block? Outside of try block. If any statement which raises exception outside of try block, it is always abnormal termination. Remember this one. So if an exception rises, sir, inside, I mean at statement 6, it is always abnormal termination. Remember that carefully. If the exception rises at 4 or 5 or 6, these statements are outside of try block, always abnormal termination. Even 5 and 6 also. So if an exception rises yet a statement 5 or statement 6, it is always abnormal termination. That's it. Any doubt? So what you require to do is, can you please take this one on the paper and take these cases, analyze on your own. So just try to execute these combinations by taking SOP statement. If any line required an exception, 10 by 0, SOP of 10 by 0, automatically exception will be raised. Can you please cross check whether all these cases are proper or not? Perfectly it is going to work, sir. Sir, next exceptions will be raised only in the try block. No. It can be raised inside try block or inside catch block or inside finally block also. Maybe a chance, because finally block also contain which codes are Java code only. Maybe a chance of raising an exception inside finally block also. Clear for you? Is it? Sir, I explained very clearly in the material also. These cases are there documented very clearly. Just go through that. Sir, in the last video, we covered what is control flow in try-catch finally. Sir, now the next thing, a bit important concept I'm ready to talk. Sir, what is nested try-catch finally? Nested try-catch finally. What it means, right? Sir, do you know, inside a try block, you can take try-catch finally. Inside catch block, we can take try-catch finally. Inside finally block also, we can take try-catch finally. That means nesting of try-catch finally is always possible. Remember this. Sir, where? What the need? What the need? Where we have to use? Sir, just observe that. I have here just try is there, sir. This is the risky code. Assume that this is the risky code. Now catch block is there. Catch block is there. Now this is the handling code, and then finally block is there, cleanup code, sir. Try catch finally. Sir, this is the risky code I am writing, right? Now assume that in this, sir, do you know, there is some code is there, too much risky code, maybe communicating with third party software, third party vendor machines, like it is too much risky, or otherwise communicating with the database, third party database, that database most of the times are down. It is too much risky code. Sir, now it is the risky code, but this one is the too much risky code. Sir, now this too much risky code, highly recommended to keep separate try catch. Regarding highly recommended to keep separate try catch, right? What is the reason for that? The reason is, suppose this statement is already there inside a try block. Assume I don't want to take inner try catch. Sir, if really there is a problem here, if really there is a problem, there is an exception. Now the control will goes to sir, this catch block. Then remaining code is not going to be executed. Regarding assume that after this there is almost around 10,000 lines of the code is there, it is not executed. Is it a problem or not? Yes, definitely it is a problem. This much code is not going to execute. That's why what I have to take, you are telling it is a very risky, too much risky code. What I will take here is, of course, here I am taking try block, next here only catch block I am taking corresponding handling code, sir. What is the advantage is, if really an exception raised, the advantage of taking inner try catch is, if really an exception raised, immediately this catch block is going to handle. Regarding this catch block will be handled. Of course, if this catch block unable to handle, anyway outer catch block can take care. Don't worry. Sir, this catch block is going to handle. This after handling this, the remaining code happily will be executed. There is no problem at all. Are you getting right? So most of the code is not going to be skipped. Most of the code will be executed. Here there is a problem. Here there is a problem. Immediately this catch block is going to handle. Rest of the code will be continued normally. That is the advantage of try catch inside a try block, sir. So normal risky code we have to take inside outer try. Too much risky code, very sensitive area, very sensitive code, too much risky code we have to take inside inner try block. Is it clear for all of you? So yeah, is it possible to take try catch inside try block or not? Yes, man. Try catch finally inside the try you can take, inside catch we can take, inside finally also we can take, no problem at all. It is acceptable. Okay, so now take a bit very special care. Best example, sir, do you know, assume that you are traveling on the road, by car. You are traveling on the road by car. Sir, traveling on the road by car, it is a risky, obviously, maybe a chance of accidents, but there are some curve roads are there. There are some curve roads are there. Then special arrangements they are going to take. Pass accident prone area. Take a bit very special care, like traveling on the road itself is the risky, but why this special board is required? It is the too much risky. Regarding accident prone area, too much risky. That's why some special arrangement must be required for this, sir. This car, what we call curve roads, accident prone areas, compulsory some special boards the road government people are going to arrange. Are you getting right? So the same style here also, sir. Too much risky code we have to take inside inner try block. General risky code we have to take inside outer try block. Okay, if an exception rises here in this risky code, immediately catch block is there, rest of the code will be executed normally. Clear for all of it? So is it possible to take try catch finally inside a try block or not? Yes, possible. Inside catch block or not? Yes, inside finally also happily you can take. Nesting of try catch finally is always possible. If you feel comfortable, I will go for a small chota executable code so that you can get much clarity, right? Okay, sir. Now observe a small example I'm taking here. Class test. Next, public static void main method string array args. Public static void main string array args. Here I'm taking try block, try blocks are outer try block. System.out.println outer try block, outer try block, like this I'm taking. Next, inside that I want to take another try block. Yes friends, possible or not? Yes, try inside try, acceptable try block I'm taking. Here system.out.println inner try block I'm taking. Regarding inner try block I'm taking. Now system.out.println 10/0 I'm getting. Assume that, sir. Okay, now sir, this is the catch arithmetic exception, catch arithmetic exception. Now system.out.println inner catch block, inner catch block. Assume that, sir, inner catch block. Okay, now sir, this is the try catch I took inside the try block. Regarding this try catch I took inside try block, remember. Now after this inner try catch, system.out.println outside inner try catch, like this I'm taking, sir. That's all. End of this one. Yes sir, this is outer try completed. Now sir, here I'm taking catch block. This is the outer catch block. Some exception I'm taking, some exception here. Do you know? Here the just I'm taking system.out.println outer catch block, outer catch block, like this I'm taking, son. Outer catch block. Next, last, finally system.out.println, sir, outer finally block, outer finally block, like this I'm taking, sir. That's all. Sir, now take a bit very special care end of the main, end of the class. Sir, now inside a try block I took try catch and outer catch block, outer finally. Can you please tell what is the output we are going to get for this program? Can you please guess what output, how the flow will be there, sir? Okay, very simple. Outer try, yes, this line will be printed. First this line will be printed. Now the control will enter into inner try block, this line will be printed. Next, while executing this one, while executing inner try block, there is an exception rises, sir. Okay, immediately JVM will check either in a corresponding catch block. Corresponding catch block means inner catch block. If inner catch block can handle, yes, happily it will execute, rest of the code will be executed. If inner catch block unable to handle, then immediately the control will goes to outer catch block, because the reason is, sir, do you know this code present inside inner try, present inside outer try also. If inner catch block unable to handle, then outer catch block can handle. Yes, observe that. Next, here inner catch block arithmetic exception, it is going to be handled. Third statement, right? Inner catch block. Sir, now an exception rises. Here only we handle Now rest of the code will be executed normally inside outer try. So the remaining code outside of inner try catch, it will be executed normally, right? Next, this catch block not going to execute because exception is already handled. Next, finally block will be executed. Observe that? Sir, that's all. These are the 5 statements we are going to get if I will execute this code, sir. Have you observed? Outer try block, next inner try block, next inner catch block, outside of inner try catch, next outer catch block, outer catch block won't execute, outer finally block only will execute. That's all. Clear for all of you, right? So my intention is you have to know, is it possible to take try catch inside a try block or not? Is it possible to take try catch inside catch block or not? That's what I want to show you a small program, right? Let me execute this code. Have a look once. Observe carefully, sir. Here I am taking class test public static void main try SOP of outer try. Next inner try, I am taking inner try SOP of 10 by 0. Regarding outer try, inner try, and then 10 by 0. Next catch arithmetic exception, inner catch block, inner catch block. Next after inner try catch, okay, like now outer catch, outer finally. Sir, the code is the same or not? Yes, perfectly the code is the same. Now let me compile this code, sir. Here, have a look once. Observe, the code compiles fine. Now let me run outer try, inner catch block, after inner try catch, next outer finally. Sir, our expected 5 statements only executed, right? Okay, clear for you. Now I have one small doubt, sir. What's my doubt is, here an exception raised. Assume that, but inner catch block unable to handle. Assume that, sir. Inner catch block not in a position to handle. Assume here raised exception is arithmetic exception, but catch block is available is null pointer exception. Observe carefully. Catch block is available for null pointer exception. Now, can you please tell what is the flow, sir? Please respond. What is the flow? Which statements will be executed now? So, inner catch block not matched. Then, here see. First, outer try block. Next, inner try block. Outer try, inner try. Next, here, SOP of 10 by 0. Regarding SOP of 10 by 0, arithmetic exception. Immediately, JVM will check, is there any inner catch block matched for this? No. If inner catch block unable to handle, immediately the control will goes to outer catch block. Okay. Now, sir, this is the statement 3 will execute, sir. Now, rest of the try block, this outer try won't be executed. Rest won't be executed, sir. Directly the control will jump to outer catch block and then outer finally block. This is the output you have to get. Just type this one, execute this, observe, then you will get much clarity, right? Nothing. So very simple. Inside inner try, if an exception raised, if inner catch block unable to handle, then who is the responsibility handles, sir? Outer catch block will responsible. Outer catch block, directly the control will comes to outer catch and then remaining code will execute. So you may ask, if outer catch block also not matched, what will happen? Abnormal termination. Okay, let me execute this scenario. Here see this one, raised, same example. Raised exception is, which exceptions are? Arithmetic exception, but inner catch block I have null pointer exception. Regarding inner catch block I have null pointer exception. So inner catch block not matched, only outer catch block matched, sir. Then what is the flow? Observe here, the code compiles fine, no problem. What is the answer? By default you are going to get outer try, inner try, outer catch, outer finally. Outer try, inner try, outer catch, outer finally. This is the output by default we are going to get, sir. Okay, please make sure. So is it possible to take try catch finally inside try block or not, inside catch block or not, inside finally or not? Yes, nesting of try catch finally is always a good programming practice. General risky code we have to take inside outer try. Too much risky code, very sensitive code we require to take inside try block. Clear for all of you right up to this? Sir, now multiple cases we are going to discuss. 14 cases we will discuss, sir, so that you people can get much clarity about try catch finally. Okay, now do you know case 1? If there is no exception, sir, exception is not there. Can you please observe that? If there is no exception, which statements will be executed, sir? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, catch block won't be executed because there is no exception. Inner catch block, outer catch block won't be executed, right? Catch won't execute. 8. After that 9 will execute normally. This outer catch block won't execute. 11 finally block, and statement 12 also will be executed, and then it is the normal termination. If there is no exception except finally blocks, except catch blocks, the remaining statements will be executed. Because exception is not there, what the need of executing catch block? Now observe the flow. 1, 2, 3. Observe 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and then 4, 5, 6. Okay, 4, 5, 6, 6, and 7 won't execute. 7 won't execute because there is no exception. 7 won't be there. 8, 9. Okay, 8, 9, 8, 9, and after that this catch block of 10, it won't be executed, sir, because there is no exception. 11, 12 normal termination. 11, 12 normal termination. Remember that. So if there is no exception, okay, only 2 statements are not executing, statement 7 and statement 10, because both are related to catch blocks. Clear for all of you, right? Case 1, it's a very easy, sir. Now observe the code. Case 2, sir. What is my case is, have a look once. If an exception raised at a statement 2, if an exception raised at a statement 2 and corresponding catch block matched. Sir, an exception raised at statement 2 and the corresponding catch block matched. What will happen? Take very special care. Sir, if an exception raised at a statement 2 and the corresponding catch block matched, which catch block is the corresponding catch block? Respond. Which catch block is the corresponding catch block? Is it inner catch block or outer catch block? Yes, sir, outer catch block. Because it is nowhere related to inner try catch finally. First I didn't enter inside inner try. That's why here this is, if an exception raised at statement 2 means now this catch block is the responsible. Okay. Can you please tell? It is already matched. It is matched, sir. It is in a position to handle. What is the output we are going to get? I mean, which statements will be executed? Please confirm. In my offline sessions, online sessions, here there are n number of doubts the students are asking. Okay, that part I will discuss. Anyway, just one will be executed. Yes, I know one will be executed, and then while executing 2, the problem is coming. Now the control will goes to this catch block. Now the control will goes to this catch block. Okay, now this catch block matched 10, and then finally, and then remaining statements normal followed by normal termination. 1, 10, 11, 12 normal termination I'm expecting. Can you please tell, is it valid or not? Here there is a small doubt is there. Sir, you told in the last videos finally block will be executed always, sir. So compulsory this inner finally also will be executed. Like sir, most of the people are having the doubt about this one. Sir, this finally is not going to execute. Like now take very special care about this point, sir. Observe carefully here. Some little explanation I will take. Here see. I have try block is there. Now listen, try block is there, and catch block is there, catch block is there, and then finally block is there, sir. Now listen. I open database connection. I open DB connection inside a try block. I open DB connection inside try block. We have to close that DB connection. Where we require to close, sir? Inside finally block, close DB connection. Inside finally block, close DB connection like this. Open DB connection, close DB connection like this I am taking. Now the point is, observe very carefully about this one. So once you entered in the try block, compulsory finally block will be executed to close the resources which are open at the part of try block. But now my question is, if an exception raised, yet these statements are, assume that. So if an exception raised, yet this statement outside of try block, now sir, no catch block, abnormal termination. In this case, finally block will be executed or not? No, because you didn't enter in the try block. If you didn't enter in the try block, you didn't open any resources. What is the need of closing? Okay, what is the need of executing finally block? So the conclusion is, once we entered inside a try block, compulsory finally block will be executed. If you didn't enter in the try block, then the finally block won't be executed. Remember this one, sir. Once I entered in the try block, compulsory finally block will be executed. But if I didn't enter in the try block, sorry, finally block not required to execute because I didn't open any resources. Clear for all of you, right? Now, sir, in our scenario, if an exception rises at a statement 2, I didn't enter inside inner try. If you are not entering inside inner try, what is the need of executing inner finally? That's why in this scenario, finally block, inner finally block is not going to be executed. Take very special care, sir. Now, statement 1 will be executed, and then while executing to the problem, now the corresponding catch block matched, now 10, and then 11, and then 12, normal termination. So for case 2, if an exception rises at statement 2 and the corresponding catch block matched, 1, 10, 11, 12, normal termination. This is the thing what you should evade. Observe, sir, write on the paper, sir, think pleasant mind, with pleasant mind, then you can able to understand very easily, sir, dangerous cases. Legend. Next, the third one. If an exception rises at a statement 2, and corresponding catch block not matched. Sir, corresponding catch block not matched. If an exception rises at statement 2 and the corresponding catch block not matched. Observe carefully, sir. If an exception rises at statement 2, which is the corresponding catch block? This is the corresponding catch block. Not matched, sir. If the corresponding catch block not matched, it is always abnormal termination. But before abnormal termination, only finally block will be executed. That's why now observe that 1 will be executed. While executing 2, the problem is coming. Immediately corresponding catch block, sorry, not matched, abnormal termination. But before abnormal termination, only finally block. That's why 1, 11, abnormal termination. Sir, in the case of abnormal termination, only finally block will be executed, not remaining statement 12. Take very special care about this one. Sir, why it is not executed statement 12? It is not normal termination, it is abnormal termination. Before abnormal termination, only finally block will be executed. That's why case 3, what the answers are? 1, 11, abnormal termination. Okay, well. Now, next cases, listen carefully. Slowly we are entering into next level. Case 4. If an exception raised at a statement 5. If an exception raised at a statement 5 and corresponding inner catch block matched. If an exception raised at a statement 5 and corresponding inner catch block matched. Now observe, statement 5 means here sir, if an exception raised at a statement 5 and inner catch block matched, wow, good, inner catch block matched, what is the flow? Now we have a look. 1 2 3 executed, 1 2 3 4 executed normally, 1 2 3 4 executed normally. Now the problem at the 5 immediately inner catch block matched. Now the control will comes to inner catch block 7 will execute, handle. Now the remaining finally block 8, already exception handle, remaining code also will be executed, 7 8 9 will be executed. After that sir, outer catch not required because exception is already handled, that's why 10 won't execute, 11 will be executed, 12 will be executed, followed by normal termination. Are you getting? 1 2 3 4 while executing 5 the problem is coming, immediately catch block 7 8 9 and then 11 12 normal termination. So observe that 1 2 3 4 7 8 9 11 12 normal termination, that's all. So if an exception raised at statement 5 and the inner catch block matched, what is the flow? Okay, well, now the next case, don't worry sir, slowly we have to discuss. Now the next, if an exception raised at a statement 5, an exception raised at a statement 5 and the inner catch block not matched but outer catch block matched. Observe that inner catch block not matched but outer catch block matched. Observe very carefully sir, here legend this one, 1 2 3 4 will be executed normally. While executing 5 an exception raised, immediately JVM will check the corresponding catch block, inner catch block matched or not matched. If inner catch block not matched, then who is the responsible to handle this one? Outer catch block. Immediately the control should goes to outer catch block, but before going to outer catch block, compulsory inner finally block should be executed. Which ones are inner finally block should be executed? Because you entered already inside inner try. Okay, inner finally 8 will execute, inner finally and then outer catch. Yes, it is already matched. Now 10 so handled. Next remaining will be executed normally, 10 11 12 normal termination. Are you getting? So if an exception raised at a statement 5, inner catch block not matched but outer catch block matched, what is the flow? 1 2 3 4 sir, inner not matched, it will goes to the outer catch, but before going to the outer catch only finally block will be executed. Next 10 11 12 normal termination. Can you please observe the flow now? 1 2 3 4 8 10 11 12 normal termination. Is it clear for all of you, right? Okay, normal termination like this, right? Sir, what is the next thing? What is the next one? If an exception raised, sir, observe, up to this is very clear, I told. So better to write on the paper and pen, better to use, then you will get much clarity. Just by simply listening, I don't think you may get or may not get. Okay, next case. If an exception raised at a statement 5, sir, if an exception raised at statement 5 and both the inner and outer catch blocks are not matched. Oh, an exception raised at a statement 5, inner catch block not matched, outer catch block also not matched. Hurry, no catch block matched, it is always abnormal termination. But how the flow? Very important, sir. Have a look once. Here 1 2 3 4 will be executed normally. 1 2 3 4 will execute normally. Sir, at a statement 5, an exception raised. If an exception rises at statement 5, immediately AVM will check for inner catch. Sorry, not matched. If it is not matched, I will go for outer catch. But before going for outer catch, okay, inner finally will execute. Only inner finally will execute. Now the control will goes to outer catch. Okay. Sir, now outer catch also not matched. If outer catch also not matched, abnormal termination. But before abnormal termination, only finally block will be executed. 8, 11, and then abnormal termination. Are you getting? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Here the problem is coming. So no catch blocks are matched. Abnormal termination. But before abnormal termination, inner finally, outer finally will execute, and then abnormal termination. Clear for all of you right up to this? Sir, up to this 6 cases completed, right? Now the 7th case. If an exception raised, have you observed? If an exception raised, yet a statement 7 and a corresponding catch block matched. If an exception raised, yet a statement 7 and a corresponding catch block matched. What it means? Observe that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, here observe. Inner catch block. If an exception raised, yet a statement 7 and a corresponding catch block matched. Which is the corresponding catch block, sir? Sir, already you are inside inner catch. Which is the corresponding catch block? So here the problem is coming. Now outer catch block is the corresponding catch block. Observe that. Because you are outside of inner try, then obviously this statement is the part of outer try. Outer catch block is the responsible, right? It is matched. What is the flow? Now observe. 1, 2, 3 should be compulsory executed. 1, 2, 3 should be compulsory executed. If the control coming to statement 7 means maybe the problem at 4 or 5 or 6 somewhere the problem is there at 4th statement or 5th statement or 6th statement. Because of that, sir, the control came to 7. That's why 4, 5, 6 may or may not execute. 4, 5, 6 may or may not. Somewhere the problem is there in this statement. Because of that, the control came to statement 7. Are you getting? Now, while executing 7, the problem is coming. Immediately, sir, which catch block is the responsible? Outer catch. But before going to outer catch, here only finally will be executed. That's why 8 only finally, not remaining, only finally, and then go to outer catch block. Now it is matched. It is matched. That's why 10 followed by 11 followed by 12 normal termination. Sir, 10 handle. Next, remaining statements will be executed normally. 11, 12 normal termination. Sir, observe that. If the statement, if the control came to 7 means maybe the problem at 4 or 5 or 6. That's why just I took x. Maybe problem at 4 or 5 or 6. 1, 2, 3 compulsory, and the problem maybe at 4, 5, 6 maybe somewhere. Now the control came to catch block. Here an exception is coming. Outer catch block is the responsible, but before outer catch block, compulsory finally block should be executed. Now once finally block executed and then outer catch block, okay, like this. So what is the flow, sir? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Sir, 4, 5, 6 may or may not. Somewhere the problem at 4, 5, 6. That's why, so the control came to 7. But while executing 7, exception raised, first finally block, and then outer catch block, finally normal statement. So 10, 11, 12 normal termination. That's all, sir. So this is if an exception raised at 7 and the corresponding catch block matched, what is the flow? Now the next case, sir. The next case is very easy. If an exception raised yet a statement 7, same line, yet a statement 7, and the corresponding catch block not matched. If the corresponding catch block not matched, what is the flow? Observe, an exception raised at statement 7 and the corresponding catch block not matched. Sir, if the corresponding catch block not matched, abnormal termination, but how the flow? So to reach statement 7, 1, 2, 3 should be compulsory executed. 1, 2, 3 executed. And then, So maybe the problem at 4 or 5 or 6 somewhere, that's why the control came to 7. So 4, 5, 6, just the X I'm taking, may or may not. Now statement 7, the problem came. Now whenever an exception rises at statement 7, immediately the control will goes to outer catch block. But before going outer catch block, finally will be executed. Finally executed, only finally. And then this catch block, sorry, not matched. If it is not matched, abnormal termination. But before abnormal termination, this finally block will be executed. That's why 11 followed by abnormal termination. Are you getting the point? 1, 2, 3, x, 8, 11, and then abnormal termination. Everyone can able to understand, right? What is the flow here we are going to get? Sir, now 1, 2, 3 compulsory. 4, 5, 6 may or may not, because there is a problem at 4 or 5, 6. Because of that 7 came, but while executing 7, exception riser, finally block, and then outer catch block not matched, abnormal termination, but before abnormal termination, only finally block followed by abnormal termination. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 may or may not. So inner finally block, outer finally block, followed by abnormal termination. Clear for all of you, right? That's all. Just observe. I told, take paper with pleasant mind, analyze, then you can get much clarity. Don't worry, sir. Sir, now what is the next case? Here have a look once, sir. If an exception rises at a statement 8, if an exception rises at a statement 8 and the corresponding catch block matched. Oh, and the corresponding catch block matched. An exception rises at a statement 8. Which is the statement 8, sir? Sir, inner finally. Observe that. Inner finally. An exception rises at inner finally. Now corresponding catch block matched. What will happen? Corresponding catch block means outer catch only. Now how the control reaches a statement 8? It is a very important, sir. 1, 2, 3. These statements must be compulsory. Next, what about 4, 5, 6? Is there any guarantee? If the control coming to statement 8 means, is there any guarantee 4, 5, 6 will be executed compulsory? May or may not. Suppose here there is an exception. Because of that, now 7 and then 8. Oh, 4, 5, 6 may not. That's why 4, 5, 6, just I am taking optional. Next, is there any chance to execute 7 always? No. Because the reason is, assume there is no exception. 4, 5, 6 normally. There is no exception. That's why the control came to finally block. Okay, without executing. So 7 also optional. So 1, 2, 3 and then 4, 5, 6, 7 may or may not. Now the control came to 8, sir. Okay, well, now the problem came. If the problem came and the corresponding catch block matched, yes, corresponding catch block matched, sir, now 10, 11, 12 normal termination. 10, 11, 12 normal termination. Remaining story already you aware. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 may or may not. 8, while executing 8, the problem came. Immediately catch block. 10, 11, 12 normal termination. Okay, clear, right? Now observe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 may or may not. 4, 5, 6, 7 may or may not. And then finally, while executing finally an exception raised, that's why 10, 11, 12 normal termination, because this catch block already matched. Any doubt? Friends, is it clear for all of you, right? Okay, well, now the next case, right? If an exception raised at a statement 8, same statement, and the corresponding catch block not matched. If the corresponding catch block not matched, what is the flow, sir? So an exception raised at 8, but corresponding catch block not matched. Simple, it is always abnormal termination, but before abnormal termination, finally block will be executed. Can you please tell the flow? 1, 2, 3 normal, 4, 5, 6, 7 may or may not. I told already. Because, sir, here there is an exception. Because of that exception, 7 and then 8. So, 4, 5, 6 may not. Next, sir, 7. Without, sir, assume there is no exception. Assume there is no exception. Now there is no exception means 4, 5, 6 normally and directly 8. That's why 7 is also optional. Okay, now 7 is also optional. Control came to 8. So if an exception rises, immediately control will goes to catch block. But catch block not matched. If the catch block not matched, it is always what? Abnormal termination. But before abnormal termination, finally block will be executed. Are you getting? 11 will be executed and then abnormal termination. Only finally abnormal termination. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 may or may not, 7 may or may not. Next, sir, catch block not matched, abnormal termination. So before that finally 11 followed by abnormal termination. Any doubt? Are you in the position to understand? Clear, right? Sir, up to these 10 cases we covered. Now the 11th case. Observe. If an exception raised at a statement 9 and the corresponding catch block matched. Sir, observe very carefully, sir. If an exception raised at a statement 9, which is the statement 9? Here, sir. Oh, inner try catch finally completed. Now the last statement inside outer try, here the problem is coming. Sir, what is the flow? Now take very special care. If the control, how the control came to statement 9? Observe. 1, 2, 3 should be executed compulsory. 1, 2, 3. Next, 4, 5, 6 may or may not. Sir, assume if an exception rises somewhere. Now 7, 8, 9. That's why 4, 5, 6 may or may not. Next, 7 also may or may not. What the reason is? Assume there is no exception. 4, 5, 6 and then control came to 8. Okay, without executing 7. That's why 4, 5, 6, 7 all are optional, may or may not. But without executing this finally block, the control never comes to statement 9. Because if there is a problem at 8, it will go directly to the catch. But still the control came to 9 means statement 8 executed normally. Now control came to 9. While executing 9, an exception rises. Immediately, do you know, while executing 9, if an exception rises, immediately this catch block is the responsible. Corresponding catch block matched, then automatically 10, 11, 12 normal termination. Are you getting? So here the problem is coming. Immediately the control will goes to catch block 10, 11, 12 normal termination. Remember this one, sir. So 1, 2, 3 will be executed normally. 4, 5, 6, 7 may be optional. 4, 5, 6, 7 optional. But 8 compulsory will be executed. And while executing 9, the problem is coming. Immediately catch block, finally block and remaining. So catch block, finally block, remaining statements, normal termination. That's all. So if an exception rises at a statement 9 and the corresponding catch block matched, what is the flow? This is the flow, sir. Next case, observe carefully. If an exception rises at a statement 9 and the corresponding catch block not matched. If an exception rises at a statement 9 and the corresponding catch block not matched. Observe that, sir. So if an exception rises at a statement 9 and the corresponding catch block not matched, how the control will come to statement 9? Just now I explained. 1, 2, 3 compulsory. 4, 5, 6. Okay. 4, 5, 6 optional. 7 also optional, may or may not. But 8 compulsory will execute. Now here 9 the problem came. but corresponding catch block not matched. If the corresponding catch block not matched, it is always abnormal termination. But before abnormal termination, only finally block will be executed. That's why 11 followed by abnormal termination. Only finally block will be executed followed by abnormal termination. That's why 1, 2, 3, okay, 4, 5, 6, 7. 4, 5, 6, 7 optional. 8 will execute. While executing 9, the problem is coming. 9 the problem, but catch block not matched. Finally will be executed 11 followed by abnormal termination. That's all. Sir, how beautiful it is. Compulsory. You have to analyze very clearly, sir. Next case. Observe carefully. Next case. If an exception raised at a statement 10. An exception raised at a statement 10. Sir, statement 10 means this catch block, outer catch block. If an exception raised at statement 10, is it normal or abnormal termination? It is always abnormal termination. It is always abnormal termination because it is outside of try block. So up to this, either inside inner try or outer try is there. But this statement is outside of try block. That's why it is always abnormal termination. But before abnormal termination, only finally block will be executed. Remember this one. It is always abnormal termination. But before that, finally block will be executed. So which finally blocks are? 11. Finally block will be executed. Okay, well. Sir, now if an exception raised, sir, 14, case number 14, if an exception raised at statement 11 or statement 12, if an exception raised at a statement 11, it is always abnormal termination. Have you remembered, right? If any statement which raises an exception which is not part of try block, abnormal termination. If an exception raised at statement 12, it is also abnormal termination. That's also in both cases we are going to get abnormal termination. That's also. These are 14 cases what you people should aware. If you aware this scenario, then you can play the games with the try catch finally. Nothing will be there, sir. Okay? But anyway, you may have some doubts. With pleasant mind, you can analyze, automatically you will get. If still you are having the doubt, just with this scenario, write a small chota program, a small demo program and try to execute, then you will get much clarity. Clear for all of right? I hope from this flow, most of your doubts got clarified. Clear? Sir, in the last videos we covered very clearly what is the control flow in nested try catch finally. 14 cases, almost all your doubts got clarified, right? Same way, what are various possible combinations for try catch finally? These things I have to discuss, right? Sir, sometimes in my offline online session, the students are going to ask, sir, is it possible to take 2 finally blocks, or inside try, is it possible to take try catch, and so on. Like almost around 20 plus combinations we are going to discuss, so that you will get much clarity with the try catch finally. Okay, possible syntaxes also. Okay, have a look once. So what is our topic name? Various possible combinations of try catch finally. Okay, now the first thing I'm taking here, just observe try I'm taking, followed by catch block. Can you please confirm, is it valid syntax or not? Yes, perfectly it is valid syntax. Only try catch, we did several times this type of things, valid, right? Next try followed by, okay, catch block I'm taking. Next another catch block for different exception I'm taking, sir. Can you please confirm, is it valid or not? Yes, try with multiple catch blocks is possible and recommended to use. Somewhere we discussed already, right? Sir, now, sir, third option, try I'm taking, okay, just catch block I'm taking, catch block. Observe very carefully, sir. Sir, now another catch block I'm taking is, sir. Can you please confirm, is it valid or not? invalid. What the reason is, sir, this catch block for X exception, this catch block is also for the same exception. For the same exception, two catch blocks are not allowed. Correct or not? Okay. So here compile time error, exception X has already been caught. This is the error by default we are going to get. So two catch blocks for the same exception you can't take. Okay, remember this one, sir. Okay, well, next I'm taking try catch finally. I'm taking, sir, try catch finally. Okay, like this. Can you please tell, is it valid or not? Yes, perfectly, it is a valid syntax, no problem at all. Try catch finally itself is valid syntax only. Next one, now observe, I'm taking try sir catch I'm taking. Next again try catch. Can you please tell, is it valid or not? Yes, man. So there is no rule like you should use a try catch only once. Yes, here first a try catch, next a try catch. Okay, sir, this is to hold risky code, the first part. This is to hold a risky code, another risky code. You can take try catch multiple times, acceptable, right? Next here I'm taking try finally. Observe very carefully, sir. Try finally, is it valid combination or not? Please confirm. Try finally, is it valid combination or not? Ayyo, respond. Is it valid combination or not? Yes, 100% pakka. It is valid or invalid? 100% pakka. This is valid combination. What is the reason for that? Okay, in what situations we will use, right? Sir, usually I can take try and then catch block, try catch block, and then finally. This is our normal syntax. Are you getting? This is our normal syntax, right? So now here I am maintaining risky code. If any exception is coming, now the corresponding handling code. Next, inside finally, I have to take a cleanup code. I require to take a cleanup code, right? Now the point is, take very carefully about this terminology, right? Try, catch, and then finally. Suppose here, if there is an exception, catch block will be there, and then finally will execute. Assume that catch block is not there. Assume catch block is not there, sir. Is it valid or not? Yes, most of the people are going to get the down. Without catch block, what is the need of trying? What is the need of taking try block and finally block? Like you may have the doubt. Yes, man. Some scenario, sir, there may be a chance of raising an exception. Okay, but I don't know how to handle. So abnormal termination. No problem, abnormal termination. But before that, can you please close my database connection? I want to ask. Then here, close DB connection. Are you getting? Close DB connection. Like this we have to take. Are you getting? So even risky code, even exception is coming, abnormal termination. But the biggest advantage of taking try finally is before abnormal termination, finally block will execute, which is going to close all opened resources. So try finally, valid syntax, sometimes it may be required. Okay, don't worry at all, sir. It is perfectly valid possible syntax only. Okay, well, sir, now what is the next thing? Here just observe, I'm taking only try block. Only try. That's all. I'm not taking any catch block or finally block. Immediately compiler will get left and right. Hey, only try. Where is the catch block or finally block? Whenever we are writing try block, compulsory either catch block or finally block must be there. If you are not taking either catch or finally, then immediately compile time error we are going to get. Try without catch or finally. Try without catch or finally. This is the comparative error you are going to get, sir. Try without catch or finally. This is the comparative error you are going to get. Everyone can able to understand, right? Sir, that's all. Same way, sir, next catch. Catch I'm taking a bit worst syntax, right? Only catch block without try and finally, only catch block. What is the meaning? That's why comparative error. Here just observe that comparative error by default you are going to get saying, okay, catch without try. Catch without try. Whenever we are writing catch block, compulsory try block must be required. Catch without try itself is invalid. Comparative error we will get. Remember this one. Sir, similarly, now I am taking only finally block. Only finally block. Sir, again this one is invalid. Again itself is invalid, sir. So whenever we are writing finally block, compulsory try must be required. Remember that. Now what comparative error we will get? Finally without try. Finally without try. This is the comparative error we are going to get, sir. Are you getting right? So whenever we are writing try block, either catch or finally must be required. Whenever we are writing catch block, compulsory catch block, compulsory try must be required. Catch without try is invalid. Whenever we are writing finally block, compulsory try must be required. Okay, try with finally without try, again it is invalid. Clear up to this? Okay, well, sir, now the next scenario, have a look once, sir. Sir, I'm taking try, okay, finally catch, sir. Try finally catch I'm taking. Now if I can ask this one, immediately comparative error you are going to get. What the reason for that is, so in try catch finally, order is very important. Remember this one, sir. First try block and then catch block and then finally block. But here you took a try finally and then catch. Sir, try finally up to that valid syntax, but this catch will become alone because try finally completed. Now this catch will become alone. What comparative error we will get? Sir, catch without a try. Catch without a try. This is the comparative error we are going to get, sir. Up to this is the clear? Getting right? So here compulsory order is important. Next one, sir. Here listen. I'm taking try block. Just I'm taking try block. Again try block. Again try block. Next followed by catch block. And then finally I'm taking, sir. Do you know 2 try blocks, 1 catch block, 1 finally? Compiler will give left and right. What is the reason for that here? How many try we can take? Only 1 try. Only 1 try. Try catch finally, valid syntax, but this try will become alone. That's why what error we are going to get is try without catch or finally. Try without catch or finally. This is the error we are going to get because this try will become alone, right? Similarly, if I can take try, sir, if I can take try, sir, now observe catch block. Now catch block I'm taking. Of course, it is the catch y. Now finally, can you please guide, is it valid or not? Yes, 100% pakka. This one is valid because multiple catch blocks you can take for the same try, no problem at all. Okay, sir, this one is valid. Now observe carefully. Next scenario, sir. Sir, I'm taking try block. I'm taking try block. Next catch. Next catch I'm taking try catch like this. Next finally, and then again I'm taking finally. Please confirm, is it valid or not? How many finally blocks I'm taking? 2 finally blocks I'm taking. Immediately compiler will give left and right. For the same try, you are allowed to take only 1 finally. 2 finally is not possible. Now, do you know? Try catch finally completed. this finally will become alone. Now compile time error we will get is finally without try. Are you getting? Finally without try. I hope terminology is very clear, right? Now have a look once, sir. These are some cases, right? But still I want to add some more cases so that you people will get much clarity, right? Observe that. Here I'm taking try block, and then system.out.println hello I'm taking hello, and then catch block I'm taking, sir. So in between try block and catch block, some SOP statement, independent statement I'm taking. Because of this independent statement, try block and catch block will become alone, separated, right? Now two compile time errors we are going to get, sir. Compile time error 1 try without catch or finally, try without catch or finally, try without catch or finally, okay, like. But second one, sir, do you know compile time error 2 catch without trying. Regarding catch without try, it is invalid because try will become alone, catch will become alone because of this SOP statement. That's why the problem is coming. Take very special care. Similarly, here I'm taking try. Next catch block. I'm taking catch block. Next after catch block, SOP statement I'm taking SOP of hello. Next after that, sir, now again second catch block I'm taking, sir. Yes, if I can ask this one, compiler will give left and right. What is the reason? For that is, in between two catch blocks, in the middle one independent statement you are taking. Are you getting? So up to try catch completed, independent statement. Now this catch block will become alone. That's why what errors are? Catch without try. Catch without try. Like this I'm getting, sir. Sir, now what is the next cinema we have to take? Try. Just observe catch, and then SOP statement I'm taking, and here finally SOP statement I'm taking finally. Do you know this SOP statement will become alone? So I mean this, because of this SOP finally block will become alone. Now compile time error again we are going to get finally without try. So the conclusion here is, so in between try and catch, or in between catch and catch, or catch and finally, independent statements we can't take, because try catch finally this total is only one statement, order in a single statement. In the middle some independent statements I'm going to use, not at all possible. Clear, right? Okay, well, now the next scenario, sir. Observe carefully. Here I'm taking try block. Within the try block, I'm taking try catch. And then catch block. I'm taking, sir. Observe very carefully. Within the try, I'm taking try catch. Is it valid or not? Yes, friends, perfectly valid. Okay, valid, sir. No problem at all, because you remember, right? I covered somewhere. Okay, it's a possible. Inside the try we can take try catch finally. Inside catch we can take try catch finally. Inside finally also we can take try catch finally. Valid syntax, right? Now next one, sir. Observe very carefully. Here a bit dangerous thing is there. Try I'm taking try block. Sir, catch X exception I'm taking. Observe, inner catch block is the responsible to handle which exception? X exception, right? Now, sir, outer catch block, sir, X exception I'm taking like this. Can you please confirm, is it valid or not? Observe very carefully. Two catch blocks for the same exception you can't take. Have you remembered somewhere we discussed two catch blocks for the same exception we can't take. Exception has already been caught. Exception has already been caught. Like some compatible error you are going to get. Have you remembered? Is it valid or not? Respond. Is it valid or not? Yes. 100% pakka. This one is valid. Valid. What the reason for that is, sir, this catch block related to this try. This catch block related to this try. Are you getting? For the same try, two catch blocks, same exception not possible. But different try blocks. This catch block related to this try, this catch block related to this try. So no problem at all. Here you can take same exceptions because these catch blocks are not related to same try, different try blocks. Clear, right? Next. Sir, what about this possibility, right? I'm taking try within the another try block. Sir, try within that another try block. And then catch block I'm taking. And then catch block I'm taking. Please observe, is it valid or not? Try within the another try. This is the common catch block, right? So if I can take like this, compiler will get left and right. Because this try block not having any catch block or finally block. Okay, then immediately ask, array, this catch is there, boss. This catch block is related to outer try but not for inner try. Within inner try also catch or finally must be required. Sir, what compatible error we will get? Try without catch or finally. Try without catch or finally. This is the error we are going to get. Clear, right? Okay, well. Sir, next cinema, I'm taking try block. Now catch block. Here observe very carefully. Inside catch block, I'm taking try catch. I'm taking, sir, try catch like I'm taking. So is it possible to take try catch inside catch block? Why not, man? 100% pakka. It is a valid. Okay. Now I'm taking try and then catch block, try and then catch block, and after that inside finally I'm taking try catch finally. Array, inside finally block I'm taking try catch finally. Is it valid or not? Yes. Nesting of try catch finally is always valid syntax, no problem at all. Are you getting right? So from these 3 or 4 conclusions here, very simple, sir. Inside a try block you can take try catch, inside catch block you can take try catch, inside finally block also we can take try catch finally. Acceptable. Okay, now the next cinema, take very special care about this one, sir. What the point is, sir, try I'm taking, sir, try, observe carefully, try. Now system.out.println, okay, try like this I'm taking. So try SOP and then catch block I'm taking, catch system.out.println, catch, sir, catch like this I'm taking. Observe, try SOP, try catch like this, because if only one statement is there, curly braces are optional. Somewhere at our childhood, in the flow control, we may discuss it, right? So without curly braces, you can take only one statement, like for if statement, while statement, for loop, like we covered, right? Here also, try block contain only one statement. That's why I'm not taking curly braces. Same here, try system.out.println, try, sir. Okay, try block I'm taking curly braces. But catch block I'm not taking curly braces. Okay, catch block I'm not taking curly braces. System.out.println, catch, that's all. Okay, like, are you getting? Like, next try I'm taking, sir, try I'm taking, catch I'm taking, sir, catch curly brace I'm taking, but finally only one statement is there. That's why without curly braces, just I'm taking finally. Yes, hope, yeah, finally, like. Now take very special care, sir. if only one statement is there, I didn't use curly braces for try block, for catch block, and finally block. Can you please tell, is it valid or not? You have to tell, is it valid or not? Respond, valid or invalid? Remember that for a try, catch, finally blocks, curly braces are mandatory. Even one statement is there, compulsory you require to take curly braces. Without curly braces, you can't write a try, catch, finally blocks. Remember, that's why, sir, all these things are invalid, right? Okay, sir, please make sure you people should aware. Clear for all of it, right? Okay, like, sir, now almost multiple combinations we covered, sir. Sir, if you want, just let me give numbering, sir, so that how many we discussed, sir. Have you observed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, almost 24 combinations we discussed, sir. Sir, just if you are going to revise these, most of your doubts by default got clarified. Sir, very, very simple. In try, catch, finally, order is important. You can't change the order. Next, only one try you have to take, but multiple catch blocks, but only one finally. So, multiple number you can take only for catch blocks, but not for try block, but not for finally block. Next, sir, whenever we are writing try block, compulsory either catch or finally must be required. Try without catch or finally is invalid. Next, whenever we are writing catch block, compulsory try block should be there. Try, catch without a try, invalid. Finally, without a try is invalid. Okay, clear. Next, try with multiple catch blocks possible. Next, for the same exception, 2 catch blocks if you are writing, compile time error we are going to get. That's all. These are various important loopholes what you people should aware. Almost around 24 combination, so that you will get much clarity about this cinema. Clear, right? Sir, now it is very clear what is the purpose of throw keyword. To hand over our created exception object to the JVM manually. For that purpose we can use throw keyword, right? Now I have one small doubt. Sir, what is the need of creating exception object explicitly? What is the need of hand over to the JVM? So you may have, because at the beginning, in the introduction part of our exception handling, I told unwanted, unexpected event that disturbs our normal flow of the program is called exception. Sorry, exception disturbs our normal flow. Then why you are creating exception object and hand over to the JVM? What is the need of using throw keyword, right? Sometimes what will happen is, to indicate something goes wrong, to indicate something goes wrong, I have to raise exceptions explicitly, man. Of course, this type of terminology is called customized exceptions, user-defined exception. Somewhere in the next classes we are going to discuss, but anyway, just get the basic idea. Best example, sir, in the bank, withdraw operation is there. Withdraw method I want to implement. Withdraw functionality I want to implement, sir. Suppose in my account, 10,000 balance is there. But I'm trying to withdraw 20,000 from the ATM center. I'm trying to withdraw 20,000 rupees. Immediately, can you please tell, is this request should be processed or should be stopped? Can you please tell? Available balance is 10,000 only, but I'm trying to send the request for 20,000. I may get 20,000, I may enjoy like I send the request. Immediately we are going to get insufficient funds exception. Have you remembered, right? Okay, this type of experience I hope everyone has. Now observe, now I will look once. I'm implementing withdraw. How much amount? Just double amount. Withdraw amount. Just observe pseudocode. Withdraw amount. If requested amount is greater than available balance. Are you getting? If amount greater than available balance, can I process this request? No. Something goes wrong. Stop the program by raising meaningful exception. Then what I have to do is throw which exception I want to raise? New insufficient funds exception. Are you getting? Insufficient funds exception. Like this, I have to throw. Are you getting? So in our program, to indicate that something goes wrong, so sometimes we require to create our own exception object, and we have to hand over that object to the JVM. For that purpose, throw keyword is required. These type of exceptions are called customized user defined exceptions. Sir, it is not Java's inbuilt exception. Insufficient funds exception is not Java's inbuilt exception. It is customized, our own exceptions, right? That's why the best use of throws keyword, the best use of throw keyword is what is the best use? For customized exceptions, not for predefined exceptions. Clear, friends? So is it required to raise exception explicitly or not? Yes. Best example, this is the example, right? So for that purpose we can use throw keyword. Can you please tell final conclusion? What is the purpose of throw keyword? Hey, if interview person is asking, immediately you have to tell what is the purpose of throw keyword? To hand over our created exception object to the JVM manually. For that purpose we can use throw keyword to indicate something goes wrong, I'm stopping the program by raising some exception. If you have such a type of requirement, best use is a throw keyword, right? Clear? Hi friends, in the last videos we covered very clearly about try catch finally. Okay, what is the control flow in try catch finally? Next, the control flow in nested try catch finally. What are various possible combinations are there with respect to try catch finally? All the things we covered, right? Sir, now the next cinema what I have to start is throw keyword, right? Okay, very important for the interview room. What is the difference between throw and throws? You people should have clear clarity, right? So what is throw keyword, right? So do you know, in our day-to-day life, forget about this Java or exception handling, in our day-to-day life, where we can use throw word? Sir, I want to throw a ball. Are you getting? Throw a ball. Someone is going to catch that ball, correct, right? Throw that ball. Someone is going to catch the ball. A simple ball game itself is nothing but throw keyword, right? Assume that here I'm throwing. Here just observe that. So the first person, now the second person, assume. So the first person throw something. Now the second person is going to catch that. Are you getting? First person throw the ball, second person is going to catch that. Sir, are you can able to understand, right? So if you aware this, nothing is there in the throw keyword. So the first person throw the ball, second person is going to catch that ball. Okay, now observe the person who is throwing, this person is a programmer. Observe that the person who is throwing, sir, this person is called programmer. Throw something. Sir, which one he is throwing? Sir, what it is? Don't feel it is a ball. Are you getting? Don't feel it's a ball. It is exception object. Are you getting? It is exception object. Programmer throw exception object. Then who is going to handle, who is going to catch this one, sir? The second person is called JVM. Are you getting? Who is the second person, sir? Second person is the JVM. So to throw, programmer throw exception object. Now JVM is going to catch that exception object. So for throwing exception object to the JVM, programmer required to use which keyword, sir? Throw keyword, right? Okay, well, then immediately you may ask, sir, what is the need? What is the purpose of throwing an exception? Okay, sometimes it is required to create exception object explicitly, and we have to throw to the JVM manually. For that purpose, we can use throw keyword. Of course, where exactly it is helpful, that part I will take care. So, who is throwing? Programmer. Who is going to catch that exception? JVM is going to catch. A simple ball game itself is nothing but throw keyword, right? Okay. Sir, just observe. So sometimes we can create our own exception object, and we have to hand over to the JVM manually. For that purpose we can use throw keyword, right? So theoretically okay, let me go for with the example, then you people can feel more comfortable, right? Just have a look once, sir. I want to take a small program so that you can get much clarity about this terminology, right? Here see, here I'm taking a simple, I don't want to use any throw keyword without throw keyword, without throw keyword, right? I don't want to use the throw keyword. Observe, class tester public static void main method, class tester public static void main method, okay, like main method. Sir, now in the main method system.out.println 10/0 I'm taking, sir. SOP of 10/0 I'm taking. Do you know, if I can take 10/0, immediately arithmetic exception you are going to get. I hope you aware. Sir, in this case what will happen is, the method in which it is raised, of course main method is responsible to create arithmetic exception object, hand over to the JVM, right? Are you getting? So creation of arithmetic exception object, hand over to the JVM will be performed internally. Everything is going to be happen internally. Now JVM came, is there any handling code? Not there. Immediately at runtime we are going to get exception in thread main, exception in thread main java.lang. Arithmetic exception division by 0 yet test.main. Are you getting? Yet test.main. This is the thing which is there, sir. I hope you can able to understand. Exception in thread main java.lang arithmetic exception division by 0 yet test.main. Now the important conclusion here is, take very special care. The important conclusion in this is, sir, who is the responsible to create exception object? Main method. Of course main method with the help of JVM only. Main method is the responsible to create exception object. Who is the responsible to hand over to the JVM? Sir, is the main method is the responsible. So creation of exception object, hand over to the JVM, everything is happening internally. Remember this one, everything is happen internally. Okay, so now JVM is coming, there is no handling code. That's why terminated this program abnormally, rising, sir, this is the information what it's going to print to the console. Correct, right? Okay, sir, now the same thing I want to do manually. I want to create exception object explicitly. I want to hand over to the JVM manually. How you can do that? So before that, let me execute up to this. Have a look once. Observe very carefully about this terminology, right? Okay, sir, this is public static void main. I'm taking here just system.out.println 10/0 I'm taking. Observe very carefully, sir. SOP of 10/0, that's it. I'm taking. Now here just have a look once. The code compiles fine. If I run this code, what is the answer we are going to get, sir? Exception in thread main java.lang arithmetic exception division by 0 yet test.main. Are you getting? Exception in thread main java.lang arithmetic exception division by 0 yet test.main. This is the thing what we are going to get, sir. Now so that's what everything happen internally. But now I want to do the same thing explicitly. How you can do that, sir? Here with the throw keyword. Are you getting? With the throw keyword, throw keyword like this I'm taking, sir. With the throw keyword, how you can? Very simple. Class tester public static void main method string array args. Now take very special care, sir. Okay, I want to create arithmetic exception object explicitly. What we have to take? New. If you want to create an object, which keyword we require to use, right? New is the keyword. New, which object you want to create? Arithmetic exception. Arithmetic exception is a class. Every exception is a class in Java. Now, new arithmetic exception. New arithmetic exception. Arithmetic exception. Okay. Sir, here what we have to take? Division by 0. Division by 0. Like this, right? New. Sir, up to this, what we did is, I created arithmetic exception object explicitly. Sir, after creating arithmetic exception object, I have to hand over to the JVM manually. For that, which keyword is required, sir? Throw keyword is required. Observe very carefully, sir. Sir, here, these two lines is the very important, sir. Have a look once. These two lines is very important. Sir, do you know arithmetic exception? Okay. New arithmetic exception. What I'm doing? Please respond. New arithmetic exception. What I'm doing? Creation of exception object explicitly. Sir, I created exception object explicitly. Next, what we did, sir? What we did? Hand over our created exception object, our created exception object, hand over our created exception object to the JVM manually. So, have you observed? Hand over our created exception object to the JVM manually. In this scenario, everything is happen internally. Are you getting? Creation of exception object, hand over to the JVM, everything is happening internally. But the same activity I am simulating by doing that work on my own. Have you observed? We are creating arithmetic exception object, we are hand over that exception object to the JVM. Okay? Now JVM is coming. Now the JVM is coming. Arithmetic exception got raised. Do you have any handling code? Not there. Then immediately it is going to provide runtime exception in thread main java.lang. Arithmetic exception division by 0 yet test.main. Are you getting? Yet test.main. So final result of the first program, second program is the same. Final result of first program, second program is the same. But where is the difference, sir? The difference here is, in this case, everything is happen internally, but in this case, everything happen explicitly. That is the difference, right? So, can you please tell from this, what is the purpose of throw keywords, sir? To hand over our created exception object to the JVM manually. For that purpose, we can use this throw keyword. Sir, let me execute and let me show this one, sir. Have a look once. I don't want to use this one. Just let me comment. SOP of 10 by 0, I don't want. The same activity I want to do manually. Throw new, which exception? Arithmetic exception. Throw new arithmetic exception, division by 0 I'm taking, sir. Throw new arithmetic exception, division by 0, like this I'm taking. Sir, have you observed who is creating exception object? We are creating exception object explicitly. Sir, who is hand over that object to the JVM? We are doing by using throw keyword. Let me execute this code. Sir, earlier this is the response what we got. Okay, now let me execute. What is the response we are going to get? Observe that word to word is the same. Here, see this one? Word to word is the same. Here, whatever the response we are getting, in this case also, same response we are getting. But only difference is, earlier, everything happened internally, but in this case, everything happened explicitly. Observe that carefully, sir. Some people may feel, sir is showing old output only second time. Like you people may feel. That's why let me do some changes, sir. Division by 0 explicitly by Durga. Division by 0 explicitly by Durga. So this division, this reference should be there. Okay, if it is really considering, observe that, division by 0, x plus Italy by Durga, division by 0, x plus Italy by Durga, okay, happen, it is updated output only, confirmation, right? So, I hope everything is very clear for you people, right? What is the purpose of throw keyword? To hand over our created exception object to the JVM manually. For that purpose we can use throw keyword. How to create exception object, how to hand over to the JVM manually. Is the terminology is very clear? Okay, how to use throw keyword, but where exactly this throw keyword is required, just with one or two layman examples I will discuss, so that you people can feel more comfortable, right? Clear? In the last video, we covered very clearly about throw keyword, right? But now I will explain, there are three important cases are there related to throw keyword. These cases we will discuss one by one. Observe that. Case 1. Have a look once very carefully what code I am writing and what important conclusion is there. Here I am taking class test. Okay, now I am declaring a static variable, static arithmetic exception E is equal to new arithmetic exception. Of course, you can create arithmetic exception object in this style also. Of course, AE means full form only, arithmetic exception. Just for notes purpose, I am taking very short word. Okay, like here I am not passing any description, means description will become empty. Yes, acceptable, because in arithmetic exception class, no argument constructor is also there. Okay, now public static void main string array args, sir. Public static void main string array args. Now throw E means arithmetic exception object. Already we created at the beginning static variable, right? Now, sir, this is the first part. Of course, under this case, this is the first part. Observe. Now I am taking class test, public static void main method string array args, public static void main string array args. Here static arithmetic exception E, that's all. Okay, E, that's it. Just I declared arithmetic exception reference variable, but I didn't create object. But in this case, I created corresponding object also. Observe the difference, right? Now, throw E I am taking. Can you please confirm? In this case, what will happen? Please guide. In this case, what is the problem? I mean, in this the result. In this case, what is the result? Take very special care. Here, which exception object we are raising? Arithmetic exception object. Which exception object we are raising? Arithmetic exception object. So there is no handling code. That's why we are going to get exception in thread main. Exception in thread main. Which exception we are going to get, sir? Which exception we are going to get? Arithmetic exception. Are you getting? We will get runtime exception saying arithmetic exception we are going to get, sir. Okay, well. Now, in this case, what will happen? Am I going to get same arithmetic exception or not? Because E is what type? Arithmetic exception type. Can I get same exception or not? That's what important conclusion. Can you please tell? Here E, what is the value of E? Respond. What is the value of E? I didn't assign any value. I didn't assign anything. For static variable, JVM will always provide default value. Are you getting? What is the default value for static variable? Is null. Remember this one, because it is an object type, right? Default value for object reference variable is always null. So throw null. So if you are trying to use throw keyword for null reference, we are going to get null pointer exception, but not arithmetic exception. Observe carefully, sir. Null pointer exception, but not arithmetic exception. So the important conclusion what you people should get is throw E. If E refers a null, if E refers a null, then we will get null pointer exception, but not the corresponding arithmetic exception. Remember this one, sir. E should not be null. By mistake, if this E is a null, we will get what? Null pointer exception, but not arithmetic exception. Clear, right? Let me execute so that you will get much clarity, sir. Observe carefully. Sir, this is static arithmetic exception. E is equal to arithmetic exception. Public static void main throw E. I'm taking, sir. Just I'm creating arithmetic exception object. Throw E like this I took, sir. Now have a look once, sir. The code compiles fine. At runtime, we are going to get exception in thread main, java.lang.arithmetic exception. Are you getting exception in thread main, java.lang.arithmetic exception? Yes, we are getting clearly arithmetic exception object. Okay, well. But now, instead of this, just observe, I'm taking E. That's all. So if I'm not assigning arithmetic exception object to this E, then what is the value of E? E will become what? Null. Throw null means null pointer exception we have to get. Observe carefully, sir. Throw E means here the code compiles fine, no problem at all. But now observe exception in thread main, null pointer exception. So this is the case 1 what you people should aware, right? So throw E, if E refers a null, then we will get what? Null pointer exception. Throw E compulsory should point into object, some exception object. Instead of exception object, if this value is the null pointer exception. Clear, right? Sir, now let me explain case 2. Observe that carefully. Here I am taking class test, public static void main string array args, public static void main string array args. Here system.out.println 10/0, system.out.println hello like this I'm taking. SOP of hello like I'm taking. Class test, public static void main 10/0 hello. Similarly, class test, public static void main method, string array args, public static void main string array args. Now observe, in this line arithmetic exception will be raised. You know that we covered multiple times. I want to do manually the same thing. Here throw new arithmetic exception, now division by 0 like this I took. Instead of SOP of 10/0 I took throw new. Next system.out.println hello like this I took, sir. Yeah, beautiful. Can you please tell what is the difference between these two things? Can you please confirm? I hope you can able to see both simultaneously. Okay, can you tell what is the difference between these two things? Nothing. In both cases we are going to get runtime exception, arithmetic exception, like. Correct or not? You respond. Why you are silent? Correct or not? In both cases we are going to get runtime exception, saying arithmetic exception. Yes or no? Think a bit logically. In both cases, if I am going to get same arithmetic exception, then why you are taking separately this one? Are you getting what is the need of separate special case? Compulsory there should be some difference. What is the difference is, in this case we will get runtime exception, arithmetic exception, division by 0. Observe very carefully, sir. As for your expected, here only arithmetic exception is going to come. Here only the program will be terminated abnormally. But in this case, the code won't compile time error, right? Compile time error. Sir, why, sir? It is also same because SOP of 10 by 0 we are taking through new arithmetic exception. But why these compile time errors, sir? Very simple. Here just observe SOP of 10 by 0. My compiler don't know yet at this point arithmetic exception will be raised. Compiler don't know. Yet runtime, yet while execution, sir, we are going to get runtime exception. So compiler don't know we are getting runtime, compiler don't know at this point we are going to get arithmetic exception. It's a simple SOP statement. The code compiles fine. But in this case, do you know, we are using throw keyword explicitly. We are raising exception. Compiler aware, yet at this point arithmetic exception will be raised. Compiler aware that, sir, yet at this point if arithmetic exception will be raised, so and the program will be terminated when this line will get a chance. So this line never going to get in the chance. That's why it will become unreachable statement. Are you getting? It will become unreachable statement. So compiler is responsible to identify unreachable statements but not JVM. So compiler knows that at this line arithmetic exception will be raised, rest of the code is not going to be executed. Compiler having that information because of your throw keyword. Are you getting? That's why this statement will become unreachable statement. Remember this. But here compiler don't know yet at this point arithmetic exception will be raised because it's a simple SOP statement. Sir, compiler feels that first SOP after executing second SOP will execute like that, it is going to fail. Compiler don't know this statement is the unreachable statement. Are you able to understand, right? So the conclusion is after throw statement we can't write any statement directly. By mistake, if you are trying to write any statement directly, immediately we are going to get unreachable statement. Any doubt? Is the cinema is the clear for all of you, right? So after throw, can I write any statement directly? No way. We will get what? Unreachable statement. Let me execute this code. Have a look once, sir. Observe a bit very carefully about this one. Here I am taking, sir, just system.out.println 10 by 0, SOP of 10 by 0. Next, here I am taking hello. Hello, like this, right? Now, have a look once. The code compiles fine. What the answer we are going to get? Exception in thread main, arithmetic exception division by 0. Sir, it is the runtime exception but not compile time error. It is the runtime exception but not compile time error, right? Okay, well. But now, instead of this line, now throw new arithmetic exception division by 0, like this I am taking, sir. So instead of SOP, throw new arithmetic exception. Compiler identifies that boss at this stage there is arithmetic exception will be raised. Rest of the code is not going to be executed like compiler is going to feel. That's why. So at this line, what will happen? Compile time error saying unreachable statement. Now observe. Have a look once. What is the compile time error we are going to get, sir? Sir, observe. The code won't compile. Immediately compile time error we are getting unreachable statement. Observe. Is it clear, right? So the important point what you people should aware, after throw statement we can't take any statement directly. By mistake, if you are taking any statement directly, immediately we will get what? Compile time error. This is the case 2. Sir, up to these two cases are clear. Now let me go for next case. Here case 3. Now take a bit special case, sir. Of course, it's a very easy case. Class test I am taking. Class test. Public static void main method I am taking. String array args. Public static void main string array args. Now throw new test. I'm taking like this. Throw new test like I'm taking, sir. Can you please tell, is it valid or invalid? Ayo, is there any compile time error? Is there any syntactical mistake here? Is there any syntactical mistake? Is there any compile time error in this case? Yes, friends, observe. Sir, take very special care. We used throw for arithmetic exception, null pointer exception, like we used. But now first time I am using throw for test class. Remember that. So throw keyword applicable for only exceptions and errors. Are you getting? Throw keyword applicable only for throwable types. Are you getting? Only for throwable types. Throwable types means all exceptions will be covered. Next, all errors will be covered. No problem at all. Throw keyword we can use only for throwable types, not for normal Java classes. Sir, it is a class test. It is not child of throwable. It is not child of throwable. Syntactical mistake, misuse of throw keyword. Immediately we are going to get compile time error, incompatible types. Are you getting? Incompatible types found test required throwable, like sir, you may get compile time error. Remember this one, sir. If you want to use a throw keyword, it is applicable only for throwable types, not for normal Java class objects. Okay, let me execute this one so you may get much clarity here. See this, I have class test is there. Throw new test. I'm taking, sir. Now observe what will happen here is I'm trying to compile. Have you observed? Incompatible types. Test cannot be converted to throwable. Remember this one, sir. What the compile time error you are going to get? Test cannot be converted to throwable. Incompatible types like we are going to get. Sir, here observe version to version. There is a small change is there in our errors. Okay, it is old version, sir. Now incompatible types. Test cannot be converted to throwable. This is the error, compile time error we are going to get. Of course, both are same. In old versions, this type of compile time error. In updated version, this is the compile time error, right? But anyway, in both cases, we are going to get incompatible types. Sir, now my requirement is, observe carefully, I want to make a small change for this program to prevent this compile time error, right? How you can do that? Here, class test, public static void main method I'm taking string array args. Public static void main string array args. Now throw new test. So test is not a throwable type. That's why compile time error we are getting. Now what I want to take, class test extends runtime exception. Now observe this one. Test is the child class of runtime exception. So now observe throwable. For the throwable, exception is the child. For that runtime exception. Under runtime exception, test is there. Test is the child of runtime exception. Runtime exception is the child of exception. Exception is the child of throwable. Now test is throwable type or not? Yes, it is a throwable type. That's why compiler won't raise any compile time error. If the compiler is raising some error, I will give left and right because test object is throwable type only. That's why no compile time error at all. At runtime, we are raising test exception. But there is no handling code. Immediately the program will be terminated by printing exception in thread main. Are you getting? exception in thread main. What is that exception, sir? Test exception. Are you getting? Now the name of exception will become what? Test exception. It is this approach we are going to use while defining our custom exceptions, right? But anyway, so exception in thread main, which exceptions are? Test exception we are going to get. It is the runtime exception, but not the compile time error, because there is no syntactical mistake. Are you getting? Let me do this one. Here, see this. Here I am taking class test. If I am not extends runtime exception, what happened? Compile time error, right? So incompatible type test cannot be convertible to throwable, cannot be converted to throwable. Like now extends runtime exception I am taking. Now it will become throwable. Test will become throwable. Now observe. Is there any compile time error? No compile time error. Happily the code compiles fine. Now I want to run this code. If I run this code, what is the output by default? We are getting exception in thread main test. That's all. This is the exception by default we are going to get. Any doubt about this one? Now the terminology is very clear for you people, right? So we can use a throw keyword only for throwable types. By mistake, if you are trying to use for non-throwable objects, immediately we will get compile time error. That's all. These are three important cases related to throw keyword. Clear? In the last videos we covered very clearly about throw keyword, correct, right? So for which purpose we can use throw keyword, what are various important cases we discussed, right? So now the next cinema what I have to start, throws keyword. Are you getting? What is that word? Throws keyword we have to discuss, right? Sir, anyway, somewhere we discussed about checked exceptions and unchecked exceptions in the last videos. That concept is required to get much clarity about throws keyword, right? Okay, well, let me go for a small chota example. Can you tell whether this code is going to compile or not? We covered the same example in the last sessions. Public static void main string array args. Public static void main string array args. Here I am taking print writer pw is equal to new print writer of abc.txt, new print writer of abc.txt, and pw dot println of hello, like this I am taking, sir. Hello, like I am taking. Sir, can you please tell, observe very carefully about this one, sir. Class test, public static void main, print writer pw is equal new print writer of abc.txt, pw.println of hello, like this I am taking. Sir, now print writer is available inside IO package. That's why import java.io.star also I am taking. Can you please guide, is this code will compile or not? Same example I covered while discussing checked exception and unchecked exceptions. Can you please tell, is this code will compile or not? Yes, friends, will compile or not? No, because compiler will ask, Durga, you are writing hello to abc.txt at runtime. So there may be a chance abc.txt file may not available. There may be a chance of file not found exception, which is a checked exception. You didn't handle that checked exception. How I can compile this code? Are you getting right? So in our program, if there is any chance of rising checked exception, sir, compulsory we should handle that checked exception, otherwise the code won't compile. Okay, in this case there may be a chance of file not found exception, which is a checked exception, so compulsory we should handle, but we didn't report about this exception. That's why compile time error we are going to get, sir. Can you please observe that compile time error saying unreported exception? Which exception you didn't report? java.io.file not found exception. java.io dot file not found exception, unreported exception must be caught or declared to be thrown, must be caught or declared to be thrown. This is the compile-time error we are going to get. Are you getting the point, right? So in our program, if there is any chance of rising checked exception, there is a possibility, that's all, it is not compulsory, man. If there is any chance of rising checked exception, compulsory we should handle that checked exception, otherwise we will get what? Compile time error saying unreported exception, so file not found exception must be caught or declared to be thrown, like this, right? Let me show this one. Have a look once here. See, this is the same example. It's the same example I'm taking, sir. Observe carefully, right? Sir, import java.io.star class test public static void main print writer pw is equal, same example only. Now let me compile this code, sir. Java C test.java. If I can take Java C test.java, have you observed? Unreported exception, file not found exception must be caught or declared to be thrown. Unreported exception, file not found exception must be caught or declared to be thrown. This is the error by default you are going to get. It is a compile time error. Clear for all of you, right? So in our program, if there is any chance of rising checked exception, compulsory we should handle that checked exception, right? Okay, well, now second example, sir. Observe one more example so that you will get much clarity. Here class test public static void main method, public static void main method, string array args. Here I'm taking thread dot sleep of 1000 milliseconds. Our favorite method, sleep. Thread dot sleep of 1000 milliseconds. Now system.out.println, sir, I slept very happily. Like this I'm taking, sir. That's all. This is my code. Okay. Now I will ask, array compiler, can you please compile this code? Compiler, can you please compile this code? Then immediately compiler is going to tell, Durga, I can't compile. Array, what is the problem? Compiler will tell, Durga, you are calling sleep method. Main thread will enter into sleeping state. Sleeping state. If the main thread entered into sleeping state, there may be a chance of other threads may interrupt, which may cause interrupted exception. If a thread is in sleeping state or waiting state, some other thread may interrupt, then automatically what will happen? Interrupted exception by default we will get. Durga, there may be a chance of interrupted exception in your program. There is a possibility, but you didn't report about this exception. How the code is going to be compiled? Okay, like so in our program, if there is any chance of rising checked exception, compulsory we should handle that checked exception, otherwise the code is not going to compile. Now in this case, what compile time error we are going to get, sir? Unreported exception. Which exception is not reported, sir? Java.lang.interrupted exception. Interrupted exception must be caught or declared to be thrown. This is the compile time error by default you are going to get. Are you getting? So let me execute this one also so that you people can feel more comfortable, right? Observe this same example, but anyway, now import statement is not required. Just I'm calling thread dot sleep of thread dot sleep on just 1000 milliseconds, and then just I'm taking system.out.println I slept very happily. Like this I took, sir. Now I'm asking, compiler, can you please compile this code? Compiler, can you please compile this code? Immediately, compiler is going to tell, can you please observe? Unreported exception, interrupted exception, must be caught or declared to be thrown. This is the compile time error by default we are going to get. Remember this one, sir. So, from these two examples, you got only 1 point. So, in our program, if there is a chance of, if there is a possibility of checked exception, compulsory we should handle that checked exception, otherwise the code won't compile. Clear for all of you, right? So how you can handle this checked exception? So there are two ways are there, those ways I will discuss. Clear for all of you, right? Up to this. So now I hope it is very clear. In this case the code won't compile. Unreported exception, interrupted exception must be caught or declared to be thrown. How you can handle this exception? How you can handle this compile time error? There are two ways are there. The first ways are by using try catch. Are you getting what the first ways are? By using try catch. Suppose best example to understand this one very clearly, sir, just observe that. I want to give one assignment for you. Okay, in the offline classroom, I want to give one assignment to the students. So compulsory you have to submit by tomorrow, like I'm telling. Then you have, a student can have two options. One is he can do that assignment on his own, or otherwise he can delegate that work to his friend. Array, can you please do this assignment so that I will submit? Like there are. So total how many ways he can handle the situation? Two ways. He is doing on his own, or second way, he is delegating that responsibility to his friend. Observe this. These two words better to keep. So, doing on his own is nothing but try catch approach. Are you getting? Delegating the responsibility for his friend is something like a throws keyword. I will explain in detail. Just a basic idea in your mind, better to keep, sir. Now, try catch. We can handle the compile time error, whatever raised in this way, right? Here, observe the same example. Class test, public static void main string array args. Class test, public static void main string array args. Now, here I am taking try thread dot sleep. Try thread dot sleep of 1000 catch interrupted exception. Catch interrupted exception. Like this I am taking, sir. Catch interrupted exception like. Sir, now I will ask, compiler, can you please compile this code? Compiler, can you please compile this code? Now compiler never going to raise unreported exception because I reported about interrupted exception. Boss, if there is a possibility of interrupted exception, I know if interrupted exception is going to come, this is the catch block. Like this, I'm trying to convince compiler, then the compiler feels happy, then the code is going to be compiled. But within the catch block, what code we wrote, that is nonsense to the compiler. Compiler never going to check within the catch block what code you wrote. Whether you define catch block or not, up to that compiler is going to consider. So this is the first way. If really interrupted exception is coming, this is the way I can handle. Like this, I'm defining catch block for that, so compiler can feel happy. There is no compile time error. Happily the code is going to compile. Observe that. Let me use this approach here. See this in our last example. Observe that. Of course, let me remove this SOP for simplicity's sake. Okay, now can you please tell, is it going to compile? No. Compiler is asking, array, there is a possibility of interrupted exception, but you didn't report about this exception. Like this, compile time error we are going to get. Just observe. I showed already. Observe this one. Observe this. Unreported exception, interrupted exception must be caught or declared to be thrown. This is the error we are getting, right? Now my question is, let me take try block. Let me take try block. Here within the try block, just I'm taking this statement, sir. Throw, boss, while executing this one, if interrupted exception is coming, If interrupted exception is coming, then this is the catch block. This is the catch block. Of course, within the catch block, what code you are writing, that is my compiler never going to write. So I'm convincing the compiler, if interrupted exception is coming, yes, I reported about this one. This is the way how I'm going to handle. Like the compiler can feel very happy. Okay. So with our arrangement, right? Now I will ask the compiler, can you please compile like this? Now observe what will happen. Happily the code will be compiled. Now observe that Java C test.java. Java C test.java. Yes, the code compiles fine. Now if I run this code also, okay, here only main thread is there. No one is going to interrupt. Sir, after 1 second immediately, it will be stopped. After 1 second immediately the program will be stopped. That's all, sir. So this is one way how you can handle the compile time error, which is raised, right? What is the first approach, right? By using try catch. There is another approach is there. Sir, I don't know how to handle. My caller is going to take care. Okay, like I want to delegate responsibility to the caller. The caller may be main method, the caller may be another method or JVM. Of course, what it means I will explain with an example. Observe carefully. Here I am taking same example. Second way, sir, by using. Can you please tell which keyword? Respond, man. Why you are silent? By using which keyword? Okay, by using throws keyword. Are you getting? By using throws keyword. Okay, like this is the second approach. By using throws keyword. Now observe class test. Public static void main string array args. Public static void main string array args. Okay. Now I'm taking thread dot sleep of 1000 milliseconds. Okay, like this. Now immediately compiler is asking, hey, main method, in your area there may be a chance of interrupted exception. You didn't report about this exception. How I can compile time error we are going to get. Then what this main method is going to do? Yes, boss, can you please ask, hey compiler, can you please ask my caller? I want to delegate this responsibility to my caller like this, right? Now throws interrupted exception. Okay, like this one, sir. Very, very important keyword. Throws interrupted exception. What is the meaning of throws, right? To delegate responsibility of exception handling to the caller. Okay, for that purpose we can use a throws keyword. Remember that. Now whenever compiler asking how you can handle interrupted exception, now the main method showing, boss, I delegated this responsibility to my caller, ask my caller like, then immediately compiler will check who is the caller of main method. Can you please tell who is the caller of main method? JVM is the caller. Oh, if JVM is the caller, why I have to worry? Happily the code is going to compile. Yes, the code will compile fine. Everyone can able to understand, right? So what is the purpose of throws keyword? To delegate responsibility of exception handling to the caller. Now caller is responsible to handle this exception. Okay, observe carefully. Here I'm taking, so no try catch, just this is, sir, just I didn't use try catch, I didn't use a throws keyword. Now observe what will happen, sir. The code won't compile time error. I didn't use a try catch, I didn't use a throws keyword. What will happen? Unreported exception must be caught or declared to be thrown. Okay, like sir, in which method it is coming, sir? Main method, the problem is coming. Then immediately whenever compiler asked, oh main, you didn't report about this exception, where? Oh, the handling code, like immediately main is going to tell, I'm delegating this responsibility to the caller. Like how we can delegate? Very simple, sir. Can you please guide? Which keyword I have to use? Throws. Which exception? Interrupted exception. Throws interrupted exception. Like this, right? Now, whenever we are using throws interrupted exception, now it is delegated to the JVM. Oh, if JVM is going to handle, why I have to worry? Like compiler is going to fail, happily the code will compile fine. Observe carefully, sir. Here, have a look once. Happily the code compiles fine. There is no compile time error. Happily the code runs fine, because so interrupted exception is not going to be raised. Only main thread is there, the other threads are not there. Okay, that's why interrupted exception is there. Happily the code compiles and runs fine. That is the purpose of throws keyword. Everyone in the position to understand clearly, right? So in our program, if there is any chance of raising checker exception, compulsory we should handle. Otherwise compile time error, unreported exception. Okay, in how many ways we can handle? There are two ways are there. What are the first ways are? Try catch. So try catch is the first approach. What is the second approach, right? Throws keyword. Okay, try catch already we covered. We are handling that exception, try catch. But throws keyword means we are not handling, we are just delegating this responsibility to the caller. Okay, well, now I have one small doubt. In these two approaches, which approach is the recommended? Which approach is the not recommended? Are you getting? Very simple. Very simple. If I am giving some assignment, if you are going to do that, well, if you are going to delegate to the next person, not recommended. That person who got responsibility, he may do well, may not do well. That's why so easy to use throws keyword. Easy to use throws keyword, but this one is not recommended. What the reason for that is, if really interrupted exception occurs, assume that sir, really occurs, who is the responsible to handle this one in this scenario? Please respond. If really at runtime interrupted exception occurs, who is the responsible to handle this one? JVM is the responsible, because main method delegated that responsibility to JVM. JVM is the responsible. If JVM is going to handle an exception, compulsory it should be abnormal termination only. So even though we are using throws keyword, no guarantee for normal termination. There may be a chance of abnormal termination. That's why throws keyword, try catch, which one is the recommended? Try catch is recommended when compared with the throws keyword. Clear? Are you in the position to understand, right? So if I'm not taking, what is the which approach is the recommended? Try catch, because we are handling manually, right? Now take very special care. If I'm not taking throws, compile time error. If I'm taking throws, no compile time error. Throws keyword just we can use to convince a compiler. Are you getting? If we are not going to use throws, the code won't compile. Throws keyword required only to convince a compiler. Next, usage of throws keyword does not prevent abnormal termination. There may be a chance of abnormal termination. That's why recommended to use a try catch over throws keyword. Next, throws keyword required only for checked exceptions. Usage of throws keyword for unchecked exceptions. Sir, I want to use throws keyword for unchecked exception. There is no impact at all. So throws keyword really required only for checked exception. I want to use for unchecked exceptions, meaningless. So not required. So it is required only for checked exceptions. Clear, right? So what is the purpose of throws keyword? Can you please tell? To delegate responsibility of exception handling to the caller. I will go for one more big example so that you will get much clarity about delegations, right? Okay, sir, let me summarize all important points related to throws keyword. Observe that throws keyword, up to this we covered. We can use throws keyword to delegate responsibility of exception handling to the caller. Are you getting? We can use throws keyword to delegate responsibility of exception handling to the caller. The caller may be JVM or another method. Sir, in our last example, caller of main method is the JVM, but I will go for one more example. There you will see another method. Of course, how it is going to be there, I will explain that. Next, it is required. throws keyword required only for checked exceptions, and for unchecked exceptions there is no use. Sir, throws keyword required only for checked exception, but for unchecked exception there is no impact at all. Even you can use, no problem, but there is no use. What is the use of using for unchecked exception? No impact. Next, it is required only to convince compiler. Are you getting? It's required only to convince compiler, and its usage does not prevent abnormal termination of the program. Are you getting? It is required only to convince compiler, and its usage does not prevent abnormal termination of the program. Sir, even every time we are using throws, at last JVM is the responsible. If the JVM is the responsible to handle compulsory abnormal termination, because of this point, it is recommended to use a try catch when compared with the throws keyword. Clear, right? Sir, in the last video, I hope you people are getting basic idea about throws keyword. Now I want to show this throws keyword in the big picture so that you will get much clarity. Observe that. A small example I am taking. Class, here have a look once very carefully, sir. Class test, public static void main method I am taking, string array args. Public static void main string array args. Now my target is I am calling do stuff method. I am calling do stuff method. So main method internally calls do stuff. Now public static void do stuff. Public static void do stuff. Do stuff internally calls do more stuff. Do stuff internally calls do more stuff. Okay. Next, public static void do more stuff. Public static void do more stuff I am taking. Here observe, inside do more stuff, just I am writing the code. Thread dot sleep of 1000 milliseconds. Just have a look once, sir. Main method calls do stuff calls do more stuff, just printing, executing thread dot sleep of 1000 milliseconds, right? Now observe, who is the caller of do stuff? Main method. Who is the caller of do more stuff? Do stuff. Sir, like observe, who is the caller of sleep method? Do more stuff. Now I will ask, array compiler, can you please compile this code? Observe very carefully. Compiler, can you please compile this code? Then immediately compiler will give left and right at this point. Array, do more stuff. In your area, there may be a chance of interrupted exception, checked exception, but you are not handling. You didn't report about this exception. How I can compile? Yes, at this point of time, we are going to get what compile time errors are. Can you please spell out? Unreported exception. Interrupted exception must be caught or declared to be thrown. This is the compile time error we are going to get, sir. Okay, well, itself is the compile time error, right? Now my question is, sir, now compiler is asking do more stuff. In your area this problem is coming. Now what to prevent this compile time error? Observe carefully. To prevent this compile time error, do more stuff, having two options. Option number 1, keep this line inside try catch. Option number 2, if you are not interested to handle, then delegate to caller. Are you getting? Let me show up to this. Have a look once, sir. The same example is already there. Class test, public static void main string array, do stuff. Next, do stuff, do more stuff like this, right? Same example, sir. Here, observe this. So at line number 13, we are going to get the compile time error, right? Now, observe carefully. Line number 13, unreported exception, interrupted exception, must be caught or declared to be thrown. This is the error we are going to get. Sir, now do more stuff. How it is going to handle? One way is, sir, what is the first way? First way is, you can use a try catch. If you can use a try catch, handle, no problem. But second, I want to delegate this responsibility to the caller like this, right? Now, throws IA. Are you getting this line? Who is keeping, sir? Throws IA. Main, do more stuff, keeping throws interrupted exception. Now, whenever do more stuff keep throws interrupted exception, then immediately compiler, oh, do more stuff, you delegated this responsibility to your caller. Who is the caller of do more stuff? Do stuff, because do stuff internally calls do more stuff. Then immediately compiler what it's going to do? Oi, caller, do stuff. You are calling do more stuff. Do more stuff delegated responsibility of handling interrupted exception. Where you are handling, you didn't handle, that's why I can't compile this code. Like instead of compile time error here, now the compile time error here at this line, it will come. Observe that. Now, do more stuff delegated responsibility of exception handling to the do stuff, which is the caller, by using which keywords are? Throws keyword. Clear for all of you, right? Now let me show this one. Observe that. Here, my do more stuff throws interrupted exception. Here just observe that interrupted exception. Do more stuff throws interrupted exception. Now, sir, do more stuff delegated responsibility of exception handling to the caller. Caller of do more stuff is do stuff, sir. Now the problem is coming at line number 9. At this line, the problem is going to come, sir. At line number 9, the problem will come. Now observe this one. Are you seeing line number 9 instead of line number 13? Earlier it is line number 13, but now it is line number 9. Unreported exception like this we are getting, sir. So in our scenario, who is delegating here? Do more stuff delegated to do stuff. Now do stuff having two options, sir. One option, use a try catch, then the problem will be solved. But to do stuff, what it's going to do? Hey, someone delegated exception, why I have to handle? I will delegate to my caller like this person also keeping, do stuff also keeping throws interrupted exception. Are you getting? Do stuff also keep throws interrupted exception. Then immediately compiler what it's going to do? Oh, do stuff delegated to caller, right? Who is the caller of do stuff method? Respond. Who is the caller of do stuff method? Main. Immediately JVM will ask. Immediately compiler will ask. Oh, main, you are calling do stuff. Do stuff delegated interrupted exception where you handle. You didn't report about this exception. How I can compile? Like immediately error by default we are going to get now at this line. Okay. Remember this problem solved, sir. But here the problem is coming because do stuff delegated that responsibility to main method. Clear, right? Now have a look once. Here it is delegating that responsibility to main like this, right? Now at this line the problem is coming. At line number 5 the problem is coming, sir. Earlier first time 13, now line number 9. Now observe that here if I can take line number 5, the problem is coming unreported exception like this. Now I have again two options are there. So this main method, it can keep this line inside try catch. One option. Second option is it also can use throws keyword. It can also use a throws keyword, right? Now what the main is going to do? Hey, someone raise their exception. Why I have to handle? So my caller is going to take care. Like this person is also use throws IA. Now who is the responsible to handle? Respond. Who is the responsible to handle? Main method. Who is the caller of main method? JVM. So JVM is the responsible to handle. Now compiler, if JVM can handle, what I can do? Happily the code is going to be compiled. Are you getting? Now if the main method keep throws IA, then the problem will be solved. Observe that here I'm taking throws interrupted exception. Okay, so do more stuff, delegated responsibility to do stuff, delegated responsibility to the main delegated responsibility to the JVM. If JVM is going to handle, happily the code is going to, sir, compile, no problem at all. Observe that, happily the code compiles fine. We are not saying any error, right? Are you getting? Sir, now I hope you are in the position to understand in the big picture what is the purpose of throws keyword. Throws keyword can be used to delegate responsibility of exception handling to the caller. Now the caller is the responsible to handle. Caller can be another method or JVM. Do more stuff delegated to do stuff delegated to main delegated to JVM. Clear for all of you, right? Now what is the purpose of throws keyword? Everyone can aware, but all these things are required only for checked exception to convince compiler. At runtime, really interrupted exception is coming, it is always abnormal termination only, because so everyone delegated to the next. Finally JVM is the responsible. If JVM is the responsible to handle, obviously it is always what we call it, JVM is the responsible to handle, obviously it is always what? Abnormal termination only. Clear for all of you, right? Sir, throws keyword in the big picture, it's very clear, right? Now I want to do a small modification for this program. Can you please tell if the code will compile or not? Yes, observe that. Here I am taking, I removed throws keyword here. For do more stuff, I removed throws keyword. For do stuff also, I removed throws keyword. Observe carefully, sir. I removed throws keyword for do stuff also. So do more stuff method not having throws keyword, do stuff also not having throws statement, but for the main throws IE is there, sir. For the main throws IE is there. Can you please confirm if the code will compile or not? Yes, friend. If the code will compile or not? Okay. If I can ask this question in my regular classroom session, out of 100, 99 members minimum, 99% of the people are going to tell the code compiles fine, sir, because main method already we kept a throws interrupted exception like this. Most of the people are going to feel no chance at all. The code won't compile, because the reason is, if I can ask the compiler, can you please compile this code? Compiler is always going to ask do more stuff only. Hey, do more stuff in your area, thread or slip is there, maybe a chance of interrupted exception where you are handling. Then immediately do more stuff is trying to give left and right to the compiler. Hey, my do more stuff called by do stuff called by main already having throws IE. Then why you are asking this question to me? Like do more stuff is trying to give left and right to the compiler. Then immediately compiler is going to tell, hey, do more stuff, please wait. So main throws interrupted exception, I know, but sir, you are responsible to handle, but you didn't delegate to the main. Then how I can ask the main method? Are you getting? You didn't delegate that responsibility to the main method. Then how I can ask the main method? First, if you want to use this one, delegate that responsibility to the caller. Use throws keyword. Otherwise, the code won't compile. Like a compiler is going to tell. Remember this one. So I know main can handle, but you have to delegate to the main level. Then only it is going to be compiled. Like now again the same story. Compiled method we are going to get here. Remember this one, sir. Observe this. Have a look once. I'm trying to remove here throws a statement. Sorry. I'm trying to remove here throws a statement. Here also throws a statement I removed. Sir, only for the main throws a statement is there. Now again the problem is coming at line number 13. Observe that. What is the problem? Unreported exception, interrupted exception must be caught or declared to be thrown. This is the error we are going to get, sir. Are you getting the point, right? This is the error we are going to get. Unreported exception must be caught or declared to be thrown. This is the error we are going to get, sir. Sir, now how I can solve this problem? Again, do more stuff. Either responsible to delegate to the caller. Okay? Throws IE. throws IE. Can you please tell either code will compile or not? Respond. Either code will compile or not? Yes. Okay. If I can take like this, now the code won't compile. Immediately compiler will ask, array do stuff. You are calling do more stuff. Do more stuff throws interrupted exception. But where you handle, you didn't report about that. You didn't report about that, like compiler is objected this line. Then immediately do stuff is going to get fired like anything. Hey, my caller already handled. Why you are asking this question to me? Then simple compiler is going to ask, array do stuff. I know main can handle, but have you delegated to the main? Without delegating to the main, how I can ask? Without delegating to the main, how I can ask the main method? That's why first delegate to the main, then I will contact main method only. You didn't delegate, now you are responsible to handle, like here again compile method you are going to get, sir. Now have a look once. If for do more stuff throws IE is there. So for do more stuff throws IE is there. But do stuff not delegating. Now do stuff is the responsible to handle. At line number 9 the problem is going to come. Observe that. Observe carefully, right? Yes, at line number 9 the problem is coming. Unreported exception must be caught or declared to be thrown. Is it clear, right? Okay, like now, so compulsory do stuff with the rest. At least one throws statement is not there, immediately error we are going to get. Clear, right? Now observe. So this do stuff also throws interrupted exception. Now observe, throws interrupted exception. Happily the code will compile. There is no problem at all. Yes, friends, are you in the position to understand what is the purpose of throws keyword? How you can use the throws keyword? Okay, like so this is about the throws in the big picture. Sir, in the last videos we covered the throws keyword very clearly, sir. There are multiple cases are there related to this throws keyword. Let me explain the first case. Observe that. Here class test is there. Next, sir, do you know test? What is this one? Respond. What is this one? What is this syntax? Constructor. Okay. Next, public void m1, public void m1 is there. Do you know here test constructor method is there. Now I'm taking throws exception for the class. At class level I'm taking. Next, constructor throws exception. Next, public void m1 throws exception. Like this I'm taking. Throws exception, like exception is the checked exception only, don't worry. Can you please confirm among these three which throws statement is the meaningful, right? So first one, take a bit very special care. So method, for the method someone is going to call. Methods can be called by some other person, maybe another method or JVM. That's why for the method caller is there, that caller is the responsible to handle this exception. Okay, meaningful, sir. So for the method you can use a throws keyword, no problem, right? Next, the constructor also. For the constructor, caller is there. So the person who is going to create object, tester t is equal to new tester. Tester t is equal to new tester. He is the caller. Regarding the person who is going to create object, that person is called caller. Now he is the responsible to handle this exception. That's why it is also meaningful. No problem. It is acceptable. But class tester, sir, no one is going to call a class. Regarding no one call a class. Everyone can call constructor or everyone can call method. Methods and constructor someone is going to call, possibility is there, but a class no one is going to call. That's why for a class usage of throws keyword is meaningless. That's why compile time error we are going to get. Remember this one, we can use a throws keyword only for constructors and methods, but not for classes or interfaces, but not for classes directly. Okay, like clear? Let me show this one. Have a look once. Have a look once, sir. Here, observe carefully. Here I am taking all this nonsense. I don't want just a class test. Here, this is the constructor. This is the constructor I am taking. Here, just observe constructor. Next, here, public void m1 I am taking, sir. For the method, I am taking throws exception. Throws exception 100% pakka valid. I am not seeing any syntactical error. Valid, sir. Now, for the constructor, I am using throws. For the method, usage of throws, no problem. Now, for the constructor, I am checking, sir. Yes, perfectly, it is also valid. Valid, no issue at all. For the class, I am using throws keyword. For the class, I am using throws keyword. Array, no one is going to call class. That's why the problem is going to come. Observe carefully, sir. Observe carefully. Curly brace expected, but not a throws statement. This is the error we are going to get. That's why throws keyword applicable for methods and constructors, but not for classes. Clear? Now the second case, observe carefully, sir. Here I am taking class test, public static void main method, string array args. Class test, public static void main, string array args. Just observe carefully, right? Sir, now I am taking throws test. This point already we discussed in throw keyword case, same. Throws test I am taking. Sir, we can use throws keyword only for throwable types. We can use throws keyword only for throwable types. Throwable types. But have you observed, right? We are using for test. Test is not throwable. It's a normal Java class. That's why immediately we are going to get compile time error saying incompatible types, test cannot be converted to throwable. This is the compile time error we are going to get, sir. Remember this one. That means we can use a throws keyword only for throwable types. Okay, for non-throwable types, if you are using, immediately error we are going to get, sir. Now observe carefully. Here I am taking, here the same example, class test, public static void main string array, throws test I am taking. Throws test I am taking, sir. Now have a look once. This is the same code, whatever I explained on the board. Okay, now see this one. See this, immediately error, incompatible types. Sir, test cannot be converted to throwable. This is the error by default you are going to get. Any doubt? Are you in the position to understand, right? Test cannot be converted to throwable. This is the error we are going to get, sir. Sir, now the important conclusion, what you people should be aware. How I can make this one is the valid? Very simple. Class test extends throwable. Class test extends throwable. No problem. It will become child class of throwable. Sir, instead of throwable, you can take exception. Yes, now also it will become throwable only. Or instead of exception, you can take runtime exception. Sir, anything. So, extends either throwable you can take, or exception you can take, or runtime exception you can take. Now it will become throwable type. Now that syntactical mistake by default will be gone. Remember, have a look once. Now I am taking class test extends throwable. Are you getting? Class test extends throwable. If I can take extends throwable, now this test will become throwable type. Sir, throws keyword for throwable type meaningful. We won't get that compile time error. Happily the code compiles fine. Are you getting right? Okay. Sir, need not be throwable. I can take exception also. If I can take exception, yes, still the code is valid. Sir, instead of exception, if you want, you can take runtime exception also. No issue. It is valid, syntactically valid, sir. So we can use a throws keyword only for throwable types. By mistake, if you are using for non-throwable type, immediately compile time error you are going to get. This rule is applicable even for throw keyword also. Throw and throws, sir, can be applicable only for throwable types, but for not the remaining types. Clear? Sir, now the next case, a bit dangerous case, take special care. Here I am taking class test, public static void, main method, string array args. Public static void means string array args. Here, throw, I'm taking new exception. Throw, new exception, like this I'm taking. Sir, this is the first part. Now the second one I'm taking, class test, public static void, main, string array args. Public static void main, string array args. Throw new error I'm taking. Throw new error, like this I'm taking. Can you please confirm what is the difference between these two things? Oi, don't tell, sir, here you took exception, here you took error. It is not my required difference. With respect to compile time, is there any problem? Please confirm. If I use like this, if I use like, is there any problem? So, in one case, the code compiles fine, but in second case, the code won't compile. Which one? In one case, the code compiles fine. In another case, the code won't compile. Think a bit logically, then you can get much clarity, I'm sure. Yes, at this point already we discussed, sir. Just linking only must be required. Okay? Just observe this. Sir, I'm sure in the first case, compiler will give left and right. Compile time error. But in the second case, no syntactical mistake. Happily the code compiles fine. But at runtime, we will get, because we are raising error, right? No handling code, no catch block. That's why exception in thread, exception in thread main, exception in thread main, java.lang.error, we are going to get. It is a runtime exception, but not compile time error. Happily the code compiles fine. But in this case, the compiler won't compile this code. Can you please tell what the reason? The reason is, just let me repeat this point. In our program, if there is any chance of raising checked exception, compulsory we should handle either by try catch or by throws keyword. So if we are not doing, immediately compile time error we will get. Unreported exception must be caught, declared to be thrown. Okay? Now observe. The problem here is, sir, this one is exception is checked exception. Exception is checked exception. But error is unchecked. Error is unchecked. Unchecked, sir. This one is checked, but this one is unchecked. So, in our program, if there is any chance of raising checked exception, compulsory we should handle either by try catch or by throws keyword. But we are raising, but no handling code, immediately compile time error, unreported exception. Sir, which ones are exception? Must be caught, must be caught or declared to be thrown. Must be caught or declared to be thrown. Like a comparative error we are going to get, sir. Take a bit very special care. That's why, so throw keyword, because something goes wrong, for that I'm rising. But again compiler is going to ask where you are handling meaningless. That's why throw keyword highly recommended to use for unchecked exception, but not for checked exceptions. If we are going to use a throw keyword for checked exception, throw, not throws. Don't get confused. Throw keyword. We are rising, sir. Unchecked exceptions recommended to rise, but not checked exception. It is a checked. We are rising exception to indicate something wrong, but still compiler is going to object meaningless. Remember. But anyway, as of now, just aware this one compile time error, but this one happily the code compiles fine, but at runtime the problems are. Let me show this one. Have a look once. Throw new exception. Like this, right? Now let me compile. Have you observed? Unreported exception must be caught or declared to be thrown. Unreported exception must be caught or declared to be thrown. This is the error by default we are getting. Sir, now how you can handle? Better to use throws exception. My JVM is the responsible to handle. Happily the code compiles fine. Are you getting? Happily the code compiles fine. Like this, right? Okay. Now second error, sir. Can you please tell error is the checked or unchecked? Respond. Error is the checked or unchecked? Error is unchecked. So whether you are handling or not handling, compiler never going to check. Compiler will always check only checked exceptions, but not unchecked exceptions. That's why happily the code compiles fine. Have you observed? Here, see this one. Is happily the code compiles fine, no compile time error, but at runtime you will get exception. Can you please observe that? Exception in thread main java.lang.error yet test.main. So first one is the compile time error, but second one is a runtime exception. Any doubt about this case? A bit dangerous case. Arithmetic exception I'm taking, sir. Arithmetic exception I'm taking, that's all. This is the first case. Sir, here which exception I'm taking? Catch block for arithmetic exception. Now here try system.out.println hello. Next catch exception I'm taking, sir. Catch exception I'm taking. Okay, that's all. This is the second. Now the third one, try system.out.println hello. Next catch IO exception I'm taking like this. Okay, this is the third. Now the fourth one, try system.out.println hello. Next catch block interrupted exception. So multiple times we used already interrupted exception. Like this I'm taking. This is the fourth one. Now the last one, try system.out.println hello. Catch block I'm taking error. Catch block error. Like this I'm taking, sir. That's all. Observe that in the try block, simple hello, that's all. Simple hello, SOP of hello. But first time arithmetic exception, second time exception, third time IO exception, fourth time interrupted exception, fifth time error. Are you getting? Fifth time error. Like this I'm taking, sir. Can you please confirm among these with respect to compile time, which things are going to compile, which things won't compile? Yes, friends. Think a bit logically. Among these, which things will compile, which things won't compile? If I can ask this question in my offline session, out of 100, almost all the people never going to answer, because maybe it may be a new point for them. Maybe it is not a guessable answer. Maybe like Sir, simple answer I will tell. The first one, happily the code compiles fine. Second one, happily the code compiles fine. But third one, compiler will give left and right. Okay? Compile time error. Fourth one, compile time error. Compile time error. Fifth one, happily the code compiles fine. I'm providing the hint also. Okay? So, first two things. Arithmetic exception compiles fine. IO exception, interrupted exception, won't compile. Next, error, sir, again compiles fine, no problem, right? What the reason? Perfectly it is valid. What the reason for that? The reason is, in the last video somewhere, have you remembered I covered what is the difference between checked exception and unchecked exception? What is partially checked, fully checked? Have you remembered? Okay, so just go through that video if you didn't memorize. So which are checked, which are unchecked, which are partially checked, which are fully checked, sir? Now have a look once. Arithmetic exception, it's a very clear, it is unchecked. Arithmetic exception unchecked. Next, exception, it is partially checked. It is partially checked. IO exception, it is fully checked. IO exception, fully checked. Interrupted exception, fully checked. Interrupted exception, fully checked. Next, error, again, it is unchecked. Error, again, it is unchecked, sir. Unchecked. So compiler won't compile only fully checked case. For unchecked, partially checked, unchecked, happily the code compiles fine. The rule here is, within the try block, observe carefully, sir, within the try block, if there is no chance of raising an exception, sir, no chance of raising an exception, then we can't write the catch block for that exception. Remember that. Within the try block, if there is no chance of raising an exception, we can't write the catch block for that exception. Sir, I'm not performing arithmetic operations, but you wrote catch block for arithmetic exception. Okay? I'm not performing any IO operations, but you are writing catch block for IO exception. So, within the try block, if there is no chance of raising any exception, I mean that exception, you can't write the catch block for that exception. Okay, remember that. If there is a possibility of raising, then you have to write the catch block. Otherwise, compile time error you are going to get. Sir, compiler will give left and right. Array, there is no chance of raising this exception. Why you wrote catch block? Array, you are not traveling in the car or bike, you are traveling in the train. Why you have to think about diesel? Are you getting? Why you have to think about power? Okay, it's not required. So you are not performing any IO operations, but still you are writing the catch block for IO, meaningless. So if you are writing catch block unnecessary like this, compiler will give left and right. But this rule is applicable only for fully checked exceptions. Remember this one, this rule is applicable only for fully checked exception. For partially checked, unchecked, this rule is not applicable. Sir, what error we are going to get? Sir, compile time error saying exception. Which exception, sir? IO exception. IO exception is never raised in the try block. Is never raised in corresponding try block. This type of error by default we are going to get. Exception. So IO exception is never raised, or there is no chance of rising in corresponding try block. This type of error by default we will get. Just up to there. So let me repeat again. Within the try block, if there is no chance of raising an exception, you can't write catch block for that. By mistake, if you are writing exception XXX is never thrown in corresponding try block, this type of compile time error we are going to get. But this rule is applicable only for fully checked exception. For unchecked exception, partially checked, even you can write catch block, compiler never going to object. Only for fully checked exceptions, compiler will object. Observe this. Have a look once. Sir, first I'm taking arithmetic exception. Arithmetic exception. Is it checked or unchecked? Please respond. Is it checked or unchecked? It is unchecked. If it is unchecked, compiler never going to object anything. Happily the code compiles fine and runs fine. Observe that. Observe this. Sir, I'm taking. The code compiles fine. The code compiles fine. If I run this code also, Java tester, hello will be printed, sir. Valid. I'm not seeing any problem. Instead of arithmetic exception, simply exception I'm taking. Exception. Can you please confirm, is it valid or invalid? Perfectly, this is valid because it is the partially checked. Because it is the partially checked. Okay. Now observe, hello, valid, sir, valid. It is instead of exception, IO exception, but which is there inside java.io package. Whenever we are using fully qualified name, import statement is not required. Anyway, sir, IO exception. Now observe that. The problem here, exception, IO exception is never thrown in body of corresponding try statement. Exception, IO exception is never thrown in body of corresponding try statement. This is the error we are going to get. Are you getting right? Sir, instead of IO, I'm taking interrupted exception. Instead of IO, I'm taking interrupted exception. If I can take interrupted exception, have you observed? Exception, interrupted exception is never thrown in body of corresponding try statement. Okay, is the problem. Exception, interrupted exception is never thrown in body of corresponding try statement. Okay, that's all. Next, instead of interrupted exception, now I'm taking simple error, sir. No issue at all. Catch block for error applicable. The code compiles fine. What the answer we are going to get? Simple hello is the answer. So the important conclusion what you people should be aware. So within the try block, if there is no chance of raising an exception, we can't write catch block for that exception. By mistake, if we are writing immediately error unreported exception, what is that error? Exception XXX is never thrown in body of corresponding try block. This is the compile time error we will get. But this rule is applicable only for what? Fully checked exceptions. Clear, right? These are 4 important cases related to throws statement. Clear? Sir, in the last videos, we covered very clearly about what is throws keywords, right? Sir, now let me summarize exception handling keywords. Sir, now the first keyword, whatever we discussed, sir, try. Can you please tell, try, we can inside a try block, what code we have to write? Risky code. The code which may raise an exception, that code is called risky code. Risky code we have to take inside a try block. Okay? To maintain risky code, we have to use a try block. Now, sir, what is the second keyword? Catch, sir, catch block. Are you getting catch block? Catch is a keyword, catch block. Sir, inside catch block, what code we have to take? So within the try, if any exception occurs, sir, where the handling code? Are you getting? Where is the handling code? That handling code we have to take inside catch block. That's why to maintain handling code, to maintain exception handling code, catch block will be there, sir. Okay, now what is the third one? Finally. Are you getting? What is the third one, sir? Finally block. What is the purpose of finally block? To maintain cleanup code, resource deallocation code. To maintain, we should go for what? Finally block. Okay, to maintain cleanup code. To maintain cleanup code, sir. Okay, cleanup code means resource deallocation code. Okay, well, sir, now the next keyword, throw keyword. Throw keyword, sir. Throw. Sir, now very important. What is the difference between throw keyword and the throws keyword? Take very special care, sir. Sir, for which purpose we can use throw keyword? to hand over our created exception object to the JVM manually. So sometimes we have to create our own exception object. I have to hand over that exception object to the JVM manually. For that purpose we can use throw keyword, especially in the case of customized exceptions. We should go for what? Throw keyword, right? So throw keyword to hand over our created exception object, to hand over our created exception object to the JVM manually, then we should require to go for throw keyword, right? Okay, clear. Sir, now throws keyword. Throws keyword, do you know what is the difference between throw and throws? Don't tell yes is the difference. Are you getting? Don't tell yes is the difference, right? What is the difference between throw and throws? Sir, throws keyword we can use to delegate responsibility of exception handling to the caller in the case of checked exceptions. Have you remember, right? If you are not using throws keyword, then we may get comparative error. That's why throws keyword to delegate, are you getting? To delegate responsibility of exception handling, to delegate responsibility of exception handling to the caller. Are you getting? To delegate responsibility of exception handling to the caller. Now caller is responsible, okay, to maintain. Caller is the responsible to handle that exception, especially for checked exceptions. It is required, sir. Otherwise we will get comparative error. Are you getting, right? So it's a very important, sir. What is the purpose of throw keyword, or what is the purpose of throws keyword? For which purpose we can use finally block? What is the try catch, right? Sometimes in the interview room there may be a chance of asking. Is it clear for all of you, right? Total Java exception handling contain how many keywords? 5 keywords. Try, catch, finally, throws. So for which purpose we can use? Almost, do you know, we spend a lot of time to explain all these things. I hope by this time it's very clear for you people, right? Clear? Sir, just observe what are various possible comparative errors are there in exception handling. Sir, it is too much stupidness to list out comparative errors, but still why I am adding this one is every comparative error itself is an important conclusion in our exception handling. That's why let me talk about what are various possible comparative errors in exception handling, right? Sir, first comparative error, of course all these things in the last videos we covered very clearly with examples. Just let me list out. So whenever we are writing try block, compulsory either catch block or finally block we have to write. By mistake, if you are not writing either catch or finally, immediately we will get comparative error. What is that comparative error, sir? Try without catch or finally. Try without catch or finally. Okay, first comparative error, sir. Second one, whenever we are writing catch block, compulsory try block should be there. So catch without try itself is invalid. Catch without try is always invalid, right? Can you please spell out, sir? Catch without try. Catch without try itself is comparative error, sir. Similarly, whenever we are writing finally block, compulsory try block must be there. So finally without a try is again comparative error. Finally without a try itself is the comparative error, right? Okay, small syntactical related things, right? Sir, next one more thing. In our program, if there is a chance of rising checked exception, sir, we covered file not found exception, interrupted exception somewhere. In our program, if there is a chance of rising checked exception, compulsory we should handle that checked exception either by try catch or by throws keyword. If you are not writing either try catch or throws keyword, immediately we are going to get unreported exception. Of course, name of that exception may be file not found exception or file not found exception or interrupted exception. Unreported exception, okay, must be caught or declared to be thrown. Are you getting? Must be caught or declared to be thrown. This is the compile time error. By default you are going to get, sir. Unreported exception, x must be caught or declared to be thrown. Like this compile time error we will get. Clear, right? Okay, sir. This is next. Do you know, even we covered in the throws keyword very clearly about this one, sir. So within the try block, if there is no chance of raising an exception, a particular exception, you can't write a catch block for that exception. Okay, so within the try block, no chance of raising a particular exception. Sir, I'm not performing file IO operations, but still I'm writing catch block for IO exception. Within the try block, if no chance of raising an exception, still we are writing catch block for that exception. Immediately compile time error we are going to get, sir. What is that error? Is exception exception xxx is never thrown in body of corresponding try statement. Never thrown in body of corresponding try statement. In the last example, last videos we covered very clear coverage, right? But this rule is applicable only for fully checked exceptions. I hope you people may aware this one. Sir, next sir, do you know exception, if we are writing try with multiple catch blocks, order of catch blocks is important or not? Yes, compulsory we have to take child to parent. Okay, by mistake if you are taking parent first and then child next, immediately error you are going to get. What is that error, sir? Exception xxx has already been caught. Are you getting? Exception xxx has already been caught. So in try with the multiple catch blocks, order of catch blocks is very important, sir. So if sir, compulsory it should be from child and then parent. If by mistake parent catch block first and then child catch block next, immediately we are going to get error. Exception xxx has already been caught. This is the error we are going to get, sir. Sir, now the seventh one. Take a bit very special care about this one, sir. What the next one is, have you remembered? Within try block, sir, or anywhere inside our code, after throw statement, we can't write any statement directly. After throw statement, if we are writing any statement directly, immediately compile time error we are going to get unreachable statement. Are getting? Compile time error we will get unreachable statement. This is the compile time error you are going to get, sir. Okay, well, sir, next throws keyword applicable only for throwable types. Throws keyword applicable only for throwable types. By mistake, if you are using throw or throws for non-throwable types, immediately compile time error you are going to get saying incompatible types. Are you getting? What is the compile time error, sir? Incompatible types. Test cannot be converted to throwable. This is the compile time error we will get. I hope everyone in the position to understand, right? All these things are not required to keep an example, because the reason is we covered already multiple examples in the last videos. All these just I'm summarizing what are various possible compile time errors in our exception handling, because every compile time error itself is an important conclusion. Clear for all of right? So total 8 compile time errors. Every compile time error itself is an important conclusion. Clear, right? Sir, in the last videos we covered very clearly what about exception handling keyword summary, what are various possible compile time errors related to exception handling, sir. Sir, before going further, one very important interview question I want to discuss, right? The most valuable important question. Okay, do you know, without this question you can't expect any Java interview. That much important question I'm going to discuss. Take very special care, right? Sir, now what is that is, what is the difference between finally and finalize? Are you getting difference between finally and finalize? Sir, first one, what is final? What is final? Okay, observe that. Final is a access modifier. Are you getting what is final, sir? Final is a modifier in Java, just like static, abstract. Final is the modifier. Sir, final modifier applicable for classes, final class. Next, final is applicable for methods. Okay, because final method, it is applicable for variables also. So final is applicable for classes, methods and variable. If a class declared as a final, we can't create child class. Inheritance is not possible. We can't extend that class. Sir, this class implementation is the final. No one is allowed to extend this class, this functionality. No one is allowed to extend. So by mistake, if you are trying to create a child class for this final class, immediately comparative method you are going to get, sir. Remember this one. So what is final class? Final, if a class declared as a final, we can't create child class for that. If we can't extend this class functionality by creating child class, inheritance is not possible. Similarly, if a method declared as the final, then we can't override that method in the child class. Remember, sir, parent class method implementation is the final. No one is allowed to override in the child class. Similarly, if a variable declared as the final, sir, variable is the final. Final means what? No one is allowed to change. Final, then we can't change its value if the variable will become constant. Remember this one. So final class means we can't create child class. Final method means we can't override. Final variable means, can you please spell out, sir, what is the final variable? Final variable means we can't change its value. This is about final. In the modifiers concept I covered very clearly. I hope you may aware clearly, right? Sir, next, what is finally? Just now we covered, sir. Finally is a block associated with the try catch. Are you getting? So finally is a block associated with the try catch. Observe that. Can you please tell, sir, inside finally block, which code we have to take? Which code we have to take? By this time I hope you are very much aware, because we discussed a huge time on the finally block. Have you remember, right? Okay, so try, inside the try we have to take risky code. Inside catch block we have to take handling code. Are you getting? Handling code. Inside finally block we have to write the cleanup code. We require to write cleanup code, sir. So means that so inside finally block we have to write cleanup code. We have to write resource deallocation code. Are you getting? We require to write which code, sir? Resource deallocation code or cleanup code we have to write. So the main purpose of finally block is to maintain cleanup code, to maintain resource deallocation code. Next, what is the specialty of this finally block? Can you please spell out what is the specialty of finally block? Finally block will be executed always, irrespective of whether exception raised, not raised, handled or not handled. In any case, finally block will be executed, right? Okay, so what is final modifier? Finally block. Clear, sir? Now the next thing, sir, we have to talk about finalize. Are you getting? What is finalize? Finalize is a method. Remember this one. Finalize is a method. So it is associated with the garbage collector. I hope you people may aware. Of course, it's not required for certification, but anyway aware. So it is associated with the garbage collector concept. Suppose I have an object is there, sir. Can you please tell, is this object eligible for garbage collection or not? Please confirm. Is it eligible for garbage collection or not? Yes, because this object not having any reference variable. If an object doesn't have any reference variable, this object is always eligible for garbage collection. Correct, right? Now, sir, garbage collector came, sir. Now observe this a bit very carefully, sir. Garbage collector came. Now the garbage collector saw this object, then the garbage collector felt very happy. Because the reason is, what is the food to the garbage collector is useless objects only. By seeing this object, garbage collector felt very happy. Today I got food, I got biryani, something like garbage collector is going to feel very happy, sir. Then garbage collector came and it is dancing in front of this object, saying, "Hey garbage collector, hey object, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to destroy you." Like garbage collector is going to convey for this object. Then automatically object is feeling very sad. This object starts shivering because someone came to kill you. Then what about your situation? Same, right? Now this object starts shivering. But garbage collector observed that shivering. Okay? Then immediately garbage collector is telling object, definitely I will kill you because that's my job. If I'm not going to kill you, I'm not doing my job well. Compulsory I will kill you. But before killing, before destroying, I want to give you a small offer for you. What is that offer is? Do you have any last wish? Let me know. I will fulfill that last wish and then I will kill you. Like garbage collector gave a big bumper offer for this object. Sir, even in our jails also, for any criminal, assume that for any criminal, sir, hanging punishment decided. Then before hanging, the jail people are going to ask, "Ray, do you have any last wish?" Like so immediately the people will tell, "Yes, I want Italian cigar," or otherwise I want to talk with last my parents or my family members. Like sometimes maybe what we call the custody person is going to convey. Then the jail people is going to fulfill their requirement and then hanging is going to be happen. Are you getting right? Okay. Same way here also garbage collector is going to give bumper offer for this object. Hey, do you have any last wish? Please let me know so that I will fulfill that last wish. After that only I will destroy this object. Like a garbage collector is conveyed to the object. Then the object felt a bit happy. Then immediately what the object is going to convey? Array, one network connection associated with me, one database connection associated with me. Are you getting? If you close these resources, then you can destroy me, no problem at all. Like object is going to convey to the garbage collector. Then immediately garbage collector what the garbage collector will do is, so to perform those cleanup activities, garbage collector will call finalize method. Can you spell out what is the method? Finalize method. To perform which activities, right? Cleanup activities. To perform cleanup activities, garbage collector will call finalize method. Sir, once finalize method completed, cleanup activities completed, immediately garbage collector will destroy this object. Are you getting? Immediately garbage collector will destroy this object. Remember this one, sir. So who is calling finalize method? Respond. Who is calling finalize method? Garbage collector is calling finalize method. When garbage collector calls finalize method, just before destroying an object. Sir, for which purpose garbage collector calls finalize method? To perform cleanup activities. Are you getting? So let me combine all these things in a single line. So just before destroying an object, garbage collector calls finalize method to perform cleanup activities. Is it clear for all of you, right? So if any person is asking about what is the purpose of finalize method, garbage collector will call finalize method to perform cleanup activities just before destroying an object. Once a finalize method completed, immediately garbage collector will destroy this object. Is it clear for all of you, right? Okay. Well, sir, can you please tell what is the difference between Finally, finalize. Final is a modifier applicable for classes, methods, variable. If a class declared as the final, you can't create child class. If a method declared as the final, you can't override that method in the child class. If a variable declared as the final, it will become constant. We can't change its values. Next, finally is a block associated with the try catch. The main purpose of finally block is to maintain cleanup code. To maintain which codes are? Cleanup code. That is the purpose of finally block. Okay. Next, the speciality of finally block is, what is the speciality? Finally block will be executed always, irrespective of whether exception raised, not raised, handled or not handled. In any case, my finally block will be executed always. That's all. What about finalize? Finalize is a method. Is always called by garbage collector, just before destroying an object to perform cleanup activities. Once finalize method completed, automatically garbage collector will destroy object. Clear, right? Okay, well. Sir, now I have one small doubt. What is my doubt is, can you please tell what is the purpose of finally block? Respond. What is the purpose of finally block? To maintain cleanup code or to perform cleanup activities. What is the purpose of finalize method? To perform cleanup activities. Then what is the difference between finally cleanup, finalize cleanup? Sir, it's a very important, sir. What is the difference between finally cleanup and finalize cleanup? It is a very important point. Sir, observe, do you know both meant for cleanup only? Even similarity is there in the terminology finalize, finally, but concepts are different. But context is the different. Best example, auto driver is there. We have three-wheeler auto driver. The person who is going to drive auto is called auto driver. Next, device driver is there. Sir, device driver is a software which is the responsible to run hardware devices. Are you getting right? Hardware device. So the corresponding software driver we have to install. Device driver. Device driver is the software related word. Auto driver is nothing but human being which is, sir, both are drivers only. Can I use both are same? No, both are different. Same way, sir, finalize cleanup, both are different, sir. Where is the difference? Very simple, sir. Observe carefully. Here, within the try block, I open some resources. Now, sir, finally, is the responsible to perform cleanup code, to close the resources which are happened at the part of try block. Are you getting? If any resource which is open, like database connection, network connection, at the part of try block, those resources where we have to close, sir, inside finally block. Finally block cleanup code meant for resources open at the part of try block. Remember that, okay? So next, I have object is there. I have an object. No try catch finally. Object is there. So just before destroying an object, if any resources associated with this object, I want to close. If any resources associated with this object, I want to close. To perform such type of cleanup, object related cleanup activities, we require to go for finalize method. Are you getting? So finalize method meant for object related cleanup activities. Next, finally block meant for try block open the resources cleanup activities. Both are different terminology. Even, sir, cleanup is the same. Are you getting the point, right? Okay, that's all. This is the most valuable, very important question for the interview room, sir. What is the difference between finally, finalize? If any person is asking this question in the interview room, give left and right to that person. I hope it's a very clear for you people, right? Hi friends, in the last videos we covered very clearly what is a try, catch, finally, throw, throws keywords. These things we covered. Next, even I discussed about the most valuable, very important question for the interview room. What is the difference between final, finally, finalize? Clear, right? Sir, now the next concept, what we have to discuss, a bit important for the interview room, for day-to-day coding also. What that is, customized or user-defined exceptions. Are you getting what is that? Customized or user-defined exceptions, right? Sir, what is the meaning of customized or user-defined exceptions? Very simple, sir. Sometimes to meet our programming requirement, we have to define our own exceptions and we have to raise those exceptions based on our requirement. The exceptions which are defined by programmer, are you getting? Not Java's inbuilt exceptions, right? The exceptions which are defined explicitly by the programmer to meet the programming requirement. Those exceptions are by default considered as customized exceptions or user defined exceptions. User means programmer. Programmer defined exceptions, right? Sir, now you may ask, sir, can you please explain with a small example? Just try to get basic idea and then I will go for executable program. Sir, I want to implement withdraw functionality. Withdraw functionality, right? So if you want to withdraw, how much amount you have to withdraw? We have to specify double amount. Double amount. Assume that's all. Sir, assume in my account 10,000 balance is there, but I'm trying to withdraw 20,000 rupees. Is it possible? Array account balance is 10,000 only, but I'm trying to withdraw 20,000 rupees. Is it possible or not? No chance at all. Remember this one. The reason is, so how the bank people are going to provide extra money? No chance at all. But you know, by mistake I may get, I may enjoy, okay, like I'm trying, immediately I'm going to get insufficient funds exception. Correct or not? Immediately we will get what? Insufficient funds exception. Okay, now observe here, if requested amount greater than available balance, if requested amount greater than available balance, then I have to use throw new insufficient funds exception. Insufficient funds exception I have to raise this up. Are you getting? If amount, requested amount greater than balance, throw new insufficient funds exception I have to raise. Do you know? So insufficient funds exception is not a Java's inbuilt exception. Based on my programming requirement, I defined this one. Such type of exception is called, okay, user defined or customized exception. Don't ask in which Java package this exception is there. It is not Java's inbuilt exception. To meet our programming requirement, our created exception is what? Insufficient funds exception, which is nothing but customized exception or user defined exception. Everyone can able to understand, right? Have you got the basic idea what the meaning of user defined or customized exception, right? Okay, well, now the next one, sir, very important. Observe carefully. Sir, suppose another example to understand what is the customized exception. Matrimonial website is there, sir. Are you getting? Of course, which is really required for you people, not for you. Everyone, it's required. So I hope you people may upload your profile in the job site. Okay, job seekers especially, Naukri, Monster, Shine, like Times, like have you uploaded your resume in matrimonial sites or not? In job sites anyway you did. Have you uploaded in matrimonial sites or not? Highly recommended. Compulsory you have to upload your profile in the matrimonial site. Getting the job is very easy. Getting the marriage is not that much easy. At the age of 60 years also you can get the job. But at the age of 60 years you won't get the marriage. Take a bit very special care, sir. Sir, assume I want to upload my profile in the matrimonial site. Assume that's all. This is Durga's matrimonial. Okay, Durga's matrimonial. Okay, I developed one web application, Durga's matrimonial site. Here I have to provide age qualification requirements, and there are multiple. So for user registration sign up purpose, compulsory he has to provide multiple information. At last he has to do submit or otherwise sign up. Okay, sign up. Okay, like now here assume that my web application can provide support from 18 years to 60 years only. Assume that, sir, within this age limit, within this age range, sir, my application is going to accept, because in India minimum married age should be 18 years, man. Okay, max anyway up to 60 I want to provide support. So for this web application, right, assume, sir, a person trying to register in my site with 99 years. You are getting right? If a person trying to register in the matrimonial site with 99 years, can I accept this request? No. As per my limit, I won't accept. Then what I have to do is, I will raise exception saying, too young exception, too young exception, please wait some more time. Please wait some more time. Definitely you will get best match. Definitely you will get best match. Definitely you will get best match. Observe that. So if a person trying to register with 99 years age, then automatically too young exception, please wait some more time, definitely you will get best match. This is the exception I want to raise, just for kidding purpose. 99 years is not young, okay, just for kidding. Okay, just I'm using this word, sir, too young exception. Okay, similarly another person trying to register with 14 years age. Are you getting? With 14 years age only, another person trying to register. Then what I have to do is too old exception, too old exception, because I can't provide support. Too old exception. Your age already crossed marriage age. Your age already crossed marriage age. No chance of getting marriage. No chance of getting marriage. No chance of getting marriage. Like this I want to provide. Okay. So actually for 99 years I want to provide too old, but 14 years I want to provide too young. Just for kidding purpose, reverse messages I'm going to display. Just that's all. Don't think sir is reversing the words, like reversing the exceptions, like no. Sir, now observe a bit very carefully, sir. What is this too young exception, or what is this too old exception? These exceptions are not available in Java. Based on my programming requirement, I have to define these exceptions. Such type of exceptions are by default considered as what? Customized exceptions or user defined exceptions. Everyone can able to understand, right? Can you please tell what is customized or user defined exception? Can you please spell out what is the customized or user defined exception? The exceptions which are raised, which are defined explicitly by the programmer to meet the programming requirement. Okay, so are called user defined exceptions or customized exceptions. Can you give an example for user defined exception? Insufficient funds exception, too young exception, too old exception. These things are by default considered. Yeah, customized exceptions are user defined exceptions. Clear for all of you, right? If you feel comfortable, I will explain with an example, executable example, so that if any person is asking in the interview room, you should be in a position to give left and right. Clear for all of you, right? Sir, up to this it is very clear what is customized exception or user defined exception. Now I will go for a small executable program, how to define user defined exception, how to raise that exception based on our requirement. Okay, observe carefully, sir. Sir, every exception, whether it is predefined exception or whether it is user defined exception, is a class. First, every exception in Java is a class which should be child class of throwable. Regarding every exception in Java should be child class of throwable, either directly or indirectly. Okay, how you can define your own exception class? Write a class. Okay, to young exception. I'm taking to young exception. My own exceptions are class to young exception extends. Sir, now do you know you can take throwable, you can take exception, you can take runtime exception, right? But highly recommended you should go for runtime exception. Highly recommended we should go for runtime exception, sir. Sir, why? What is the reason for that? At last I will explain. Just observe that it acts as just a template, right? Okay, sir, extends a runtime exception. What is the reason? I will explain, don't worry. Okay, now here I am taking to young exception. Sir, I am defining the constructor. Do you want to pass any message description for your exception? Yes, to young exception. Please wait some more time. Definitely you will get best matches soon. I want to provide some description. If you want to provide some description, okay, compulsory we have to take argument. Okay, sir, string msg I'm taking, sir. Any variable, string msg. Okay, here super of msg I'm taking. That's all. Okay, I'm passing this message description to the parent class. What is the reason for that? I will explain. Sir, just observe. I write a class that extends runtime exception. Next, I'm writing a constructor which can take some string variable super of message. Here two things I want to explain. What is the need of this super of message? Next, why it is recommended to go for runtime exception? These two things after completing our example I will discuss. Don't worry, son. This is the template. Okay, like suppose if your exception is not going to take any description, just to young exception, that's all. I won't pass any description at runtime. Then this constructor also not required. You can take a default constructor, right? Okay, well, sir, now let me take another exception, class to old exception. Are you getting right? Class to old exception extends runtime exception. Class to old exception extends runtime exception. Okay, like now to old exception of string message. Okay, now super of message. That's all. Only name of the exception got changed, sir. Sir, this total thing is defining exception. Are you getting? We are defining our own customized exception. Just I'm defining my own customized exception, right? Sir, how many exceptions I define? 2 exceptions. What is the first one? To young exception. Second one, to old exception. Just we are defining exception classes. Okay, now my requirement, how you can use these exception classes in your program? Are you getting? Based on your requirement, how you can use? Let me take, sir. Here I'm taking class. Okay, test my matrimonial application. Class test public static void main method, public static void main string array args. Public static void main string array args. Now the job is, sir, I want to pass end user age from the command prompt. Okay, end user age he has to provide from the command prompt. Assume that, sir. Now int age is equal to integer dot parse int args of 0. Okay, args of 0. Whatever first command line argument you are passing from the command prompt is treated as the age. Okay, age. If age If age greater than 60 years, if age greater than 60 years, sorry, my matrimonial application won't provide support, then I have to rise, sir, throw new. Which exceptions are? Actually, two old exception just for fun. Let me take two young exception. Okay, like I want to pass some description also. What description I'm going to pass? Please wait some more time. Some more time. Definitely you will get the best match. Definitely you will get the best match. Definitely you will get a best match. Like this I'm taking. Throw new two young exception. Please wait some more time. Definitely you will get a best match. Okay, like this I took, sir. Sir, now else if, regarding else if age less than 18 years. Else if age less than 18 years. Okay, now throw new two old exception, because less than 18 years I won't provide support, sir. In India government there is a problem. Less than 18 years marriages are not acceptable. That's why my matrimonial site is not going to be supported. Then throw new two old exception. Okay, just for fun I'm taking this one. Actually here I have to write two young exception, but anyway just for fun I interchanged this. Don't worry. Here two old exception. Here please your marriage age, your age already crossed marriage age. Your age already crossed marriage age. No chance of getting marriage. No chance of getting marriage. Like this I took, sir. Okay, observe very carefully, sir. If for age greater than 60 years, throw two young exception. If age less than 18 years, two old exception, like this. Sir, else means, can you please confirm? Age is within 18 to 60 years only. 18 to 60 years only supported, right? Now simple, sir. System.out.println, thanks for registration. You will get match details by mail. Regarding you will get match details by mail. End of the main method, end of the class. That's all. A simple example, you people can understand how you can create our own exception, how you can raise our own exceptions to the JVM. So to indicate something goes wrong, we have to raise our own exception. For that, throw keyword is the best choice. Are you getting right? Okay, just observe that throw keyword is the best choice for customized exceptions, right? That's all. Sir, it's a clear for all of you, right? So how to define our own exception. Every exception is a Java class. Extends runtime exception, recommended to go for runtime. Next constructor super of that string argument we have to pass to the parent. Okay, like next based on the condition we have to raise the corresponding exception. That's all best example, right? But here there are 2 or 3 loopholes are there. Those things I will discuss. Don't worry about that. Sir, let me execute this code. Have a look once. Class two young exception, extends runtime exception. Yes, two young exception. Class two old exception, extends runtime exception, two old exception. Now class test public static void main. Now I'm trying to get the age from the command prompt. If age greater than 60, throw new two young exception. Please wait some more time. You will get best matches on. Sir, else if age less than 18, throw new two old exception. Your age is already crossed marriage age. No chance of getting marriage. Else system.out.println, thanks for registration. You will get match details by email. I hope everyone in the position to understand very clearly, right? Okay. Let me run this code. Let me run this code. Observe carefully, sir. Here, let me compile. Yes, the code compiles fine. No problem. Let me run. I'm passing 99 years as the age, sir. If age greater than 60, immediately we are going to rise. Okay? Here, see this one. Exception in thread main. Which exception got raised, sir? Too young exception. Too young exception. Please wait some more time. You will get best matches soon. Regarding please wait some more time. You will get best matches soon. This is the exception we are going to get, sir. Suppose if I'm trying to enter, instead of 99, I'm trying to enter 14 years, sir. 14 years. Have you observed, right? Exception in the thread main. Too old exception. Your age is already crossed marriage age. No chance of getting the marriage. Okay, like this it's going to provide. Suppose best age for the marriage, right? 25 years. Best age for the marriage 25 years, right? So now observe. Thanks for registration. You will get match details. You will get match details by email. Like perfectly it's working, sir. Sir, friends, I hope everyone in the position to understand how to define our own exceptions. Next, how you can use those exceptions in our programming based on our requirement, right? Clear? But here, there are multiple loopholes are available. There are these 3 points. Let me highlight. One very, very important. Take special care, sir. Do you know, if I have 10 by 0, system.out.println 10 by 0. Can you tell what we are going to get? Respond, man. Why you are silent? SOP of 10 by 0. What we are going to get? Arithmetic exception. We covered multiple times arithmetic exception. So when arithmetic exception required to rise, JVM already having information. Whenever division by 0 happen, JVM, can you please raise exception? JVM clearly having information about arithmetic exception when it has to rise. When null pointer exception required to rise, JVM having clear clarity on the null if you are performing any operation. Suppose string s is equal to null x is equal to s dot length. X is equal to s dot length. Null reference, if we are calling any method, immediately null pointer exception will be raised. JVM having information about built-in exceptions. Correct, right? JVM already having information about built-in exceptions, right? But take very special care. JVM not having any information about too young exception, too old exception, insufficient funds exception. Based on our programming requirement, we have to rise explicitly because JVM not having any information, right? To rise explicitly, throw keyword must be required. Are you getting? Throw keyword must be required. The best use of throw keyword for customized exceptions, not for predefined exceptions. Everyone can able to understand, right? Where throw keyword is the best suitable to hand over our created exception object to the JVM manually. For that purpose, we can use what? Throw keyword. Throw keyword best suitable for customized exceptions, not for user defined exceptions. Clear? Friends, point number 1. Now, let me go for one more point, sir. One more point I have to tell. What is that point is? Listen very carefully. Sir, what is the need of super op message? What is the need? What is the need of super op message? Very, very simple. Here, two things you should aware. For too young exception, who is the super class? Please confirm. Who is the super class? Runtime exception. For runtime exception, which is the super class? Exception. For exception, which is the super class? Throwable. Okay? Now observe this hierarchy. Very, very important, sir. So, too young exception, which is the child class of runtime exception, which is the child class of exception, which is the child class of throwable. Okay, well. Here, whenever we are throw too young exception, okay, am I defining any catch block? No catch block. If there is no catch block, normal termination or abnormal termination? Abnormal termination. So in the case of abnormal termination, to print exception information. Who is the responsible? Default exception handler is the responsible. Default exception handler is the responsible to print exception information to the console. Correct, right? Who is the responsible? Default exception handler is the responsible to print exception information to the console. Okay, well, default exception handler will use which method to print exception information to the console? Have you remembered? Somewhere we cover print stack trace method. What is the method? Print stack trace method. Print stack trace method internally used by default exception handler to print information to the console. Okay, well, this print stack trace method present inside throwable class. Okay, present inside throwable class, print stack trace this information, right? Now my question is, how your provided description available to print stack trace method? Because print stack trace method printing your description also or not? So how your provided description will printed to the console? Is it available to the default exception handler? Yes, very simple. Here we are using so far. Because of so far, this message, whatever description we are passing, please wait some more time, like the description, this message we are passing to super class. Now we are passing this message to super class. We are passing super class. This runtime exception will pass that message to exception. This exception will pass that message to throwable. For the throwable class, this message is available, sir, to print stack trace method. Okay, print stack trace method present inside throwable class. Okay, required our description. How this description is it available? Just because of this so far. Remember this one, sir. So why we are taking this so far? To make description available. Description available to throwable class, so that from the throwable class print stack trace method, default exception handler can get that description displayed to the console. So very important questions are in my offline. There are several students are asking, sir, why you kept so far? To make our description available to default exception handler, because default exception handler is always going to take from throwable class. So we have to make this description available to throwable class. Now, so default exception handler can able to get this description, right? Are you getting? Sir, here observe a bit carefully. Assume that I'm passing description. Sir, I'm passing description. Now observe 99 years I'm taking. Have a look one, sir, very important. 99 years I'm taking, sir. Now whenever 99, this line is going to execute, this description will be printed to the console or not. Observe that. Observe carefully. Exception in thread main, to young exception in thread main, to young exception. Please wait some more time. You will get best matches on. Please wait some more time. You will get best matches on. This is the description which is printed by default exception handler, sir. So this description, how it is available to default exception handler? Because of this is super, right? Suppose assume I'm commenting this one. Assume that I commented super call. I commented super call. Just I commented this line. If I comment this line, now description not available to throwable, now not available to default exception handler. Now default exception handler can print exception but not the description. Now have a look once. If I comment this line, what will happen, sir? If I comment this line, just observe carefully. Let me compile.